Grab a blanket, get comfy, settle in. The next few hours are the worst things humanity ever put on film, on the page, and online. Sweet dreams.
26 movies, 6 tears. From a film so nasty theaters handed out barf bags, to another so convincing the police showed up just to make sure nobody actually died. These are the most disturbing movies in history. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Tier 1. Horror fan. The Exorcist, 1973. Imagine waking up to a punch in the face from a priest. Then that priest turns out to be possessed and throws himself out a second-story window. That's The Exorcist. People call it the scariest movie ever made. And not because of jump scares or flashy effects. It's scary because it feels real. Uncomfortably, disturbingly real. The movie starts quietly. There's this single mom/famous actress named Chris McNeil. She moved into a new house with her young daughter, Reagan. Their life looks picture perfect. Big house, loving mother and daughter, busy movie set. But all that normalcy gets shattered the day Chris stumbles on a Ouija board in the basement. Not knowing its nature, Reagan, who's been lonely, used it to talk to a mysterious Captain Howdy. Chris laughs it off at first, not realizing she's basically invited a demon into their home. The thing is, Reagan is just a kid, so she doesn't know any better. And the demon? Well, it knows exactly what it's doing. The weird stuff starts small. Reagan says her bed shakes at night. There are odd noises, whispers, things going missing. Chris just thinks her daughter is bored or acting out. But things get stranger and scarier. Reagan's personality changes. She becomes angry, then aggressive, shouting profanities and singing in creepy voices. Even during a dinner party, she suddenly wets herself on the carpet in front of all the guests. Chris is shocked, but it only gets worse. Worried, Chris takes Reagan to the hospital for every test you can imagine. Brain scans, neurology exams, endless doctor's visits. But nothing shows up. The doctors are baffled and finally suggest maybe Reagan's just lonely. Or maybe it's stress from the move and her parents' separation. Chris wants to believe them, but deep down she knows something's wrong. Meanwhile, things in the house get out of control. Reagan's voice changes. Objects start flying through the air. She has sudden, violent fits, even injuring herself. But soon, weird things start happening around her house. Strange noises at night, furniture moving by itself, and Reagan starts acting different. After seeing over 80 doctors with no answers, one finally drops the word exorcism. It sounds crazy, but at this point, it's the only thing left. Chris called 2 priests. She thinks maybe Reagan isn't sick at all. Maybe something evil has taken over her daughter. The priests decide Reagan needs an exorcism, which is a special ritual to remove evil spirits. The exorcism is brutal, full of taunts and terror. The demon twists Reagan's body, throws furniture, spits bile, and torments the priests with their own regrets. These scenes make you believe this could actually happen, and that scares people more than ghosts or zombies ever could. People in 1973 were so shocked watching The Exorcist that many fainted in theaters. Some even threw up right in the aisles. Movie theaters actually handed out special barf bags to audiences just in case. In the UK, local officials banned the film from showing in some places. They said it was dangerous and could harm people. It even got banned from home video in Britain for over 10 years. During that time, The Exorcist became a sort of forbidden legend. Everyone knew about it, but many couldn't actually watch it. Even now, some people think the movie is cursed. They talk about accidents on set, actors getting hurt, and weird things happening during filming. Some of it is probably just urban legend or maybe clever marketing. But the movie still feels dark, even though it's just a made-up story. Critics were mixed at first. Some said it was brilliant and important, while others thought it was disgusting and too scary for anyone to watch. Still, The Exorcist got nominated for 10 Academy Awards, which rarely happens for horror movies. It even won 2 awards, one for screenplay and one for sound. As a result, horror movies started being taken seriously. But here's the most interesting part. The Exorcist changed movies forever. Before it, horror movies weren't respected. After it, people saw horror could be important, scary, and meaningful all at once. Today, almost every scary movie with demons or possessions owes something to The Exorcist. Hereditary, 2018. People say family sticks together, but in Hereditary, the real danger isn't ghosts. It's what families hide from each other. That's exactly what happens in Hereditary. The story is about the Graham family. There's the mom, Annie, her emotionally distant husband, Steve, their teenage son, Peter, and Charlie, their young daughter, who acts a bit strange and likes to be by herself. The movie starts when Annie's mom, Ellen, passes away. At her funeral, you can feel that Annie and Ellen didn't have a good relationship. There are also some people at the funeral that the family doesn't know, but they seem very interested in Ellen. This is the first clue that something odd is going on. After Ellen dies, the family starts to have more problems. Everyone feels lonely and sad, even when they're together in the same room. It feels like nobody wants to talk or comfort each other. Then something terrible happens again. Annie makes Peter take Charlie to a party. At a party, Charlie eats some cake that has nuts in it, but she's allergic, so she starts to have trouble breathing. Peter quickly puts her in the car and drives to the hospital. But on the way, Charlie sticks her head out the window for air, and Peter accidentally drives past a telephone pole. Charlie is killed. It's a shocking moment, and it changes the family forever. After Charlie dies, Annie falls into deep grief. She goes to a support group for people who have lost loved ones and meets a woman named Joan. Joan says that she can talk to the dead and teaches Annie how to do the ritual. Annie tries the seance at home and thinks she makes contact with Charlie's spirit, but it soon becomes clear that something very wrong is happening in the house. Like, suddenly doors slam, objects move by themselves, and Peter feels like he's being haunted. Annie discovers that her mother was actually the leader of a secret cult that worships a demon called Payman. The cult's goal is to have Payman possess a male host so they can get riches and power. Annie finds out that her mother first tried to use Annie's brother, but he died. So the cult used Charlie as Payman's host, but after Charlie died, they started working to put Payman into Peter. The movie's ending is disturbing and confusing. In short, Annie finds her mother's headless body in the attic. Her husband Steve burned by a curse. Annie becomes possessed and chases Peter, finally cutting off her own head in front of a group of cultists. Peter's possessed by Payman, and then he goes to the treehouse, where he finds cult members waiting for him. They place a crown on his head and celebrate. They have finally given their king a new body. So what does it all mean? Hereditary is about a family who never had a chance. Their lives were controlled by a secret group from the start, and nothing they did could change their fate. Some of the visuals are genuinely terrifying, including one infamous scene where Annie crawls across the ceiling, spider-like and silent. Critics loved Hereditary, saying it was one of the scariest movies in years. Audiences had mixed feelings though. Some people thought it was too intense and couldn't even finish watching it. Others believed it was brilliant and important. Interestingly, a movie theater in Australia accidentally showed the scary trailer right before a kids' movie, causing parents to panic and leave the theater. That only made people more curious about how scary this film really was. Today, Hereditary is considered one of the most disturbing films ever. Scenes from the movie turned into memes online, especially Annie screaming at the dinner table, because it felt real and raw. Even though it's terrifying, the movie also explores real-life topics like grief, trauma, and how secrets can tear families apart. And believe it or not, there's a film deeper down where the family problems make this look pretty normal. But for now, if you think that was messed up, wait until we get to the next one. Same director, even brighter lighting, but somehow way darker. Midsommar, 2019. Imagine getting invited to a sunny summer festival in Sweden, thinking you'll find peace and maybe heal a little. But instead, you find something much darker. That's Midsommar. This movie is directed by Ari Aster, the same person behind Hereditary. So you know how disturbing it would be. At the start, it feels more like a winter horror. The main character, Dani, is already at her lowest. She learns her sister has not only taken her own life, but also their parents. This makes Dani feeling empty and lost, and the movie lets you feel every ounce of her pain. After this tragedy, Dani's boyfriend, Christian, invites her to travel with him and his friends to Sweden. Christian isn't really a great boyfriend. He barely talks to Dani and seems like he wants to break up. Still, Dani decides to go. She's hoping this trip might help her feel better. Once they arrive, everything looks perfect. The village is bright, the grass is green, and the people are always smiling. But as soon as Dani drinks the mushroom tea, things start to feel strange. She sees things that aren't there and feels even more alone. It's like the village is playing tricks on her mind. Then something shocking happens. During a village ceremony, 2 senior members of the community climb to the top of a cliff and jump off in front of everyone. It's a tradition for the village, but for Dani and her friends, it's pure horror. One of them survives the fall. The villagers walk up with a mallet and make sure it's finished. The outsiders want to leave, but the villagers convince them to stay, which is a big mistake. As the festival goes on, Dani's friends start to disappear. Nobody tells the truth about where they went. Dani is left feeling confused and scared, but she's also pulled into the village's games and dances. The villagers treat her like a queen. For the first time, Dani feels loved and important. However, it's all part of the cult's plan to control her. In the end, things get even worse. Christian, her boyfriend, is chosen to be the final sacrifice. The villagers put him in a bear suit and burn him alive with the others they have killed. The people scream and cry together, making the whole thing even scarier. Finally, Danny smiles. A strange, empty smile that means she's become part of the cult. So, Midsommar is a movie that tricks you. It looks safe and sunny, but it's full of sadness and horror. It gets a huge score on the disturbance meter, and for good reason. Family secrets and cult rituals seem bad now, but there's a movie much deeper down where groupthink, cruelty, and power create a nightmare with no escape. If you're curious, remember the name Salo. We'll get there soon enough. Tusk, 2014. Have you ever had an idea that seemed hilarious at first, but turned terrifyingly wrong the longer you thought about it? That's exactly how we ended up with a movie like Tusk. Seriously, someone actually thought this was a good idea, and they actually made it into a movie. Tusk begins with Wallace, an annoying podcaster who travels around making fun of people on his show. He's the kind of guy who thinks he's hilarious, but actually everyone just puts up with it because he's loud and confident. You probably know someone like that. Unfortunately. One day, Wallace finds a strange online ad promising incredible stories, so he travels to rural Canada to check it out. What could possibly go wrong, right? Well, basically everything. Wallace meets an elderly man named Howard, who seems harmless at first. They chat about life, sea adventures, and Howard's unusual love for a certain walrus he once knew. Now, here's the interesting part. Howard doesn't just miss the walrus. He wants Wallace to become a walrus. Howard captures Wallace and performs horrible surgeries on him, slowly turning him into a human-walrus hybrid. Imagine waking up from surgery and realizing you're suddenly part sea creature. That's pretty much Wallace's new reality. Howard gives Wallace tusks made from his own leg bones, sews his arms together, and makes him wear a patchwork walrus suit made from human skin. And it's even worse than it sounds. Meanwhile, Wallace's friends notice he's missing, because even annoying friends have people who care about them. They hire a detective who might actually be worse at his job than Wallace is at podcasting. He's quirky, strange, and not exactly helpful. It's almost like he's never actually found anyone before. And he probably hasn't. But here's the truly wild part about Tusk. It's based on a real conversation from Kevin Smith's podcast. He joked about turning someone into a walrus, and then his audience dared him to actually make the movie. So he did. And now, the rest of us have to live knowing this movie exists. Thanks a lot, Internet. Critics didn't know what to do with Tusk. Some called it genius, others called it insane, and many wondered if Kevin Smith just lost a bet. The movie didn't exactly win awards, unless you count being listed in countless weirdest movies ever videos as an achievement. But surprisingly, it gained a cult following, because apparently watching a guy turn into a walrus is exactly what some people consider good entertainment. Now, you might be thinking the next film is going to feature an even scarier creature, but sometimes the most terrifying thing in your life doesn't need a monster at all. Requiem for a Dream, 2000. Now, this isn't your average scary movie, but it might be the saddest one you'll ever see. Requiem for a Dream is a movie you feel in your gut, even after the screen goes black. So here's how it all starts. There's Sarah Goldfarb. She keeps arguing with her son, Harry, because he keeps taking her TV to pawn for drug money. Harry and his friend Tyrone both use heroin, and they keep telling themselves that one day they'll be rich and everything will get better. But as you'll see, it never does. Sarah tries to hold on to the little joys she has. Her favorite thing is watching a game show on TV. One day, she gets a letter inviting her to be on the show, and for her, it's a chance to feel special again. She wants to fit into her favorite red dress, but it's so small now. Because of that, she decides to go on a strict diet. Her world suddenly becomes all about losing weight so she can look good on TV. Meanwhile, Harry wants to get his life together too. He dreams of having money, making his mom proud, and living happily with his girlfriend, Marion. Marion, on the other hand, feels empty and just wants to create something beautiful. And Tyrone only wishes he could escape street life for good. But instead of getting better, things get worse. Harry, Marion, and Tyrone keep chasing the next high, always promising themselves that the next time will be different. It never is. At the same time, Sarah's crash diet turns into a nightmare. She starts taking amphetamine pills from a doctor who hardly listens to her. The pills kill her appetite, but they also make her paranoid and unstable. You see, all four of them are just trying to fill a hole in their lives, but each step they take drags them deeper. Harry tries to help his mother, warning her about the pills, but he can't even see how addicted he is himself. Tyrone keeps getting into trouble, and Marion starts to lose hope. Sarah's world turns darker every day. She takes more and more pills, hoping to be ready for her big TV moment. But instead, she slips into a kind of madness. She starts hallucinating, imagining her fridge is alive and attacking her. and seeing herself on TV surrounded by people who laugh at her. The more lost she becomes, the more invisible she is to everyone around her. Now, let's take a look at Harry, Marion, and Tyrone. Their situation gets desperate. They try to go to Florida, hoping to score more drugs, but nothing goes right. Harry's arm is infected from the use, and Marion has to do things she never thought she would just to survive. Tyrone gets arrested. In prison, he goes through withdrawal with no help, no dignity, just pain. The movie ends with a quick look at what everyone wishes for. Harry dreams about being with Marion. Marion clings to hope. Tyrone remembers his mother's love. And Sarah imagines her son visiting her on TV. But none of those dreams will ever come true. In short, their lives are shattered, and there's no way back. The style of Requiem for a Dream makes everything feel even more intense. Fast edits, strange music, and washed-out colors show how the characters' worlds are falling apart. As a result, the film is less like a story and more like a funeral for hope itself. So what's the lesson here? This isn't just a movie about drugs. It's a story about how easy it is to lose everything when you're desperate, and how sometimes the world doesn't help you. It just pushes you further down. Even doctors and friends can fail you, and dreams can turn into nightmares before you know it. Honestly, the most disturbing moment might be Sarah's visit to the casting agency. She's confused and lost, and nobody really helps her. It makes you wonder what you'd do if someone you loved ended up like that. Would you notice before it was too late? There are a few moments of warmth, like Tyrone's memory of his mom telling him to always love. But those moments are crushed by the weight of addiction and pain. Tier 2. Horror Expert. Threads, 1984. Sometimes horror movies haunt you because of what might happen. Threads haunts you because of what absolutely could. Unlike most apocalyptic films, Threads doesn't lean on aliens, zombies, or stylish heroes. Instead, it asks the most terrifying question of all. What if nuclear war actually happened? And we watched it unfold through the eyes of ordinary people living their ordinary lives. The film is set in Sheffield, England, during the 1980s. The film is built on a foundation of chilling realism. Young lovers Ruth and Jimmy move in together, excited, hopeful, and expecting a child. Their lives are full of little routines, family dinners, and jokes, like a normal, happy family. And that's the point. The film spends just enough time showing you what's at stake. You see the life that's about to be ripped away. It goes downhill while most of Sheffield goes about their day. The background noise gets darker. News bulletins talk about tension. Some people panic. Most just keep going, assuming nothing will happen, until it does. But then things change very quickly. Suddenly, news reports get worse. The radio says the world is on the final arc. In one scene, people in a bar are having fun, but then a serious report comes on the TV. Everyone stops to listen. The bartender tries to change the channel, but now everyone is scared. You can feel the panic start. When the sirens finally go off, there's almost no time to hide. People run. Some just freeze. And then, boom, the bomb drops. The lights go out. The city is destroyed in seconds. And that's just the beginning. The rest of the movie isn't about the bomb. It's about what happens after. There's no more food or clean water. The sky is full of smoke and poison. Buildings are gone. Most people are dead or dying. Those who survive are lost, hungry, and sick. The government tries to help, but they're hiding underground, away from the real danger. There aren't enough supplies. No one can talk to each other. People fight for food. It's every person for themselves. Ruth survives the bomb, but her life is ruined. She has to give birth alone in a cold, broken building. The movie shows her daughter, Jane, growing up in this new, sad world. There's no school, no games, no hope. People just do whatever they can to stay alive. The saddest part? The characters you care about just disappear. Jimmy is there, and then he's gone. No goodbye, no story. Just missing forever. Threads is scary. Not because of monsters or aliens, but because it's real. It shows how quickly life can fall apart if there's nuclear war. Everything you know and love can be taken away by decisions made far away, by people you will never meet. The film doesn't give you hope. It's a warning. Nuclear war is possible, and if it happens, life as we know it will end. There's nothing exciting about it, just loss and silence. So if you think movies about zombies are scary, remember, the real world has bigger dangers. And if the threads holding our world together break, it all falls apart. And in the next film, the world doesn't even need to end to show you how terrifying people can become, so long as they believe they have a reason. Martyrs, 2008. Martyrs begins with a young girl named Lucy. She escapes from an abandoned building where she's been held captive and terribly abused. The police rescue her, but Lucy never really recovers. She's haunted by memories and visions of the torture she endured. Pretty understandable. Years later, Lucy tracks down the people she believes are responsible for her pain. Alongside her best friend Anna, Lucy decides to confront them. Except, confront here means burst into their home with a shotgun, which honestly feels like a pretty strong start to the day. Here's where the film takes a shocking turn. Anna realizes something even worse happening. The couple Lucy killed was part of a secret group obsessed with finding out what happens after death. But their method isn't exactly scientific. Basically, they torture innocent people until they're near death, hoping they'll glimpse the afterlife and tell them what they see. Seriously, that's their entire plan. Unfortunately for Anna, she's captured by this group and becomes their newest test subject. The next part of the film is hard to watch. Anna endures pain beyond imagination. It's not quick, flashy horror. Instead, it's slow and quiet, which makes it even harder to stomach. There are no jump scares here, just constant dread. Critics and audiences alike were sharply divided on Martyrs. Some people called it brilliant and powerful. Others called it sick and pointless. But here's the deal. Even people who admire the film don't exactly recommend it to friends. Unless, of course, you secretly dislike your friends. One famous story from the film's premiere involves viewers fainting, leaving the theater, and even crying. Seriously, the film was so controversial that several countries banned it. Even hardcore horror fans, who usually brag about how tough they are, admit this one got under their skin. Strangely, some critics say Martyrs is philosophical. It asks questions about death, suffering, and belief. But good luck thinking clearly while watching someone get skinned alive. Speaking of philosophical, the next film was supposed to be meaningful, but most people ended up throwing up and walking out long before they found any meaning at all. Antichrist, 2009. Antichrist is what happens when art house cinema gets locked in a room with grief, guilt, and a whole lot of body horror. The movie opens with a beautifully shot black and white slow motion scene. A couple is making love while their toddler silently climbs out of a window and falls to his death. Yeah, that's the first 5 minutes. There's no plot armor in this Iceberg. The parents are destroyed by this loss, especially the mother. At the funeral, she's so broken she can barely stand. Even after a month, she can't get out of bed. The husband is a therapist, but instead of letting another doctor help his wife, he decides to treat her himself. There's a reason therapists aren't supposed to treat people they know, and this is it. Their conversations are tense, awkward, and clearly not helping. She thinks he doesn't care. At the same time, the wife had an ongoing thesis, a research project about witchcraft in a place called Eden Woods. But now, even hearing the name of that forest fills her with fear. Trying to help, the husband says they should go to Eden Woods to face her fear together. So they go, deep into the wild, away from everyone. The forest looks beautiful, but nothing feels safe. The husband sees strange things, like a deer with a dead baby, a bird eaten alive by ants, a fox that seems to speak, saying chaos reigns. Nature feels dangerous, like it's watching them. As time went on, the wife got worse. She hears her son crying even when he isn't there. She starts saying that women are naturally bad, that nature itself is cruel, that maybe she's evil too. Her husband keeps telling her it's all in her head, but he's starting to lose it too. Their relationship is a mess. Sometimes they hurt each other on purpose, then try to make up with a bedroom activity, which is violent and desperate. There's one scene so graphic that it got cut from a lot of versions. A moment where she hurts him in a way that's almost impossible to watch. Then she drills a hole through his leg, puts a heavy grindstone through it, and throws away the wrench so he can't escape. So he drags himself across the ground, collapses in a foxhole, and is nearly buried alive. His wife finds him but doesn't help, at least not right away. She believes someone has to die to satisfy the three beggars, a deer, a fox, and a crow. By now, it starts to feel like the forest itself is alive. The animals keep showing up, watching, almost waiting, like the nightmare won't end until a sacrifice is made. And then, in the end, a flashback reveals something even more chilling. At the moment their son fell, the wife saw him at the window, but didn't move to stop him. This guilt, whether she was frozen in shock or something darker, adds another layer to her suffering. Overwhelmed with this guilt, she cuts off her vital part, punishing herself in the most extreme way. Now, in a rush of chaos, the husband finds the wrench, frees himself, and in terror and anger, strangles his wife. Then he burns her body on a pyre outside the cabin. As dawn comes, the husband sees a haunting vision. Dozens of women in old-fashioned clothes, their faces blurred, walking out of the woods and up a hill. Are these the ghosts of women who suffered in witch trials? Are they freed by the wife's death? Or is it just another vision born from trauma and guilt? The film doesn't give clear answers. So, did you get it? Or are you confused like the rest of us? You're probably wondering why this movie is called Antichrist. Antichrist because it shows a world where everything is upside down. Nature feels evil instead of healing, and grief brings chaos instead of comfort. The forest isn't a place of peace, but of darkness and fear. In the film, love turns into pain, and faith is replaced by despair. By the end, it's clear that Antichrist is about what happens when suffering and guilt become so powerful that they destroy hope and goodness. The title reminds us that sometimes the real darkness comes from inside us, not from outside. But at least this movie has some meaning in it. I don't even know why someone would even want to create the next one. The Human Centipede, 2009. Most scary movies have monsters, ghosts, or maybe a creepy guy in a mask chasing teenagers through the woods. But honestly, none of those things seem nearly as scary once you've heard about the Human Centipede. Seriously, someone actually thought this was a good idea. And not only did they think it, they made 3 movies about it. That's right, 3. The first movie starts off pretty normal. 2 American tourists named Lindsay and Jenny are traveling in Germany. They're young, they're excited, and they're completely terrible at directions. After getting lost on a dark, rainy road, their car breaks down. Obviously, their phones have no signal, because phones never work when you actually need them. The girls wander through the woods until they find a big fancy house. They knock on the door, and a creepy-looking guy answers. Now, most people would probably turn around and run, but Lindsay and Jenny go inside anyway. The creepy guy turns out to be Dr. Josef Haider, a retired surgeon who seems polite at first. But here's the thing. He's obsessed with an idea that no doctor should ever have. He wants to connect 3 people together. Mouth to, well, you probably get the idea. Basically, he wants to turn people into a human centipede. And unfortunately for Lindsay and Jenny, they're perfect for the job. Dr. Haider captures them, along with another tourist named Katsuro. Then, using his surgical skills, he attaches them together so they share a single digestive system. And yes, it's exactly as horrible as you're imagining right now. Or maybe worse. The movie became instantly famous for this idea alone. Critics couldn't decide if it was disgusting genius or just plain disgusting. Audiences reacted strongly too, often leaving theaters sick or deeply traumatized. It became a cultural joke pretty quickly, probably because laughing about it made people feel slightly less grossed out. Even though it sounds like a joke, the director, Tom Six, claims it's 100% medically accurate. Apparently, he consulted an actual surgeon to make sure it could really happen. Imagine spending years in medical school and that's the question someone asks you. The second movie got banned in multiple countries because apparently even movie critics have limits. The third movie is somehow even worse, taking the concept to a prison setting with dozens of prisoners joined together. Because clearly, subtlety wasn't Tom Six's strong point. Ultimately, The Human Centipede is the kind of film people dare each other to watch. But seriously, sometimes winning the dare isn't worth it. And yet, at least you can still joke about The Human Centipede at parties. The next film has no jokes at all. It's so infamous, even hardcore horror fans sometimes say, that's too far. A Serbian film, 2010. Okay, fair warning, this is the point where even seasoned horror fans start backing away slowly. Because if The Human Centipede was a gross out dare, a Serbian film is something else entirely. It's not just disturbing, it's infamous. It's the kind of movie people talk about in internet forums like it's cursed. The story is about Milos, a retired adult film actor who just wants to live a quiet life with his wife and son. He's offered one last job, something high-paying, artistic, and supposedly tasteful. So naturally, he says yes. Because when has vague job info and tons of money ever led to anything good? At first, the shoot seems weird but manageable. But things start getting darker. The director, Vukmir, begins asking Milos to do more disturbing scenes. The details are kept hidden from Milos as much as from the audience. But here's the twist. Milos is being drugged the whole time. He's performing in these scenes without even remembering them. And once he starts to uncover what's really going on, it's already too late. Now, we're not going to describe every detail here because it's enough to demonetize this video, but mostly because it crosses lines that even most extreme horror usually avoids. We're talking about scenes involving children, assault, and psychological torment that's so intense, multiple countries banned the film outright. In fact, some countries didn't just ban it, they made owning or screening it illegal. That's how far this movie went. So what's the message? The filmmakers claim it's a protest against censorship and corruption in Serbia. Maybe that's true, but the reality is, most viewers only remember the shock, not the statement. It's a movie designed to disgust, to anger, and to haunt you long after the credits roll. If that was the goal, then a Serbian film definitely succeeded. Maybe a little too well. It feels like it was made to see just how much they could fit into one movie. Some critics praised its boldness, sure, but many others called it repulsive, irresponsible, and deeply disturbing. Which, to be fair, is exactly how it was marketed. Oh, and just so you know, a Serbian film is basically entry level compared to what's in the next tier. Tier 3, Horror Cultist. Life and Death of a Corn Gang, 2009. If you ever wondered what it would look like to smash together political satire, underground corn, snuff films, and war trauma into one low-budget Siberian fever dream, well, Life and Death of a Corno Gang is your answer, and it's not a fun one. The film is about Marco, a failed filmmaker who wants to create art that matters. But unfortunately, Serbia in the early 2000s isn't exactly funding deep, sensitive masterpieces. So instead, Marco ends up directing cheap cornography. And when that doesn't work out, he starts a traveling corn theater. Basically a circus of outcasts who roll through rural towns staging erotic performances in barns and fields. At first, it's chaotic, but weirdly hopeful. The gang feels like a broken family trying to make something of themselves, even if it's in the most illegal and emotionally questionable way possible. But then, a stranger appears with an offer that changes everything. He says there's a market for something more intense. Not just corn, real pain, real death, and he's willing to pay. Here's where the movie takes a sharp left turn straight into nightmare territory. Marco, desperate for money and meaning, agrees. The group starts making snuff films. Not faked ones, but actual executions. They justify it as assisted euthanasia at first. Terminally ill people volunteering to die on camera. But it doesn't stay that clean. The line blurs fast. Their morals collapsed. Many people die. And no one can look each other in the eye anymore. The horror here isn't in flashy gore. It's in how believable the collapse is. How quickly people start compromising. How easily ideals give way to survival. And all of it happens in the shadow of a war-torn country still nursing invisible wounds. Director Mladen Đorđević paints a portrait of post-conflict Serbia that's equal parts grotesque and poetic. There's commentary everywhere. On exploitation, on capitalism, on the West's appetite for misery tourism. Critics called it a Serbian Boogie Nights turned inside out, which might be the most cursed description ever written. Others compared it to Salo and a Serbian film. But here's the difference. This one has regret. The characters don't just do horrible things, they live with them. And often, they don't survive the guilt. The final act is brutal and bleak. Marco's dreams of meaning are shattered. His friends are gone. And the revolution he thought he was staging turns out he was just playing into the hands of people far more cruel and far more powerful. Life and Death of a Corno Gang isn't widely known. But for those who've seen it, it leaves a mark. But you think that was dark? Do you remember when I mentioned Salo? A film easily 3 times more disturbing than Midsommar or Hereditary? That's what's coming next. Salo, or The 120 Days of Sodom, 1975. Some movies make you feel sick. Others make you feel dirty. Watching Salo can make you feel some kind of moral failure. Directed by Pier Paolo Pasolini and based on the book by the Marquis de Sade, Salo isn't horror in the traditional sense. There are no ghosts, no masked killers, just people. Powerful, rich, sadistic people. And that's what makes it so much worse. The setting is fascist Italy during the final days of World War II. But instead of telling a war story, Salo focuses on 4 powerful men. The Duke, the Bishop, the Magistrate, and the President. These men, known as the Libertines. This group was planning to kidnap 9 boys and 9 girls and bring them to a remote mansion, guarded by soldiers, cut off from the rest of the world. They planned to reenact de Sade's 120 Days of Sodom, which is basically a handbook of cruelty disguised as philosophy. The movie is divided into 4 parts, like Dante's journey through hell, with each section getting darker and more twisted. The first part is called The Circle of Manias. Here, the Libertines and their helpers share stories of their own childhood abuse and trauma, and then act out these horrors on their prisoners. There's assault, humiliation, and constant fear. The guards abuse the girls and boys, sometimes in front of their own fathers. It only gets more disgusting in the next segment, The Circle of... This is where the film becomes almost unwatchable for most people. The Libertines become obsessed with feces. They force the prisoners to eat it, play humiliating games, and crawl on all 4s like animals, whipping them for disobedience, and making a mockery of anything human. I described more, but honestly, I think we've all suffered enough. The final section is The Circle of Blood. Now, the violence turns deadly. There are fake weddings, where everyone has to laugh and dance, but if they don't, they're punished. Anyone whose name is in the president's black book is dragged out, branded, burned, mutilated, or offed, sometimes all at once. The men watch these murders through binoculars. as if it's just another form of entertainment. It's not just the teenagers who suffer. Even some of the guards and collaborators get killed if they step out of line or show any kindness. One of the women, the pianist, can't take the horror and jumps to her death. But for the libertines, none of this matters. They're never punished. They watch, smile, and move on. Sallow isn't just a movie about violence. It's about what happens when people in power stop seeing others as human beings. It's about how easy it is to become a monster if nobody stops you. There's no message of hope, just a warning. If we forget what makes us human, this is what's left. It's one of the most notorious films ever made, and for good reason. August Underground, 2001. August Underground doesn't care about being normal. It doesn't care about having a story. In fact, it doesn't even feel like a movie at all. Instead, it feels like watching evidence that should be locked away in a police station basement. The film doesn't have much of a plot, but here's what happens. Two guys drive around filming their lives. Sounds boring, right? But they're not filming trips to the mall or vacations at the beach. The film opens with two ordinary guys, just drinking beers, laughing, like it's any other night. But almost immediately, you realize something is wrong. They head down into a filthy basement where a naked, beaten woman is tied up and covered in bruises. Instead of helping her, they mock her. They laugh about it, tease her, and act like they're having a good time at her expense. The camera doesn't look away, it just keeps rolling, making you feel like you're stuck in the room with them. And it only gets worse. In the bathroom, there's a dead man in the tub. His body is mutilated in ways you can't unsee. The guys think it's hilarious. They show off his injuries to the camera, treating the whole thing like a joke. When they get bored, they torment their living victim, dropping food on the dirty floor just out of her reach. Then leave her there and head out for more beer, as if they're just taking a break from video games. Things don't slow down. Next, they pick up a woman hitchhiker. The men convince her to undress for some quick cash, but then things turn violent. She's beaten unconscious, left by the side of the road. The camera lingers for a moment, then moves on, showing just how little these guys care. Back at the basement, their cruelty goes even further. They smear their captive with their own waste, forcing her to chew on a corpse's toe, and keep talking about what they want to do next. Just regular guys making plans for the weekend, except their plans are pure horror. You can even hear the sound of one of them sawing a corpse in the bathroom, while the other jokes about dinner. Just when you think it can't get any more unsettling, there's a sudden cut to a concert. The killers blend in with the crowd, acting completely normal. There's a fight. A bouncer gets involved, but nothing really happens. The movie follows them through other random everyday situations. They help an old lady carry groceries, then murder her in her own home. They rob a gas station, attack random people, and force strangers to humiliate themselves for fun. None of it is explained or justified. The camera just records scene after scene without ever blinking. Eventually, we see them torturing two twin brothers in a comic shop. One is dead already. The other is forced to watch as his brother's body is desecrated. The killers keep pushing, making the survivor describe everything on camera before he's killed too. The worst part? After all this, the killers just go back upstairs and party with two women, as if nothing happened. Of course, the violence comes back. One of the women is murdered, her body found by her friend. There's a frantic chase, but the movie ends before you see her fate. Still, you know it won't be good. August Underground isn't really a movie in the traditional sense. There's no story, no hero, no reason for what's happening. It's a patchwork of home video style scenes meant to feel as real as possible. The camera is shaky, the audio is bad, and nothing feels scripted. That's what makes it so hard to watch. It doesn't feel like fiction. It feels like you found evidence of a crime, and you're the only witness. And what's maybe the scariest part? The killers aren't movie monsters. They're just regular guys doing regular things, right up until they decide to ruin someone's life. If you saw them at a bar or a store, you'd never know. Some people call this film pointless trash. Others say it's a milestone in extreme horror. But one thing's for sure. If you see it, you won't forget it. And honestly, you might wish you could. Zero Day, 2003. Released in 2003, Zero Day tells the story of two high school students, Andre Kriegman and Cal Gabriel, who meticulously plan a mass shooting at their school. And here's the thing. The entire film is told through their camcorder. No soundtrack, no flashy editing. Just these two kids, talking to the lens, calmly explaining why they're going to murder their classmates. If that already sounds familiar, it's because it's directly inspired by the real-life Columbine massacre. The killers in that tragedy also left behind disturbing home videos. Zero Day mirrors them so closely that many viewers initially thought it was real found footage. Andre and Cal aren't movie villains. They're not foaming at the mouth or screaming about revenge. They joke, they eat pizza, they complain about homework, They could be any two kids in your school. The movie doesn't sensationalize anything. There's no bloodbath set to rock music. The attack itself happens in the final minutes of the film, seen through blurry surveillance-style footage and chaotic camera shakes. Most of the movie is just waiting, watching them plan, watching them practice, watching them slowly, methodically decide to go through with it. You keep hoping one of them will back out. You keep hoping something will stop them, but nothing does. And when it finally happens, it's fast, ugly, and deeply disturbing. Critics praise the film for its restraint, for not turning tragedy into spectacle, for not giving us a reason to understand the killers. There are no dramatic motivations, no cinematic justifications. Just two kids who felt like gods behind a camera. Zero Day didn't get a wide release. It wasn't a hit, but it became legendary in underground circles, especially among people interested in media ethics, school violence, and the psychology of killers. Some found it respectful, others thought it was dangerous. Even now, screening it publicly can lead to backlash. Now, when we talk about backlash, this next film takes it to another level. It was so horrifying the director actually got arrested for making it. Cannibal Holocaust, 1980. Usually, movies try hard to seem realistic, but the Cannibal Holocaust seemed so real that its director actually had to prove in court he didn't murder his actors. Yeah, this is that movie. The story starts with 4 filmmakers who travel deep into the Amazon rainforest to make a documentary about local tribes. But the filmmakers never return. A rescue team finds only their camera equipment. And here's where things get wild. When the footage is recovered and played back, everyone realizes the filmmakers did terrible things. Actually, it turns out they're not really innocent explorers. They bullied, abused, and even killed members of the tribe, just to make their film more shocking. And eventually, the tribe fought back. It didn't go well for the filmmakers. The movie became instantly famous because of how real it looked. Several animals were actually killed on camera, and the special effects for human violence were so convincing that many people, including Italian police, thought some deaths were real. In a world before social media and YouTube, rumors spread quickly and were hard to disprove. When the movie came out, people believed the film was an actual snuff film, which, funny enough, is exactly what happened next. After the movie premiered, Italian police arrested director Ruggero Deodato because they believe he'd actually killed people on camera. In court, Deodato even demonstrated how he did the famous impalement scene using a bike seat, a rod, and some very clever camera tricks. Eventually, the murder charges were dropped, but the film's reputation was set in stone. Deodato had to track down the actors to prove they were still alive. Imagine getting a phone call from a police officer asking, "Excuse me, could you come to court to confirm you're not dead?" Definitely a weird day for everyone involved. Eventually, Deodato was cleared, but that didn't stop the movie from being banned in multiple countries. Ironically, banning Cannibal Holocaust only made it more popular. It became the forbidden fruit of horror. This film influence started a whole new genre of found footage horror. Movies like The Blair Witch Project and Paranormal Activity owe a huge debt to Deodato's work. To clarify, it's still banned in some places even today. And it wasn't just the violence against humans. The film also includes real scenes of animals being harmed. Critics and audiences still argue about this movie. Some call it an important film about human cruelty and exploitation. Others think it's nothing but shock value, disgusting and unnecessary. But here's the deal. No matter what side you're on, everyone agrees it's unforgettable. But at least this film relied on practical effects, because the next film crossed the line. Men Behind the Sun, 1988. Because this isn't a film about fantasy horror. This is about history. The kind most people never get taught, because it's too horrific to fit in a textbook. Set during World War II, the film focuses on Unit 731, a real-life Japanese military facility where human experimentation was carried out in secret. And just to be clear, we're not talking about tests or research in the usual sense. We're talking about war crimes so brutal, they make the worst horror movie look like a Saturday morning cartoon. The story kicks off in a documentary style. We meet the new recruits from the Japanese Youth Corps, who are sent to Unit 731, a secret base in Japanese-occupied Manchuria. They're there to learn, but learning here means watching and sometimes taking part in unspeakable acts. They see things nobody should ever have to see, like doctors doing surgery on live prisoners, or a woman having her arms frozen and dipped in water until the skin just falls right off. Now, there's a tiny bit of hope in the story. A group of the young soldiers became friends with a mute Chinese kid who hangs around the camp. But this makes things even sadder. He gets tricked into coming inside, put to sleep, and the doctors cut him up for parts. And then the guy who brought him in, he's forced to wheel his body away. That moment changes everything for those soldiers. Some of them finally realize, yeah, we're the bad guys here. And here's the part that pushed this movie into true infamy. Some of the scenes used actual cadavers. Yes, real bodies. The filmmakers obtained them legally from medical sources, but still, when people talk about Men Behind the Sun, this is the moment that makes them pause. Naturally, the backlash was intense. The film was banned in multiple countries. Critics called it tasteless, exploitative, and obscene. Even horror fans debated whether it went too far, but the director, T.F. Moe, insisted it was meant to be educational. He said the world needed to remember the atrocities of Unit 731, and that sanitizing the horror would be an insult to the victims. And here's the twisted story. He might have a point, because as awful as it is to watch, Men Behind the Sun forces you to confront a part of history that most people would rather ignore. But even if you respect its message, that doesn't make it any easier to sit through. Many who watch it report feeling physically ill. Some don't finish it at all. And unlike most horror films, there's no relief when the credits roll. Just silence. And maybe some Googling you'll regret immediately after. If you made it through that, you might think you've seen the worst. But the next movie is so convincing, the FBI got involved. And after that, we're heading into films that don't even bother pretending to have a story. They're just pure, relentless suffering. Tier 4, Horror Devotee. Guinea Pig, Flower of Flesh and Blood, 1985. At this point in the Iceberg, you're not watching horror for thrills anymore. You're here because you're chasing stuff that's hidden or outright banned. Seriously, what's wrong with you? And Guinea Pig, Flower of Flesh and Blood might just be the purest example of that. This Japanese film is barely 40 minutes long, but that's more than enough. There's no plot, no dialogue, and no point really. Just a man dressed as a samurai who drugs a woman, chains her to a slab, and then methodically dismembers her. That's it. The entire movie is just that scene, dragged out with extreme detail and no relief. The effects are disturbingly good. So good, in fact, that rumor spread fast. Some people believed it was a real snuff film, and not just horror fans online. We're talking actual FBI agents. Here's the thing. In the late 80s, actor Charlie Sheen reportedly watched Flower of Flesh and Blood and was so horrified he contacted the FBI, convinced it was real. That's right, Charlie Sheen may have starred in Hot Shots, but this movie broke him. After that, there was an actual investigation that followed. Eventually, the filmmakers had to prove it was all special effects, showing behind-the-scenes footage and props just to convince authorities it wasn't a real murder. But the controversy didn't stop there. The Guinea Pig series became known for its extreme content in underground horror circles. You wouldn't find these at Blockbuster. They were more the kind of thing passed around by hardcore collectors, usually on old VHS tapes. What makes Flower of Flesh and Blood even more disturbing is its calm tone. There's no screaming, no chaos, just slow, quiet mutilation. The killer narrates his actions with poetic calm, treating dismemberment like art. And in a way, that's what makes it so terrifying. There's no emotion, no urgency, just obsession. Even most critics never touched it. And well, probably those who did usually filed it under should probably be burned. Melancholie der Engel, 2009. There's barely a story in this film. A dying man reunites with an old friend, and they set off on a countryside journey to reflect on life, death, beauty, and decay. Sounds peaceful, right? But here's the thing. Their reflection involves dragging a group of women into a desolate house and subjecting them to some of the most grotesque and inhuman acts ever filmed. We're talking necrophilia, animal mutilation, bodily fluids, and every taboo you've probably tried to forget exists. What makes it even more disturbing is the poetic tone. The characters speak in existential monologues about life and nature and the futility of everything. One minute they're quoting Nietzsche. The next, they're urinating on a corpse. Critics, if you can even call them that in this case, are extremely divided. Some say Melancholie der Engel is Dora's masterpiece. Others just call it an endurance test for the clinically depressed. One viewer described it as watching my own soul rot in real time. That's probably the most accurate review you'll find. This movie is banned in multiple countries, has never seen mainstream distribution, and lives mostly on bootleg DVDs and obscure torrent sites. And even then, most people who find it stop watching halfway through. Not because they're bored, but because their stomachs or minds simply give out. And yet, for some, that's the appeal. It strips everything away. Narrative, emotion, humanity. Until all that's left is decay and the creeping suspicion that this film saw something in you and didn't like it. If you thought that was bad, the next movie barely has a story at all. Just a string of disturbing images and the kind of ideas that stick with you in the worst way. Subconscious Cruelty, 2000. This Canadian experimental horror film isn't structured like a normal movie. There's no single plot, no main character to root for. Instead, it's an anthology, which means it's not just one story. It's a bunch of short films all packed into one weird film. There's no main plot tying everything together, and each part is packed with disturbing images, religious symbols, and a big dose of, what the heck did I just see? The film opens with a segment titled Human Larvae. Sounds fun, right? In it, we meet a narrator who's obsessed with his pregnant sister, and not in the wholesome protective brother kind of way. Nope, this one's different. He views her pregnancy as unnatural, parasitic, and slowly becomes consumed with violent, incestuous urges. So we're going to leave the details out, but just know it sets the tone for everything that follows. Completely deranged, deeply symbolic for the director, but absolutely unwatchable for casual viewing. Next is Rebirth, where naked people writhe in the mud and feast on a crucified figure. Then there's Right Brain, Martyrdom, a segment that dives into the mind of an artist as he slowly loses his grip on reality. He believes his creativity is a form of self-sacrifice, and the only way to create something truly beautiful is to suffer for it. Spoiler, he suffers. A lot. There are scenes involving mutilation, blood, and symbolic birth imagery that'll make you question your own eyes, and maybe your life choices for watching it. Subconscious Cruelty was directed by Karim Hussein, who said the film is about how culture suppresses instinct. Critics had no idea what to do with it. Some called it a masterpiece of visual horror. Others just called it gross. The film was banned in several countries, delayed for years due to censorship, and rarely screened outside underground festivals. But for horror cultists, it became a secret badge of honor. If you sat through Subconscious Cruelty without blinking, you'd seen something most people never will, and maybe never should. Tumbling Doll of Flesh, 1998, aka Niku Daruma. Also known as Niku Daruma, this 1998 Japanese film doesn't just disturb you, it degrades you. There's barely a story. A woman agrees to shoot an adult video in what appears to be a quiet, empty apartment. A camera rolls. There's some soft dialogue. A man enters. The crew begins to film. And for a while, it looks like just another low-budget pink film. Awkward, clumsy, boring even. But then, something changes. Without warning, the man begins brutally torturing the woman. Not in a stylized horror way. There's no soundtrack, no dramatic cuts, just static shots, cold lighting, and prolonged graphic violence that feels more like a crime scene tape than a movie. Her limbs were removed. Her flesh was cut. The violence goes from psychological to physical to surgical. And that silence is what makes it unbearable. There's no screaming, no music, just the mechanical hum of a video camera and the sound of dehumanization. What makes Tumbling Doll of Flesh so infamous isn't just what it shows, but how it shows it. The film is shot like amateur footage, grainy and handheld. The last 15 minutes are almost completely unwatchable. Not because of what's happening, though yes, that too, but because of the sense that you're watching something you were never meant to see. There are no credits, no ending. It just stops. The director, Tamakichi Inaru, never gave a satisfying explanation. Some say it was an experiment. Others believe it was a statement about the violence and the dehumanization of night workers. But honestly, most viewers never even get to that point. They just stop, they turn it off, and they wish they hadn't pressed play in the first place. The film is banned in most countries. Even seasoned horror veterans often say, don't bother, because Tumbling Doll of Flesh doesn't give you anything back. Just a cold, empty screen, and the knowledge that now this film lives in your head. Alright, maybe you're thinking, what's the deal with the last 3 films? Just senseless gore for the sake of it? Made by people who are clearly insane? Well, at least the next film has a story. But don't worry, its creator was still completely insane. Visitor Q, 2001. Directed by Takashi Miike. Visitor Q is a low-budget digital video nightmare about a family so dysfunctional, so broken, that Messed Up doesn't even begin to cover it. And ironically, it's technically a comedy. At the center of the story is one of the most dysfunctional families you'll ever see. There's the dad, who's cheating on his wife, the mom, who's addicted to drugs, a daughter who's selling her body, and the son who gets bullied nonstop at school. Basically, if you took every family problem you could imagine, put it in a blender, and turned it on high, you'd get this movie. Then one day, out of nowhere, a random stranger appears and smashes the dad in the head with a rock, Yeah, that's his introduction. But here's the thing. They don't call the police or try to kick this guy out. Instead, they bring him home. Like, hey, want to join the family? The weirdness just begins there. Now let's talk about the disturbing scenes. And you don't have to wait long. Right at the start, there's a scene that's just wrong. The daughter, who's supposed to be in high school, is selling herself. But the F-up twist is her first customer is her own dad. They even haggle over the price. If you're not uncomfortable by now, congratulations, you have nerves of steel. But wait, it gets weirder. Later, the dad tries to hook up with his mistress, who's a reporter. The plan? Get her to cover his son's bullying on TV for his own twisted fame. When she refuses, things turn violent. He tries to force himself on her. But in her struggle, he accidentally kills her. Instead of, panicking, he brings her corpse home. And then in one of the most bizarre scenes in any movie ever, he did the with the corpse. Not only that, but his sausage literally gets stuck to the dead body. Because, well, let's just say nature is not on his side, in a way that makes you feel guilty for laughing. Oh, and when the dad gets stuck, he asks his wife for help. And believe it or not, she actually helps him. If that's not the weirdest thing you've heard, I don't know what is. But the madness doesn't stop. The corpse is eventually chopped up and disposed of by both the dad and the mom. There are more scenes of bullying, drug use, and complete family breakdown. But somehow, the visitor keeps hanging around. Almost like he's trying to fix the family by making everything as weird as possible. By the end, after all the insanity, you're left thinking, what did I just watch? It's gross, it's awkward, and at times, it's so over the top that it turns darkly funny. This is one of those movies where you laugh, then feel bad for laughing, and then realize you're just as disturbed as the characters. Miike has always been the kind of director who uses chaos to make a point. But Visitor Q isn't chaos for its own sake. It's a pitch-black satire about media, family, and modern society. Every moment is soaked in irony, from the absurd violence to the weirdly heartfelt ending. Yes, there's an ending. And yes, somehow it's hopeful. Go ahead and watch it, if you dare. Next tier takes us even deeper, into weird, storyless films from decades past. But old doesn't always mean harmless. Tier 5, black and white avant-garde hell. Begotten, 1990. Begotten is not your typical movie. The film doesn't even have dialogue, and the images are grainy, blurry, and black and white, which makes everything even creepier. The film starts with the most infamous figure in this film, God. No, really, that's supposed to be God. He looks like a sad zombie just sitting there. And the first thing we see is him painfully disemboweling himself. For what feels like 5 solid minutes, he rips out his own organs and spreads his guts all over the place. Once that's over, there's this strange fluid leaking out at his feet. It's ambiguous, but the noises really suggest it's meant to be, well, that white thing from men. And then Mother Earth walks up, grabs what's left of God's junk, and, well, uses it to inseminate herself. Yes, it's as weird as it sounds. And then 9 months later, Mother Earth is heavily pregnant. She gives birth to the son of Earth, who looks like he crawled out of a Tim Burton nightmare. Instead of sticking around to care for her son, Mother Earth just walks away, leaving him to convulse on the ground. But things get even weirder. Some masked figures called nomads show up, tie the son down, force him to drink something, start a fire, and throw him in. Don't worry, the son comes back to life, briefly. Mother Earth finds him again, ties him up with a long cord, and drags him away. But the nomads aren't done. They attack again, beat the son, and the movie suggests both and mutilation for Mother Earth. Eventually, both are killed and cut into pieces, and the last scenes shows plants dying, then growing back. So, what does it mean? The director, E. Elias Merrig, said the movie represents death, rebirth, and the cruelty of nature. But it might just be weird for the sake of weird. Critics called it an artistic masterpiece. But let's be honest, most viewers just called it weird, confusing, and disturbing like most of the movies on this iceberg. Interestingly, Merrig spent over 3 years making the film, meticulously hand-processing the footage to make it look old and damaged. Because apparently horror isn't just about scaring people, it's about annoying yourself too. Begotten quickly gained a reputation as one of the most unsettling experimental films ever made. Bootleg VHS copies circulated at underground film festivals. It became legendary among film nerds who loved how obscure and bizarre it was. Yet even film nerds admit you probably shouldn't watch it alone, or at night, or ever, really. The Act of Seeing with One's Own Eyes, 1971. We've been through demons, snuff tapes, war crimes, and mutilation. But somehow this next film manages to feel more disturbing than all of them. without a single scream, a drop of fake blood, or line of dialogue. The art of seeing with one's own eyes is not a horror movie. It's not even fiction. It's a documentary. Directed by Stan Brakhage, who is known for his experimental silent films, this 32-minute short was shot inside a Pittsburgh morgue. Body after body is unzipped, inspected, and dissected. Surgeons peel away skin, open skulls, remove organs, and the camera never flinches. It stays locked in, almost indifferent. There's no dramatic lighting, no horror aesthetic, just clinical fluorescent rooms, real people doing their job, and the undeniable fact of death. And here's what makes it truly unsettling. It's not trying to be sensational. There's no gore for the sake of shock. The forensic pathologists move with calm precision. The whole atmosphere is quiet, respectful even. But the longer you watch, the more it gets to you. Because you're not watching a story about death. You're watching death itself. You begin to realize the title isn't poetic. It's literal. You are seeing, with your own eyes, what human death actually looks like. When it was released, the act of seeing didn't make headlines. It wasn't a blockbuster. It circulated through art galleries and academic circles. But among those who saw it, it left a permanent impression. Even seasoned horror fans say this is one of the few films that truly disturb them, because it's real. And no matter how tough you are, you can't unreel it. And the irony? The film has no blood-soaked climax, no monstrous killer, no shocking twist. It doesn't need them, because the real horror here is the truth we all know but try to forget. One day, this will be us. Un Chien Andalou, 1929. Un Chien Andalou makes you uncomfortable because it doesn't care if it makes sense. Released in 1929 and co-created by Salvador Dali and Luis Buñuel, this silent short film is the great-grandfather of cinematic weirdness. It's only 21 minutes long, but it's 21 minutes of surreal, dreamlike images designed to feel like your subconscious is melting into the screen. There's no plot, not even close. The film opens with a man sharpening a razor. He walks onto a balcony and casually slices open a woman's eyeball. And yes, it's real. Dali and Buñuel use the dead calf's eye. But when you're watching, your brain doesn't make that distinction. And that's just the first scene. From there, the film spirals through a sequence of bizarre, disconnected images. Ants crawl out of a hole in a man's hand. A woman pokes at his severed hand with a stick. A piano drags dead donkeys across the floor. A man pulls two grand pianos filled with animal carcasses and priests. Because of course he does. None of it connects. None of it resolves anything. And none of it is supposed to. Dali and Buñuel reportedly made Un Chien Andalou by writing down their dreams and combining the images. Their only rule? No symbolism, no meaning, and no logic. If they ever understood what a scene meant, they removed it. Which is exactly why it works. Watching this film isn't like watching a story unfold. It's like watching someone else's dream hijack your brain. Images flash, shift, repeat, time jumps, doors open to nowhere. Everything feels like it might matter, and then dissolves before you can grasp it. You can't prepare for it. You can't explain it. All you can do is sit in it and try not to squirm when your mind keeps asking, why did they just do that? At the time, audiences were outraged. Some loved it. Others stormed out of the theater. Buñuel famously carried rocks in his pockets to defend himself from possible attacks during screenings. But over the years, Un Chien Andalou has become a pillar of surrealist cinema, studied and analyzed for nearly a century, even though the creators would probably hate that. It's not horror in the traditional sense, but it's deeply unnerving. And the fact that it still unsettles people nearly 100 years later says everything. Tier 6. Lost Films, Digital Myths, and Banned Tapes. The Sealed Room. Now we've hit one of the darkest depths of the most disturbing movie Iceberg. And if you're still watching, either your stomach is made of steel or your curiosity needs therapy. Let's start with The Sealed Room. If you spent any time browsing creepy forums, you've probably heard rumors about this so-called VHS tape that supposedly surfaced in the 2000s. According to reports from those who claim to have seen it, the tape shows a man slowly bricking himself into a small room. No cuts, no dialogue, just a single wide shot. Over the course of what feels like hours, he builds the final wall, trapping himself inside. Once the final brick is placed, nothing happens. The camera stays fixed. Minutes pass, then an hour, then longer. The man paces, sits, stares at the camera. Sometimes he cries. Sometimes he just stares at the wall. Eventually, days later, according to the timestamps, he dies, on screen, alone, and buried alive. If this sounds like some bizarre student film, that's because it might be. But here's the thing, no one knows for sure. Not a single clip, screenshot, or credible report. Nothing. It's the horror equivalent of my uncle works at Nintendo. Some fans online even claim that the sealed room was made by Alex Kansas, the same mind behind the Monument mythos. Why? Because Monument mythos loves the idea of sealed off rooms and dark things trapped inside monuments. One episode, for example, imagines the Statue of Liberty hiding a hungry monster beneath its base, munching on unlucky immigrants. That's the kind of vibe the sealed room is supposed to have. But there's no evidence to back up this connection. It's just internet speculation. If you go looking for actual proof that the sealed room exists, good luck. You won't find anything in lost media archives, police records, film databases, or horror history books. It only ever pops up in Reddit threads and message boards, where someone's always heard of it, but nobody has seen it. The first time it gets mentioned online is around the same time analog horror starts booming. So it's almost definitely a product of internet culture, not some rare forbidden tape gathering dust in a thrift store. If you thought that was bad, what about a movie people can't even finish? Some films are infamous for just how many people give up watching. MD Pope, most disturbed person on planet Earth. Let's get one thing out of the way. MD Pope isn't really a film. There's no plot, no actors, and definitely no meaning, unless you count existential dread. The name means most disturbed person on Earth, which, if anything, undersells it. Created by an underground editor named Thomas Cinemagore in 2013. MD Pope is what's called a mixtape. Basically, it's a 2-hour and 27-minute highlight reel from the darkest corners of the internet. And I mean darkest. So what's in it? Everything. The film is a collection of 61 clips pulled straight from shock sites like Best Gore, eFucked, and a bunch of other places you're better off never visiting. It's a greatest hits of viral nightmare fuel from the early 2010s. The golden age of dare you to watch this content. But here's the thing. MD Pope is like a cake made of trauma. The base layer is extreme corn clips, and not the fun kind. Think self-mutilation, people shoving foreign objects where they absolutely shouldn't, and for some reason, way too many things involving jars. If you recognize the titles 2 Girls, 1 Cup, or 1 Guy, 1 Jar, you already know the feel, and it doesn't stop there. There's also scat. A woman poops directly on a man's face, and he treats it less like a problem, more like a meal. And yes, it even crosses into animal cruelty. You'll see infamous crush videos, kittens and rabbits killed on camera, and even a scene where a woman stabs a kitten with a stiletto heel. I wish I was exaggerating. But wait, there's also extreme violence. Cartel beheadings, people split open by car accidents, mutilated bodies, you name it. MD Pope throws it all in. No filter, no censors, no sense of humanity. There's one video where a guy saws into his own bird, and another where someone's skull is peeled open like a can of tuna. Sometimes it's so over the top, you start to feel numb. The whole thing is almost mathematical in its cruelty. 50% of the clips are corn. The rest are a mix of gore, vomit, animal abuse, and scat. It's like a recipe for losing your faith in humanity. And the most messed up part? This is just the first film. There's a sequel, and then a third one. Each one supposedly more unwatchable than the last. It's not art, and calling it entertainment would be an insult to the world. It's a grim archive of what humanity is capable of when no one's watching. Even the bravest YouTubers like Cold Raven Nest, Brendan Reviews, and friends never watched it twice. The Grifter. Alleged cursed video. The Grifter first surfaced on the internet in the late 2000s, through 4chan threads and fringe creepypasta forums. People claimed there was a video. A cursed video. Not haunted, not full of jump scares. Just wrong. The kind of wrong that sticks in your brain like a splinter you can't remove. Its descriptions vary. Some say the video is a series of disturbing clips spliced together. Dolls melting, faces stretch into unnatural shapes, insects crawling under human skin. Others claim it's more subtle. Static-laced footage of a man in a room staring at the camera, whispering gibberish in reverse. But here's where it gets really weird. Everyone who talks about the Grifter says it does something to you. Some report hallucinations, headaches, nosebleeds, insomnia. One post even claimed the viewer vomited blood halfway through. Another said they woke up days later with no memory of turning the video off. Most people who mention it online delete their posts soon after. And some threads, creepily enough, just vanish. There's one popular quote associated with the Grifter that keeps resurfacing. It doesn't scare you, it breaks you. The video is supposedly named after the creature or person who appears near the end. The Grifter, a gaunt, pale figure with hollow eyes and melting face, smiling too wide for its head. Some say it whispers your name. Others say it starts mimicking your own facial expressions in real time, even though the footage was pre-recorded. But here's the thing. No one has ever confirmed a full copy of The Grifter exists. There are a few 30-second clips online claiming to be part of it, but they're usually low-effort hoaxes or re-edits of other horror shorts. One infamous clip, just a shot of a decaying hallway with a distant figure slowly approaching, was proven to be from an unrelated student film. Yet the myth refuses to die. The more you read about The Grifter, the more you start seeing patterns, similar imagery in old experimental films, audio distortions that show up in unrelated YouTube videos, and a growing list of names connected to the myth who have just stopped posting. So, is The Grifter real? Most likely not in the physical sense, but as a concept, as a legend passed from one forum to the next, warning that some videos don't just disturb you, they damage you, yeah, it's real enough. Snuff, 1976. At first glance, Snuff seems like just another exploitation film from the 70s. Cheap production, bad acting, a paper-thin plot involving a Manson-style cult murdering people in South America. It was originally shot in 1971 under the title Slaughter, directed by Michael and Roberta Findlay. But the movie flopped and was forgotten. Then something happened. In 1975, producer Alan Shackleton acquired the rights to the film and re-released it with a twist. He added a new ending. In it, after the film finishes, the camera appears to keep rolling. A crew member flirts with an actress. They chat casually, and then the crew violently kills her. The lights flicker, she screams, blood splatters, the camera drops, fade to black. And here's the thing, it's filmed like it's real. People lined up to see it. Protesters gathered outside theaters. Women's rights groups picketed, arguing that the film promoted violence against women. The FBI even got involved to investigate whether the final scene was an actual murder. The producers, they played dumb, denied nothing, confirmed nothing. And with it came the myth that Snuff was the first real snuff film. Of course, it wasn't. The final scene was fake. The actress is alive and the murder was staged. But the damage was done. People believed it was real. And that belief gave birth to a genre that still creeps around the edges of the internet today. Here's what's truly disturbing about Snuff. Not the gore, not the violence, but the implication. It was the first film that asked, what if the camera didn't stop when it was supposed to? It blurred the line between performance and crime. And even though it's technically a hoax, it planted a seed. Suddenly, every shady VHS tape passed around in basements or bootleg horror circles carried that question. What if this one's real? Tier 1. To Kill a Mockingbird. At first glance, Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird seems like a cozy story about small-town life. Warm summer nights, noisy neighbors, and kids getting into just the right amount of trouble. You know, the usual. But it doesn't take long for the reader to realize it's actually about racism, injustice, and the kind of moral hypocrisy that makes you want to throw the whole town in the trash. Throw in some spicy language and you've got a novel that's been getting banned for decades. Published in 1960, the novel follows Scout Finch, a feisty little girl growing up in Macomb, Alabama, during the Great Depression. Her father, Atticus Finch, is a lawyer, and more importantly, the town's designated moral compass. But when he decides to defend Tom Robinson, a black man falsely accused of assaulting a white woman, things take a sharp turn. The trial is a slow, painful march towards inevitable justice. And soon, the town turns on Atticus and his family for daring to challenge the status quo. Through Scout's innocent eyes, we watch as she slowly realizes just how rigged the system is. And then there's Boo Radley, the neighbor's favorite urban legend. Everyone thinks he's a deranged recluse, but by the end, he's revealed to be a tragic, misunderstood hero. Between Boo Radley, systemic racism, and main charactering your way through childhood trauma, this book hits like a warm hug followed by a slap from reality. The novel tackles racism, classism, gender roles, and the blurred line between justice and revenge. So, why the bans? Well, first off, racial slurs. Lots of them. Schools aren't always thrilled about making kids read those out loud. Then there's the argument that the book's portrayal of race is outdated, with Atticus playing the white savior while black characters like Tom Robinson remain largely passive. Some parents also take issue with its depictions of assault, domestic violence, and the overall bleakness of the story. Ask 10 people about Mockingbird and you'll get 12 opinions. Half think it's essential reading. The other half thinks it's just white savior fanfiction with extra steps. Either way, it's still getting pulled off shelves. 1984. George Orwell's 1984 is what happens when the government gets really into gaslighting and your Alexa starts snitching. Paranoia isn't a glitch in the system, it is the system. The story follows Winston Smith, a guy just trying to quietly survive under a regime where independent thought is basically a crime. Unfortunately, Winston's got a rebellious streak, and in a world where Big Brother is always watching, that's a problem. Winston works at the Ministry of Truth, aka Fox News if it had state funding and a body count. Truth isn't real, it's just a vibe approved by the government and sponsored by fear. If they say history changed, then history changed. If they say 2 + 2 = 5, well, better nod and smile, or else. Surveillance is non-stop. There are telescreens, microphones, and thought police all waiting to catch you even thinking the wrong thing. And if you so much as look like you're questioning authority, you vanish forever. The lucky ones just get erased from history, but the unlucky ones get dragged to the Ministry of Love, where re-education means endless torture and a complete mental breakdown. Despite the very scary consequences, Winston dares to question it all. He starts writing a diary, which is forbidden, falls in love, also forbidden, and joins a secret rebellion, which, yep, you guessed it, is very forbidden. Plot twist, the whole rebellion was government-run. Winston gets arrested, brainwashed, and turned into a bootlicker so hard he'd swipe right on fascism. 1984 has been banned and challenged repeatedly for being too political, too sexual, and too controversial, which is honestly the most Orwellian response possible. The scariest part? 1984 stopped being a dystopia and quietly turned into a user manual. And if you want to know how far we've slipped, just look at who's rewriting the news. The Catcher in the Rye. Since its 1951 release, The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger has been a magnet for controversy, a rite of passage for angsty teens, and for some inexplicable reason, the book of choice for a few real-life assassins. We'll get to that later. The novel follows Holden Caulfield, a disoriented rich kid who spends 3 days wandering through New York City after getting expelled from yet another fancy prep school. Over the course of his adventure, he picks fights, hires a prostitute he doesn't sleep with, gets wasted, offends almost everyone he meets, and slowly unravels into existential despair. The one person who sees through his nonsense is his little sister, Phoebe, who immediately calls him out on his aimless rebellion. Through it all, Holden is obsessed with saving children from the lies of adulthood. His grand fantasy is to be the catcher in the rye, stopping kids before they metaphorically or literally fall off the edge. The book comes with all the ingredients for a good moral panic. Profanity, references to sex and prostitution, underage drinking, and a protagonist who critiques everything from religion to the educational system and the military. Naturally, schools and parents lost their minds. But what really got The Catcher in the Rye banned wasn't just its content. It was its connection to real-world violence. The most infamous case? Mark David Chapman, the guy who shot John Lennon, was arrested with a copy of The Catcher in the Rye in his possession. He claimed the book was his personal manifesto. Then there was John Hinckley Jr., who attempted to assassinate Ronald Reagan and also had a connection with the novel. After these incidents, schools and libraries started treating The Catcher in the Rye like a dangerous virus. It ended up being banned in multiple states in the 20th century. For a book about teen angst and disillusionment, it sure managed to scare the hell out of a lot of adults. Fahrenheit 451. In this book, Guy Montag's job is basically arson, but make it government approved. He burns books because thinking too hard is basically terrorism now. Books make people think, and thinking leads to questions. And questions, well, they just make life complicated. And we can't have that, can we? But then Montag meets Clarice, a young girl who actually enjoys things like walking, talking, and worst of all, thinking. She opens his eyes to a world, and suddenly, burning books doesn't feel so heroic. A woman literally lights herself on fire rather than live in a world without books, and Montag starts glitching. So he steals a book, then another, and another. Before long, he's got a whole forbidden stash hidden in his vent, and his wife, Mildred, is about 2 seconds away from snitching on him because her television family is way more important than a pile of dusty old words. Montag turns to an ex-professor, Faber, who lays it all out for him. Society didn't just wake up one day and decided to ban books. People chose ignorance. They traded knowledge for entertainment, and the government just followed along. Things go nuclear when Montag's boss, Captain Beatty, gives him a test. Burn the books or burn his own life down. Montag fails spectacularly by turning the flamethrower on Beatty himself. He's on the run from a robo-spider dog with a nose for nerds. Literally exists to murder people who read. With nowhere left to run, he escapes to a group of exiled intellectuals who've dedicated their lives to preserving books. Not on paper, but in their minds. They become living libraries, with each person memorizing a book until the world is ready to read again. Ray Bradbury wrote Fahrenheit 451 as a warning, inspired by Nazi book burnings, Soviet censorship, and the creeping influence of mindless entertainment. Ironically, the book about censorship has been censored. Schools have banned it, edited it, and even released clean versions with all the bad words scrubbed out. Brave New World. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, written in 1931 and published in 1932, tells the story of a future where humans are engineered, conditioned, and drugged into submission, all in the name of social stability. In this world, babies are created in factories, not born. They're then sorted into castes before taking their first breath. The goal? To keep everyone perfectly happy with their place in society and make sure there's no rebellion or dissatisfaction. There's no deep thought, no questioning of the system, just mindless consumption. And for good measure, a government-distributed drug called Soma that keeps everyone calm and blissfully ignorant. Enter Bernard Marx, our main guy. He's a psychologist, but he's not vibing with this setup. He's shorter than the ideal, which is basically a social death sentence in this world, and he's deeply uncomfortable with the fact that society is built on mindless pleasure. Bernard and his sort of girlfriend, Lenina, venture to a savage reservation, a place where people live in a more natural way, getting old, feeling emotions, experiencing actual life, all the good stuff. It's here that they meet John, a young man born of the world state, but raised among the so-called savages. John's obsession with Shakespeare makes him stand out, because he actually feels something, which is a dangerous trait to have in a world built to avoid discomfort at all costs. When John arrives in London, he becomes a celebrity. Meanwhile, his mother Linda overdoses on Soma. John, horrified by this artificial world, tries to introduce concepts like love, grief, and human connection, but is met with laughter and confusion. Eventually, he retreats into self-imposed exile, though society's prying eyes never leave him. The book ends on a bleak note with John's tragic death. So, why was Brave New World banned? Let's break it down. Graphic depictions of sex, a blatant rejection of religion, and a sharp critique of mindless consumerism. Yep, that sounds about right. These elements sparked outrage in schools, religious groups, and entire countries. Ironically, censoring Huxley's work only proves his point. The Handmaid's Tale. Margaret Atwood, who basically wrote a dystopia and then watched it come true in real life, dropped us into Gilead, a Bible-flavored dictatorship where women's rights get nuked and the patriarchy gets a glow-up. Offred is a handmaid, aka a state-certified womb with legs. Thanks to a fertility crisis caused by pollution and radiation, the government's solution? Draft the fertile women, dress them like giant red flags, and force them to participate in the ceremony. A ritual that's basically weaponized scripture and legally mandated trauma. But it's fine because, it's in the Bible. Offred wasn't always livestock. She once had a job, a husband, and a daughter. But after the sons of Jacob staged a coup, killed democracy, and turned America into Gilead, women lost their rights overnight. They had no jobs, no money, and no way to escape. When Offred and her family tried to run, her husband was shot. Her daughter was captured, and Offred got sentenced to reproductive servitude. Now she's trapped in a world where wives wear blue. Marthas, the domestic help, wear green. And handmaids wear bright red. Yeah, that's very subtle. Meanwhile, the Eyes, aka Gilead's secret police, lurk everywhere, ready to make anyone disappear for even thinking the wrong thing. The commander, Offred's assigned creepy old man, tries to spice things up by sneaking her into illegal Scrabble matches, which in Gilead is basically softcore rebellion. His wife, Serena Joy, used to preach about a woman's place on TV, and now gets to live her own cautionary tale in real time. To spice things up, Offred gets roped into an underground resistance called Mayday, and starts a secret affair with the commander's driver, Nick. The novel wraps up with Offred being taken away by men who could be rescuers or the secret police. It's hard to say, since in Gilead, hope and doom look pretty much the same. 200 years later, a panel of smug male historians debate whether Offred's story is reliable. Because even in the future, men still find ways to doubt women's experiences. Unsurprisingly, The Handmaid's Tale has been banned in schools for depictions of assault, misogyny, and religious extremism. So basically, things that actually happen in real life. Tier 2. Lolita. On the surface, Vladimir Nabokov's 1955 novel Lolita might seem like a tragic confession of a man obsessed. But beneath that, it is a poetic nightmare, deceptively wrapped in a pastel-colored cover, something Nabokov was vehemently against. The story is told through the eyes of Humbert Humbert, a French literature professor who becomes fixated on a 12-year-old Dolores Hayes, whom he renames Lolita. Through manipulation, deception, and straight-up kidnapping, he manipulates her, marries her mom, kidnaps her, and abuses her, all while acting like it's some grand romance. He then takes her on a cross-country kidnapping tour, sponsored by gaslighting and trauma. Humbert dresses up his crimes with fancy metaphors and flowery language as a way to convince the reader to buy into his delusion. And this is what makes Lolita so controversial. It focuses readers to look inside the mind of a predator without sugarcoating the damage and destruction he leaves in his wake. It's pretty uncomfortable. He keeps calling her Lolita to control the narrative, to keep his sick fantasy alive. But the girl he ruined was real. She was coerced, trapped, and discarded by a man who only values her as an object of desire. Her real story is buried under Humbert's endless whining, but Nabokov makes sure we can't ignore it. When the novel was first published, the world wasn't ready. Censors practically had a meltdown. Too cursed for US and UK publishers. France was like, we've seen worse. It didn't take too long for Lolita to be banned in the UK and France, who both denounced it as obscene and immoral. But despite all the backlash, and even praise from Graham Greene, who called it one of the best books of the year, outrage stayed strong. There's no love here, just obsession, trauma, and a story that forces you to sit in the mind of a predator and refuses to let you look away. American Psycho. This is by far the most unhinged Bret Easton Ellis, and it can be considered a litmus test for how much psychological horror a person can stomach before their soul starts glitching. Published in 1991, the novel introduces Patrick Bateman, a Wall Street golden boy by day and a violent, unhinged serial killer by night. He's got a skincare routine that could rival a Kardashian's, a designer wardrobe, and a hobby that involves dismemberment. You know, just the usual finance bro lifestyle. The story follows Bateman's descent into madness. He lives in a world obsessed with appearances, where no one listens to anyone else. So when Bateman casually confesses to murder over dinner, his friends brush it off as some edgy joke. Now, let's talk about those murders. American Psycho doesn't hold back on the graphic details. We're talking torture, cannibalism, and violent acts so grotesque that even Ellis admitted he might have gone a bit too far. But here's the twist. Are these murders real? Or is Bateman just a delusional man spiraling into madness? The novel keeps you guessing. It does so by trapping readers into Bateman's unreliable mind, where reality and hallucination blur together like a bad acid trip. The book's graphic violence got it banned or heavily restricted in several countries. In Germany, you had to be 18 to buy it. In some parts of Australia, where it wasn't outrightly banned, it was sold shrink-wrapped like some cursed artifact. By the end of the book, there's no resolution. The murders may or may not have actually happened, but Bateman remains at large, and the novel closes with one final ominous line. This is not an exit. The Satanic Verses. Salman Rushdie's 1988 novel, The Satanic Verses, is the kind of book that lands a worldwide bounty on your head. And that's exactly what happened to Rushdie. Combining magical realism, historical fiction, and seriously provocative religious themes, the novel pushes boundaries in ways most authors wouldn't dare. It also includes a controversial retelling of a disputed Islamic tale about 3 pagan goddesses. But what really set the world on fire was Rushdie's fictionalized portrayal of the Prophet Muhammad's life, which some readers, by some I mean entire governments and extremist groups, saw as blasphemous. And that's why all hell broke loose. As punishment for his blasphemy, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, issued a fatwa calling for Rushdie's death. As you might imagine, the Satanic Verses didn't just make headlines. It sparked riots, violence, and widespread international outrage. The plot itself is a wild ride, featuring 2 Indian actors, Gabriel Farishta and Saladin Chamcha, who survive a plane crash, only to fall to Earth and realize they've magically transformed into angelic and demonic versions of themselves. Then there's Mahund, a prophet who briefly allows the worship of 3 goddesses, only to later denounce them as the work of Satan. There's also this bizarre dream sequence where a girl convinces an entire village to walk into the sea, promising them a miraculous crossing to Mecca. Spoiler alert, it didn't go the way the villagers hoped it would. In addition to the fatwa, an Iranian foundation placed a $3 million bounty on Rushdie's head. Bookstores were bombed for selling the book, and translators and publishers were targeted. One of them, Hitoshi Igarashi, was stabbed to death. Rushdie himself spent years in hiding under police protection. Even after years passed, the controversy didn't die down. In 2022, an attacker tried to finish the job by stabbing Rushdie multiple times during a public event. Thankfully, he survived. The Perks of Being a Wallflower. If you were a teenager in the early 2000s, you either read The Perks of Being a Wallflower or knew someone who wouldn't shut up about it. Written by Stephen Chbosky in 1999, this novel follows Charlie, a painfully shy high school freshman who overthinks everything, has deep-seated trauma, and copes by writing letters to an unknown recipient. Naturally, any book that speaks too honestly about teenage life is doomed to get banned, and this one was no different. The Perks of Being a Wallflower has been repeatedly challenged in schools for its depictions of sex, drugs, mental health struggles, and abuse. Parents read the book and collectively went, nope. As if their own teenagers weren't going through these exact same things. At its core, the story is about Charlie trying to make sense of the world. He befriends two seniors, Patrick and Sam, who introduce him to the Rocky Horror Picture Show, mixtapes, and the art of actually living. Meanwhile, flashbacks of his Aunt Helen, a woman he once idolized, start surfacing, revealing that his childhood wasn't as innocent as he thought. After a mental breakdown, Charlie is hospitalized and finally faces the truth of his past. The novel gained a cult following, and when the 2012 film adaptation starring Logan Lerman, Emma Watson, and Ezra Miller hit the theaters, the controversy exploded all over again. Ulysses. James Joyce's Ulysses is the kind of book people name drop to sound smart, even though they've only made it through 5 confusing pages. It's a literary labyrinth, and apparently a threat to public decency. Or at least that's what nearly every authority figure in the early 20th century thought. Published in 1922, Ulysses follows one day in the life of Leopold Bloom, a regular guy wandering through Dublin, thinking deeply about everything from bodily functions to classical mythology, and, of course, sex. It's part epic, part inner monologue, and entirely too real for early censors. The scandal started before the book was even published. From 1918 to 1920, excerpts ran in The Little Review, and one chapter, Nausicaa, featured Bloom getting a bit too into watching a woman on the beach. The US government was not amused. Officials labeled it obscene, banned it outright, and even burned copies. In 1921, a New York court officially ruled that Americans couldn't handle it. The UK wasn't far behind in its outrage, and Ireland, Joyce's own homeland, basically disowned him. Irish authorities considered Ulysses an insult to Dublin and banned it until the 1960s, just to be safe. Things changed in 1933, when Judge John M. Woolsey declared that Ulysses was not pornographic. He admitted it was a slog to read, but not likely to corrupt anyone's soul. With that, the book was finally legalized in the US. Joyce, ever the literary troll, once said he packed the book with enough puzzles to keep academics busy for centuries. Mission very much accomplished. Ulysses went from being banned and burned to being called one of the greatest novels ever written. The book was designed to confuse readers for over 100 years, and clearly, the author loved every minute of it. The Bluest Eye. Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye follows Pecola Breedlove, a young black girl growing up in 1940s Ohio, who desperately wishes for blue eyes. Why? Because society has made it painfully clear that beauty equals whiteness, and that she, as she is, will never be good enough. The novel is mostly narrated by Claudia McTeer, a sharp and observant girl who, along with her sister Frida, is one of the only people who actually care about Pecola. And trust me, Pecola needs someone in her corner because her life is a non-stop horror show. Her father, Shali, is an abusive alcoholic with a tragic backstory that might almost make you feel sorry for him, until he takes advantage of his own daughter. When Pecola ends up pregnant, the entire community doesn't support her. They blame her. Instead of seeing her as a victim, they turn her into a scapegoat, as if her suffering is something shameful, rather than something they should stop. The only people who care about her baby's survival are Claudia and Frida, who plant marigold seeds in a desperate attempt at some kind of sympathetic magic. The flowers never bloom. The baby doesn't survive. All of this leaves Pecola completely shattered, to the point that she retreats into madness, convinced that she finally has the blue eyes she always dreamed of. In this book, Morrison doesn't hold back, just provides a raw, brutal look at racism, self-hatred, and the way society destroys its most vulnerable people while pretending not to see. Naturally, this made a lot of people uncomfortable. The book has been banned and challenged in schools across America for its graphic depictions of violence, child abuse, and incest. But it's not just the content that unsettles people, it's the way the novel refuses to look away. 50 Shades Trilogy. 50 Shades of Grey was more than just a book. It was a full-blown cultural event. A scandal, if you will. Suddenly, your aunt, your teacher, and maybe even your neighbor's sweet old grandma were all reading the same smutty novel and insisting it was just a love story. E.L. James' 50 Shades trilogy, 50 Shades of Grey, 50 Shades Darker, and 50 Shades Freed first appeared on the scene in 2011, pulling mainstream audiences into the world of BDSM and billionaire romance while serving up more inner goddess monologues than anyone ever asked for. The story follows Anastasia Steele, a college student who stumbles, literally, by the way, into the orbit of Christian Grey. Christian is a young, brooding billionaire with a passion for control, both in the boardroom and the bedroom. What starts as a slightly awkward interview quickly turns into a high-stakes romance filled with contracts, safe words, and a lot of red flags. Christian, whose tragic backstory includes a disturbing relationship with an older dominatrix, introduces Anna to his very particular tastes. The series follows their push and pull dynamic as Anna struggles with the unique terms of their relationship. The books were a phenomenon. They sold over 150 million copies worldwide, spawned 3 movies, and made E.L. James one of the highest paid authors ever. But with great success came great controversy, and 50 Shades practically drowned in it. The BDSM community accused the books of misrepresenting their lifestyle, arguing that Christian's behavior was more about control and abuse than actual consensual kink. Feminists were divided. Some saw it as empowering, others as deeply problematic. Meanwhile, domestic abuse advocates pointed out that Christian's manipulative tactics seemed more predatory than passionate. And of course, Malaysia wasn't having it. The Malaysian government banned 50 Shades under its strict censorship laws regarding sexually explicit content. Bookstores weren't allowed to sell it, and local publishers couldn't distribute it. Authorities cited moral values as the reason for the ban. But as history has shown, banning a book only makes people want it more. Readers just found other ways to get their hands on it. If there's one surefire way to boost book sales, it's to tell people they shouldn't read it. Tier 3. The Naked and the Dead. Norman Mailer was just 25 when he published The Naked and the Dead in 1948, and let's just say he made one hell of an entrance. Inspired by his own experience, including his time working as a cook during the Pacific Campaign of World War II, the book doesn't sugarcoat the horrors of war. It's a 721-page brick of suffering, showing all the grime, sweat, and sheer brutality of battle. The story follows an American platoon navigating enemy fire, and the effects of the war on their humanity. Set on the fictional island of Anapolpe, the novel tracks a ragtag group of soldiers struggling through a brutal campaign to oust the Japanese. But don't expect some grand, noble war story. This is war stripped down to its bare bones. Exhaustion, fear, and loneliness. The soldiers aren't heroes, they're just men trying to survive, barely holding on to their sanity as they march through jungle rot, oppressive heat, and the constant possibility of a bullet ending them in an instant. In the book, Mailer dives into the psychological toll of war. The soldiers are dehumanized, treated like disposable tools by the higher-ups, and they know it. Orders come down with no regard for their lives. Carry this, march there, kill them. While the commanding officers live in relative comfort, the grunts sleep in mud and carry impossible loads. A key character in the book is Sam Croft, a sadistic sergeant with a ruthless leadership style. One soldier, Roth, finds a baby bird on the march and clings to it because it's pure and untouched by war. But Croft crushes it with his bare hands. That's the kind of story this is. As you would expect, death is a constant in Mailer's story. The soldiers drop like flies, often in ways that feel senseless. When Lieutenant Hearn is killed, the platoon barely has time to process it before they're shoved forward again. But when Roth dies, it shakes the entire unit. Unsurprisingly, the book didn't sit well with everyone. Censorship boards had a field day with Mailer's unfiltered take on war, especially his use of language. He wanted to drop as many F-bombs as he possibly could, but publishers made him replace the F-word with fug. Still, the book was reportedly banned in some countries like Canada and Australia for being too obscene and too grim. But none of that stopped it from becoming a classic. The Modern Library ranked it among the top 100 English-language novels of the 20th century, and Mailer himself considered it his most famous work. Another Country. In 1962, James Baldwin released Another Country, a novel that made people squirm in their seats. Set in Greenwich Village, Harlem, and France, the book dives right into the uncomfortable stuff. racism, sexual identity, and the messy, often painful realities of human relationships. The story centers around Rufus Scott, a gifted jazz drummer whose life is rapidly falling apart. He soon becomes entangled in a messy relationship with Leona, a white woman from the South. As the book progresses, what started out as a reckless passion quickly spirals into something much darker, as Rufus, who is crushed under the weight of racism and self-loathing, becomes abusive. The relationship ends tragically, with Leona ending up in a mental institution and Rufus jumping to his death from the George Washington Bridge. But Rufus's death isn't the end. It's just the beginning of the fallout. His best friend, Vivaldo, a struggling writer, starts dating Rufus's sister, Ida, though she's skeptical of his true intentions. Meanwhile, Eric, Rufus's first male lover, returns from France with his new partner, Eve. But instead of closure, his return only deepens the emotional chaos. As the story unfolds, nearly every character becomes entangled in betrayal, self-discovery, and confusion. Eric sleeps with Cass, the wife of Rufus's friend, Richard. Vivaldo, still wrestling with his own identity crisis, ends up in bed with Eric. In the book, Baldwin forces readers to face the ways racism, homophobia, and societal pressures can twist love and connection. As you'd expect, the book faced serious backlash. Another Country was banned in New Orleans for its depictions of obscenity and LGBTQ themes. But by then, Baldwin's message had already spread far and wide. Born a Crime. Trevor Noah's Born a Crime isn't your typical banned book. It doesn't rely on explicit violence, sex, or any bizarre controversial topic that school boards in the US tend to freak out about. No, this book got banned because it dared to tell the story of what it was like growing up as a mixed-race child during apartheid. A kid who was literally born a crime. Trevor was born to a black Xhosa mother and a white Swiss-German father, which in apartheid-era South Africa was illegal. That meant Noah's mother had to go into stealth mode just to walk down the street with him. If the cops showed up, she had to pretend he wasn't her son or face arrest. Noah grew up in a world that had no idea what to do with him. He wasn't black enough for the black community, and he wasn't white enough for the white community. Essentially, it was illegal to exist in the in-between. But his mother, Patricia Nombuyiselo, was a force of nature. She taught Trevor to be quick-witted and adaptable. He learned to blend in, survive, and hustle, bootlegging CDs in Johannesburg's chaotic streets. And he talked his way out of trouble, like the time he was arrested for driving an unregistered car. Then there's the unforgettable part, where his stepfather, Abel, a violent and controlling man, shot Patricia in the head. And she survived. A gunshot wound to the skull. I mean, you have to admit, that's pretty badass. While the book makes it very clear that Trevor Noah is a talented comedian, it doesn't shy away from the harsh realities of racism, domestic abuse, and systemic oppression. Despite the censorship, Born a Crime has become a bestseller, loved worldwide, and even became required reading in some schools, including a class taught by none other than First Lady Jill Biden. So why was it banned? Apparently, the book's racial themes and some of Noah's views made people uncomfortable to the point it sparked some serious controversy. The House of the Spirits. Some books get banned for a few curse words or an ill-timed sex scene, but that's not what happened here. Isabel Allen's 1982 novel, The House of the Spirits, got banned because it refused to look away. The novel isn't just a family drama with some floating furniture and psychic whispers. It's a slow-burning generational tragedy that drags readers through Chile's political nightmares, class struggles, and enough personal vendettas to fuel a soap opera. It all starts with Clara, a quiet girl with eerie psychic abilities, and her sister, Rosa the Beautiful, who is exactly what her name suggests. Unfortunately, Rosa is too beautiful for her own good, and winds up poisoned in an assassination attempt meant for her father. Just kidding. Rosa's death actually had nothing to do with her beauty. It was more political. Anyway, enter Esteban Trueba, Rosa's heartbroken fiancé, who decides to channel his grief into becoming the worst possible version of himself. He retreats to his crumbling hacienda, works obsessively to rebuild his wealth, and, in his spare time, assaults local peasant women. Because why process your emotions when you can traumatize entire generations instead? Among the many illegitimate children he leaves behind is Esteban Garcia, a boy who will spend his life waiting for a chance to return the favor. But the House of the Spirits isn't just about one man's personal cruelty. It's about an entire country rotting from the inside out. Esteban Trueba climbs the social ladder and becomes a senator for the Conservative Party, while his own family fractures under his unchecked violence. His wife, Clara, refuses to speak to him for years after he knocks out her teeth in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, their daughter, Blanca, falls in love with a revolutionary named Pedro Tercero, and Esteban Trueba takes it about as well as you'd expect. He beats Blanca bloody, hunts Pedro down, and has him mutilated. Yet somehow neither of them die, because love is persistent, and so is political rebellion. As Chile inches toward military rule, things go from bad to hellish. Esteban Trueba cheers on the coup, convinced it'll protect his privileged way of life, only to realize that military dictatorships don't take kindly to old men with opinions. His son, Jaime, a doctor and socialist, dies in the chaos of the new regime. His granddaughter, Alba, is captured. And guess who's in charge of her torture? That's right, Esteban Garcia, the forgotten bastard with a personal vendetta, a military badge, and way too much enthusiasm for revenge. What follows is one of the novel's most horrifying sequences. Garcia assaults and tortures Alba, and by doing so, he repays the sins of a grandfather he never met. But instead of continuing the cycle of bloodshed, Alba does the one thing nobody expects. She refuses revenge. Unlike her grandfather, she chooses not to let violence consume her. By the end, she's pregnant, maybe by her lover, maybe by her attacker. But the novel doesn't dwell on it, because in the grand scheme of things, her survival and her refusal to pass on hatred are the only things that truly matter. Naturally, censors lost their minds. The book was challenged and banned in schools, mostly in the US, with parents clutching their pearls over the torture, assault, and anti-fascist themes. It was also banned in Chile because, Lady Chatterley's Lover. Lady Chatterley's Lover was more than just a novel. It was a grenade, tossed right into the lap of 20th century prudishness. When D.H. Lawrence published it privately in 1928, he might as well have set it on fire himself, because governments across the world immediately rushed to do just that. The plot follows Constance, a young aristocrat trapped in a passionless marriage to Sir Clifford Chatterley, a war-wounded man paralyzed from the waist down. Enter Oliver Mellors, the earthy, rugged gamekeeper who works on the Chatterley estate. Somewhere along the lines, the two began an affair that's raw, honest, and downright unrestrained. In the eyes of the moral gatekeepers of the 1920s, this was an unforgivable sin. Explicit descriptions of sex, rampant four-letter words, and the audacity to mix class and passion. The book isn't just about sex, though. As a social commentary, while Clifford is fixated on industrializing and revitalizing his family's coal mines, Constance and Oliver find freedom in the natural world, often in a wild, untamed forest where they can do whatever the hell they want, away from society's suffocating rules. In 1960, Penguin Books decided it was time to challenge the UK's obscenity laws by publishing a full, uncensored edition of the novel. The trial that followed became legendary. Prosecutors even had the audacity to ask whether this was the kind of book anyone would want their wife or servants to read. The jury, however, wasn't as conservative as expected, and the verdict was not guilty. Within 3 months, 3 million copies of the book flew off the shelves. Just like that, Lady Chatterley's Lover had gone from forbidden fruit to mainstream must-read. Tropic of Cancer. Published in 1934 in France, Tropic of Cancer was the kind of book that made censors clutch their chests and reach for the nearest book-burning torch. The US government took one look at Henry Miller's uncensored descriptions of sex, poverty, and existential chaos and immediately decided, yeah, no one should be reading this. So they banned the book and declared it too obscene for civilized society. In his writing, Miller, who was never one for subtlety, basically said that modern life was a disease, and that true freedom meant dropping the polite act and embracing the mess. The book doesn't have a neat plot. It's more of a wild ride through Miller's brain, as his semi-fictional self stumbles around Paris in a haze of hunger, sex, and philosophical breakdowns. He trashes social norms, worships art, and writes about his encounters, both romantic and otherwise, in ways that are crude, shocking, and somehow weirdly poetic. Naturally, it got banned, but that just made people want it more. For nearly 3 decades, Tropic of Cancer was a black market staple, passed around like contraband among rebellious lit nerds who believed censorship was the real obscenity. But in 1961, Grove Press challenged the ban by publishing the book in the US. Their actions kicked off one of the most famous obscenity trials in American history. The case reached the Supreme Court, and in 1964, the justices ruled that Tropic of Cancer was not obscene. They then gave it the green light and struck a major blow against censorship. Filthy? Yes, but also fearless. And for that, Miller's fever dream of a novel earned its place in the literary canon. Just don't read it out loud at a family dinner. The Da Vinci Code. Dan Brown's 2003 thriller, The Da Vinci Code, kicked off a frenzy of conspiracy theories and pretty much started a cultural war between scholars, religious groups, and a growing crowd of people who suddenly thought that reading the book made them honorary art history experts. The story followed Harvard symbologist Robert Langdon and cryptologist Sophie Neveu as they get caught up in a centuries-old secret battle between the Priory of Sion and the Opus Dei. What's at stake is only the biggest religious bombshell ever. The possibility that Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene had a child, thereby creating a hidden royal bloodline. Naturally, the Catholic Church wasn't thrilled about the portrayal of its history, and scholars nearly choked on their coffee over Brown's historical creativity. The book suggests that the Merovingian kings of France were descendants of Jesus, a theory borrowed from the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, which, fun fact, was based on a widely debunked hoax. But Brown wasn't fazed. He boldly claimed his novel was based on actual historical facts, which is like saying Indiana Jones was a documentary. That, however, didn't stop the Da Vinci Code from selling over 80 million copies and getting a Tom Hanks-led movie adaptation in 2006. Its outrageous theories turned it into an instant bestseller, but also made it a target for bans in multiple countries. Lebanon yanked it off shelves for offending Christians, while several Indian states outlawed both the book and its movie adaptation for being blasphemous. Meanwhile, Vatican officials called for a boycott, and Opus Dei, depicted in the book as a secretive, occasionally violent group, was not thrilled. One scene showed an albino assassin monk named Silas whipping himself, and let's just say it didn't do the group any PR favors. Tier 4. The 120 Days of Sodom. In 1785, while locked up in the Bastille, the Marquis de Sade wrote the 120 Days of Sodom on a 39-foot scroll while rotting in the Bastille. He hid it in his wall like a cursed treasure, probably because even he knew this thing was too deranged to see daylight. The plot is basically a nihilist group project run by 4 French perverts who each represent a failing institution: aristocracy, religion, law, and capitalism. Their one rule: if it feels good, do it. If it doesn't, do it anyway, just louder. To maximize their fun, they barricade themselves inside an isolated chateau in the Black Forest, bringing along 12 accomplices, 10 servants, and 20 victims, mostly teenagers. They don't start with horror. They ease into it like it's a dinner party from hell. Each night, 4 retired sex workers take turns telling stories so cursed, they make Reddit threads look tame. And yes, every story somehow manages to be worse than the last. Inspired by these bedtime tales from hell, the Libertines would act them out, escalating from disturbing fetishes to straight-up torture and murder. They would then go on to, you know what, I would rather not say. By the end of it all, only a select few are left standing, while the rest have suffered unspeakable fates. The book was never finished, which is honestly a blessing. De Sade had meticulously planned the final chapters, but the last parts exist mostly as notes. After the Bastille got stormed in 1789, De Sade claimed he wept tears of blood over the lost manuscript. Okay, calm down, drama queen. In reality, the scroll survived, bounced between collectors like a haunted item on eBay, and finally got published in 1904 under a fake name. Obviously, because no one wants this thing on their resume. Predictably, the book was banned for decades and dismissed as pure pornography in many English and French-speaking countries. Yet somehow, in 1990, it found its way into France's prestigious Pléiade collection, right alongside actual literary classics. These days, some people treat the 120 Days of Sodom like a deep philosophical take on freedom. Others just call it what it is: the fever dream of a man who absolutely should have been left behind bars with no access to paper. The Turner Diaries. If someone owns this book, you're not in a conversation. You're in a radicalization pipeline. This isn't edgy reading material. It's a manifesto for real-world terrorism. Written in 1978 by William Luther Pierce under the pseudonym Andrew MacDonald, it's less a novel and more a step-by-step tutorial for overthrowing democracy and committing genocide, gift-wrapped in neo-Nazi fanfic energy. The plot revolves around the collapse of the US government, the eruption of nuclear war, and the rise of an extremist group called the Organization that establishes a world where non-white people and Jews are exterminated. It's a fun read, if you're a monster. The main character is Earl Turner, a bland white guy who thinks blowing up the government is somehow the pinnacle of intellectual resistance. Basically, the human version of a 4chan thread with a body count. Turner is part of an underground militia fighting a corrupt, Jewish-controlled system. If that already sounds unhinged, walk with me. It gets worse. In the book, the government confiscates all civilian firearms through something called the Cohen Act, and in retaliation, the organization carries out mass bombings, executions, and guerrilla warfare that escalates into a nuclear apocalypse. The violence isn't just physical, it's ideological, with anti-Semitic and racist propaganda being sprouted by the organization throughout the book. One of the most infamous moments is called The Day of the Rope, where Turner and his comrades round up race traitors, journalists, politicians, and anyone not on board with their ideology, and hang them in the streets. But it doesn't stop there. Turner eventually earns a spot in an even more elite secret order within the organization, where some members are required to carry cyanide pills in case of capture. Turner fails to off himself after being arrested and tortured, which means he's tasked with a suicide mission, crashing a nuke-laden plane into the Pentagon. The final act sets off a chain of events that lead to the total destruction of the US government, Israel, and essentially anyone who isn't a white nationalist. It ends with a historian in the year 2099, fondly describing how the world is now a peaceful utopia, because all non-white people and dissenters were wiped out. It's genocidal propaganda masquerading as retrofuturism. And worst of it all, it didn't stay fiction. The Turner Diaries inspired the Oklahoma City bombing, countless hate crimes. It's been called the Bible of the racist right. And despite being banned in several countries, it circulates in extremist circles today. It was classified as hate literature and banned in Canada due to its extreme content and dangerous ideological influence. The Anarchist Cookbook. There are controversial books, and then there's The Anarchist Cookbook. Released in 1971, it's the kind of book you'd expect to find in the back corner of a shady military surplus store. Wedged between gas masks and a stack of how to build your own bomb pamphlets you're probably not supposed to touch. Considering the book's contents, which we will get to in a second, it would surprise you to know that The Anarchist Cookbook was actually written by William Powell, a teenager at the height of the Vietnam War. As the name suggests, it's essentially a DIY guide to chaos. It offers instructions on everything from making explosives and rigging up makeshift telecommunications hacking devices to cooking homemade LSD. Powell, who was pissed off at the government and the Vietnam War, wanted to give America a wake-up call, and he decided that the best way to do that was through a book. Powell's research process was just as wild as the book's content. He combed through resources ranging from the Boy Scout Handbook to anarchist manifestos like The System by Abby Hoffman before piecing together what would become the Anarchist Cookbook. Now, you might think that Powell, after writing something so notorious, would have relished his fame. But instead, he spent the rest of his life regretting it. By the late 70s, Powell had converted to Anglicanism, moved overseas, and dedicated himself to education and conflict resolution. He repeatedly begged his publisher, Lyle Stewart, to take the book out of circulation. But since Powell never owned the rights, it remained in print. By the time Powell passed away in 2016, he had spent decades attempting to distance himself from his creation, which he had started calling a misguided product of his youth. But despite Powell's regret, the Anarchist Cookbook has lived on. Once it hit the internet, it spread like wildfire. Bootleg PDFs, digital copies, and updated versions circulated wildly. It has been linked to criminal cases and has kept governments and law enforcement on alert. But legally, it's protected under the First Amendment in the US. This protection has kept the book in circulation, despite its controversial and dangerous nature. Life and Death in Shanghai. Imagine waking up one morning thinking it's just another day, only for a mob of teenage fanatics to storm into your house, flip your furniture, and declare you an enemy of the state before you've even had your morning tea. That was Nian Chang's reality in 1966 Shanghai. A wealthy widow and executive at Shell Oil, Chang found herself on the wrong side of history when Mao Zedong's Cultural Revolution plunged China into chaos. Her crime? Simply existing in a time when class enemies were being cleansed. The Red Guards, Mao's teenage enforcers, arrested Chang and dragged her into a 6-year nightmare. Locked into a filthy, tiny cell, she was interrogated, beaten, and starved. The guards accused her of being a spy for imperialists, a traitor to the revolution. If she just admitted it, the suffering could stop. But Cheng refused. Every time they hit her with a new accusation, she fought back with sharp logic and an iron will. When words didn't work, the guards tried breaking her body instead. Torture, isolation, mind games, they threw everything at her. She endured false promises of freedom, only to have them snatched away, but she never cracked. Eventually, after years of relentless torment, the authorities paroled her, not out of mercy, but because they needed to save face. But her freedom came with a crushing blow. Cheng returned home only to find out that her only daughter, Mei Ping, was dead. The official story? Suicide. The truth? Murder. Mei Ping was killed by fanatics of the same regime that had spent years trying to break Cheng. Determined to expose the truth, Cheng escaped China, first to Canada, then to the US, whereas she wrote Life and Death in Shanghai. The book tore open the ugly wounds of the Cultural Revolution and exposed the regime that was willing to destroy its own people just to maintain political purity. Naturally, China banned it, but some stories are too powerful to be erased. Forever Amber. In 1944, Kathleen Winsor released Forever Amber, a novel so scandalous that it was banned in quite a few US states. So why did everyone have their parties in a twist? Well, the book's heroine, Amber St. Clair, is far from the typical virtuous woman you'd expect from 17th century English society. She uses her beauty as a weapon, seduces men for her own social gain, and, most controversially, refuses to face any consequences for it. Set during Restoration England, the story follows Amber's rise from an orphaned farm girl to a duchess, a feat she achieved by climbing society's rank with a mixture of seduction, cunning, and sheer willpower. Oh, and she doesn't do it with any regrets. Amber's life starts in the English countryside at a time when she's completely unaware of her noble origins. Everything changes when she meets Bruce Carleton, a charming nobleman who has no intention of marrying a woman of her low status. Undeterred, Amber throws herself at him, and when he takes her virginity, she makes sure to latch on, determined to follow him to London. Of course, Bruce abandons her, so Amber has no choice but to do what it takes to survive in a world that demands women play the game or get played. What follows is a whirlwind of marriages, affairs, betrayals, and social maneuvers. Amber climbs the social ladder by seducing wealthy, powerful men and using their resources to secure her place in the world. She marries 4 times, has children by 2 of her lovers, one of whom is King Charles II himself, and weathers everything from debtor's prison to the Great Plague and the Great Fire of London. Through it all, Amber remains unapologetic. She doesn't seek redemption, never regrets her actions, and refuses to follow the moral path readers might expect. Her refusal to conform to the typical female redemption arc was too much for many critics, especially in an era when women were expected to be demure and submissive. Forever Amber became a bestseller, but it didn't take long for critics, religious leaders, and moral watchdogs to condemn it as obscene and pornographic. The Catholic Church denounced the novel, and it was banned in Boston. Despite the controversy, the book's legacy lives on to this day. The Country Girls. The Country Girls was so controversial in 1960s Ireland that it didn't just face bans. It got burned multiple times by priests and in public. It was like a medieval witch hunt, only this time the target was literature. Edna O'Brien's trilogy follows 2 small-town Irish girls, Kate and Baba, navigating love, sex, and disappointment in a world that preferred women to be quiet and unquestioning. Kate, the dreamy romantic, wants a grand love story. Baba, her sharp-tongued, chaos-loving best friend, just wants to have fun. Together, they leave their strict convent school and head to Dublin, where things, predictably, go off the rails. Kate falls for an older, sophisticated man who turns out to be a walking red flag in a nice suit, while Baba is busy dragging Kate into one bad decision after another. By the 3rd book, Girls in Their Married Bliss, the tone has shifted. Kate and Baba are both trapped in unhappy marriages, and the romantic ideals of their youth have been shattered by harsh reality. In that book, O'Brien flips the script. Baba gets a raw first-person voice to open and close it, while Kate's parts drift into a distant third person, like she was already fading from her own life. Naturally, Irish authorities weren't thrilled. The book was banned under the Censorship of Publications Act, which had already blacklisted over 1,600 books. But banning wasn't enough. People had to destroy it. In O'Brien's hometown, there was a public book burning. Religious leaders called the book filth, and politicians insisted that no decent home should have a copy. Ironically, all this outrage only fueled the book's fame, which in turn launched O'Brien to international literary stardom, while Ireland tries to pretend it never happened. Decades later, The Country Girls is recognized as one of the most influential novels of all time. It's not all the way at the top, but it definitely makes the list. Back in the day, it was just another piece of dangerous literature that dared to suggest women might want more from life, and for that, it had to burn. Tier 5. Sold. Written by Patricia McCormick, Sold is one of those books that makes you want to grab a baseball bat and storm into the fictional world to fight on behalf of the main character. It's a novel about a 13-year-old Nepalese girl named Lakshmi, who is sold into slavery in India. Lakshmi starts out as a simple village girl living in a mud hut in the mountains of Nepal with her pet goat named Tali and her loving mother. But when the monsoons wipe out her family's meager crops, her stepfather decides to sell her. He tells her that she'll work as a maid for a rich woman in the city, but of course he's lying through his teeth. Excited at the thought of helping her family, Lakshmi sets off with no idea she's heading straight into hell. Eventually, she arrives at a place ironically called Happiness House, which turns out to be a brothel run by the monstrous Mumtaz. When Lakshmi realizes what's happening, she refuses to cooperate, but Mumtaz has her beaten and starved into submission. She befriends other girls trapped in the brothel, learns bits of English from a young boy named Harish, and holds on to her mother's words. Simply to endure is to triumph. Despite the horrors of her experience, Lakshmi never loses herself completely. When an American man posing as a customer offers her a way out, she hesitates because she's seen what happens to girls who try to run. But when he returns with the authorities, Mumtaz's empire crumbles, and Lakshmi is finally free. Sold has been widely praised for its raw, unflinching portrayal of human trafficking, and of course, banned. In 2024, the Katy Independent School District in Texas removed it from shelves, citing concerns that it might promote gender fluidity, which, just to clear things up, it does not. Lawn Boy. At first glance, this book might seem like a simple, wholesome, coming-of-age story about a kid mowing lawns. But if you look closer, you will see that it's a lot deeper than that. Written by Jonathan Evison and published in 2018, the novel follows Mike Munoz, a broke Mexican-American young adult trying to navigate life. The book is semi-autobiographical, which means Evison sprinkled in some real-life experiences into the plot. Critics loved it. Kirkus praised its humor. The Washington Post called it a battering ram to stereotypes, and Library Journal gave it a starred review. Sounds pretty solid, right? So why is it on this list? Well, the controversy kicked off in 2021, when a parent at a Texas school board meeting claimed Lawn Boy was packed with sexual content and obscenity. 3 people were so outraged that they actually filed police reports. Yeah, it was pretty serious. Soon, the book was facing complaints about explicit language, LGBTQ+ themes, and a particular scene where an adult man recalls a childhood sexual experience with another 4th grader. Evison had to step in and clarify that it wasn't pedophilia, just a character recalling something from his past. As the controversy spread, Lawn Boy started disappearing from school libraries across the U.S. Fairfax County Public Schools even removed it temporarily, only to put it back after a review. Meanwhile, Evison was dealing with death threats, because apparently writing about tough topics is a capital offense in some places. New Portuguese Letters. This book was so scandalous that 3 accomplished women ended up in jail just for writing it. In 1970s Portugal, that was all it took, especially if what you were writing about included female sexuality, power, and the patriarchy. The government didn't just ban it, they basically panicked. New Portuguese Letters was the work of Maria Isabel Barreno, Maria Teresa Horta, and Maria Velo da Costa, collectively known as the 3 Marias. Inspired by a 17th century collection of love letters written by a Portuguese nun to her French lover, the Marias decided to flip the narrative. Their version was a wild, raw mix of letters, poems, essays, and feminist rage that didn't follow any traditional structure or play by anyone's rules. The book openly explored female desire, infidelity, motherhood, betrayal, and the crushing weight of societal expectations. It used lyrical, sometimes explicit language, and was unapologetically political. In a country where censorship ruled everything under the Estado Novo dictatorship, this was a full-on act of literary rebellion. Naturally, the government lost it. New Portuguese Letters was banned in 1972, and the 3 Marias were arrested and put on trial for outrage to public decency. Their crime? Writing honestly about women's inner lives in ways that didn't exist to please or protect men. To the regime, this was just as dangerous as any protest or political pamphlet. But the plan backfired. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, the book exploded onto the international stage. Feminists, writers, and intellectuals from all over the world rallied behind the Marias. Protests erupted. Letters of support poured in, and Portugal suddenly looked like a repressed regime afraid of its own women. The trial dragged on until 1974, when the Carnation Revolution peacefully overthrew the dictatorship. Under the new leadership, they were acquitted. The Marias walked free, and New Portuguese Letters went from banned to iconic, a feminist classic born out of defiance. Leçon contre drôlatique. Honoré de Balzac was many things. A literary genius, a coffee addict, and apparently a man who thought the best way to cement his legacy was by writing a collection of scandalous tales that made even his fellow 19th century Frenchmen blush. Les 50 drôlatiques, or the 100 facetious tales, was his attempt at reviving the vulgar, no-holds-barred storytelling of old France. Inspired by Boccacco's Decameron and the wild humor of Rabelais, Balzac planned to write 100 of these medieval-style stories. He only made it to 30 before society decided it had seen enough. Actually, he stopped because he had some personal issues, but you get the point. The book was reportedly banned for obscenity in Australia at certain points during the 20th century, though official records are pretty scarce. That said, it's safe to assume that most countries weren't exactly rushing to stock their libraries with copies of Balzac's book. The language used in the book was, by itself, half the scandal. Balzac deliberately wrote in an archaic Renaissance-era French, filled with odd spellings, strange grammar, and words he just flat out made up. Imagine Shakespearean English, if Shakespeare had been chugging absinthe and making dirty jokes for 600 plus pages. The stories were pure chaos. Lustful priests, scheming nobles, and hapless villagers getting caught up in absurd, borderline obscene situations. Medieval France, according to Balzac, was one giant drunken carnival, where morality was optional and debauchery was practically a civic duty. Naturally, this didn't sit well with the moral police of his time. Critics called it vulgar, indecent, and get this, a bacchanalia of flush preapi. Yes, that's a real quote. Even George Sand, a fellow writer known for stirring up scandal, called it inappropriate. Alphonse de Lamartine dismissed it as futile and cynical. And honestly, they weren't wrong. Balzac leaned all the way in, packing his stories with lust, greed, power struggles, and a complete refusal to tone anything down. Despite, or maybe because of, its reputation, droll stories gained what some have called a cult following. Tier 1. Surface Disturbia. Mortal Kombat, 1992. Blood Code Panic. In 1992, arcade cabinets started attracting more kids than ice cream trucks. And the reason? Mortal Kombat. It wasn't just another Street Fighter clone. It had a secret weapon that would change gaming forever. Blood. Buckets of it. Violence in games wasn't new, but Mortal Kombat made it feel real. At least by 90s standards. You could uppercut someone and watch pixelated blood spray like a broken ketchup bottle. But the real controversy came when Finish Him flashed on screen. Decapitations, heart extractions, spontaneous combustion, executed in glorious, crusty pixel blood. All because the graphics were digitized actors. It all felt just real enough to short-circuit a suburban parent's brain. Parents were horrified, politicians were outraged, and kids, well, the kids couldn't get enough. The controversy reached Congress when Senator Lieberman's pearl-clutching hearings featured Mortal Kombat's greatest hits. Decapitations, heart removals, spine collection, all the classics. Nintendo panicked and released a sanitized version, while Sega just hid the gore behind a cheat code that every kid knew within 24 hours. Guess which version outsold the other by a ridiculous margin? The resulting moral panic birthed the ESRB. So next time you see that M for Mature label, thank Sub-Zero's spine collection hobby. Brazil and Germany led the charge in banning the game outright. The irony? Those bans only increased its mystique, creating a black market that made the forbidden fruit even more desirable. Nothing makes teenagers want something more than adults saying they can't have it. Mortal Kombat's legacy isn't just as a great fighting game. It forced society to take video games seriously, for better or worse. And all it took was a little digital blood. Postal 2, 2003. The game that earned its name. If video games were people, Postal 2 would be that guy at a party, offends everyone on purpose, and then claims he's just being honest. Released in 2023 by Running with Scissors, this game isn't just shocking for shock's sake. It's shocking for shock's sake while giving you a condescending lecture about how you're the real problem for being offended. The premise seems simple enough. You play as the Postal Dude, a regular guy trying to complete mundane tasks like cashing a check or returning a library book. The plot twist? You can complete these tasks peacefully, or You can go on a rampage with weapons ranging from shotguns to cats with silencers strapped to their behinds. Yes, someone designed, programmed, and tested a cat silencer. That was someone's actual job. While the game pretends to give you a choice, everything is designed to push you towards violence. The townsfolk are irritating, lines are long, and everyone seems engineered to test your patience. Postal 2 checks every box on the video game controversy checklist. Public urination? Yep. Animal cruelty? You can use cats as silencers. Mass shootings? Unfortunately. Gary Coleman cameo? Weirdly, also yes. New Zealand banned it so hard, even owning a copy could get you fined. Distribute it, and you're committing a crime, with fines up to $10,000. Australia, Germany, Malaysia, and Sweden quickly followed suit. The German Federal Department for Media Harmful to Young Persons called it a document of a disturbed mind. Running with Scissors probably printed that on t-shirts. The game's creator, Vince Desi, defended it as satire, claiming it exposed society's hypocrisy. That might be more convincing if the satire amounted to more than, what if you could pee on people and then set them on fire? The ESRB gave it an adults-only rating. Not for one specific thing, but for how players could combine mechanics into disturbingly violent outcomes. It wasn't just about what you saw, it was about what the game let you do. They stated that the combinations of gameplay elements could result in unacceptably intense acts of violence, an unusual rationale at the time. In other words, Postal 2 isn't disturbing because of what it shows, it's disturbing because of what it lets you do, and how fast you take the bait, which is an underlying theme in many of these video games. Like this next one, for example. BMX XXX, 2002, when extreme sports got too extreme. In the early 2000s, extreme sports games were printing money. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater dominated sales charts, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. Enter Acclaim Entertainment with a brilliant plan. Combine BMX tricks with adult entertainment. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Everything could go wrong. BMX XXX was what happened when a failing company tried to combine dirt bikes and desperation. Acclaim's BMX franchise was struggling, so they decided that what bike stunts really needed was nudity and toilet humor. The game featured footage of actual real-life strippers, missions to collect adult materials, and an unsettling amount of uncensored content that makes me feel like I need to wipe my browser history just for researching this. Australia's classification board took one look and said absolutely not, slapping it with an outright ban. Major retailers like Walmart and Toys R Us refused to stock it. Even the console manufacturers got squeamish. Microsoft and Nintendo banned it from their platforms entirely, while Sony allowed it only with the explicit content censored, which defeated the game's entire selling point. The funny thing, without the controversy, no one would remember this game at all. The actual gameplay was mediocre at best. Critics savaged it, calling it the video game equivalent of a 13-year-old's notebook doodles. The physics were broken, the controls were frustrating, and the humor had all the sophistication of a fart in church. Acclaim was so confident in their adult content sales strategy that they offered to pay the legal fees of any retailer fined for selling the game. But you can't pay legal fees when no one's buying your product. BMX XXX bombed so spectacularly that it helped drive Acclaim into bankruptcy within 2 years. In the end, the game that tried to revolutionize gaming by adding adult content to BMX mostly served as a cautionary tale about mistaking controversy for content. Or, as one reviewer put it, they were so preoccupied whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. Manhunt 2003, Murder as Art. After Grand Theft Auto had Fox News anchors foaming at the mouth, Rockstar thought, how can we really give Middle America an aneurysm? The answer was Manhunt, where murder isn't just necessary, it's an art form with its own rating system. The premise is pure grindhouse cinema. You play as James Earl Cash, a death row inmate, who finds himself starring in a snuff film directed by a character voiced by Brian Cox. Your director, Lionel Starkweather, promises freedom if you brutally murder gang members for his camera. Keyword being brutally. Manhunt introduced a system where the longer you stalked your prey, the more savage your kill would be. Hold the button briefly, a quick, efficient death. Hold it longer, you might suffocate someone with a plastic bag while they kick and struggle. The game rewards patience with increasingly grisly animations, all filmed in grainy VHS quality footage, complete with time codes and director's commentary. Beautiful. That'll make the highlight reel for sure. Starkweather might exclaim after you perform particularly creative violence. It's disturbing not just for the violence itself, but for how it makes you complicit in the voyeurism. you're not just killing, you're killing for an audience. It's performance art, where the medium is murder. The controversy exploded when the game got linked to a real-life murder in the UK. A 14-year-old was killed by a 17-year-old friend in a way some said mirrored the game. Later investigations doubted the connection, but by then, the damage was done. The game was pulled from shelves across the UK and banned outright in Australia, New Zealand, Germany, and several other countries. Rockstar co-founder Terry Donovan defended the game, saying, "We believe in freedom of creative expression, just as we believe in the freedom of choice for our consumers." Critics countered that maybe some choices shouldn't be available, like the choice to practice garroting techniques on digital victims. It's like saying we should be able to sell anything and our buyers can do anything with it, because freedom. What makes Manhunt truly disturbing isn't just what it shows, but what it asks of you. It transforms murder from an impulsive act into a deliberate performance, asking you to be patient, careful, and creative in your killing. Manhunt 2, 2007. Double the murder, double the trouble. If Manhunt was Rockstar testing the waters of controversy, Manhunt 2 was a full-blown cannonball. Released in 2007, the sequel took everything disturbing about the original and cranked it up to 11. Because nothing says we've learned our lesson like doubling down on everything that got you in trouble the first time. This time, you play as Daniel Lamb, a mental patient with amnesia who escapes from an asylum during a power outage. Joined by Leo Casper, a mysterious inmate with a penchant for violence, you embark on a journey to recover Daniel's memories and discover the truth behind his imprisonment. As spoiler alert, it involves murder. Shocking, I know. The kills in Manhunt 2 make the original look like a Disney movie. Execution include forcing a victim's head into an electrical box, using a hypodermic needle in truly creative ways, and bashing faces with a toilet lid, all lovingly rendered in graphic detail. And if you're wondering if there's a reason for all of this beyond shock value, the answer is sort of. The game initially received an adults-only rating from the ESRB, which is essentially a commercial death sentence since major retailers and console manufacturers refuse to carry AO-rated games. And ironically, it was sort of counterproductive, as rebellious teenagers were now only drawn toward it more because of the adults-only rating. Nothing makes something more appealing than being told you can't have it. Rockstar, not willing to lose millions in potential sales, made modifications to tone down the violence by adding visual filters that obscured the most graphic moments. Even with these changes, the game was banned in the UK, Ireland, Australia, Saudi Arabia, and several other countries. The New Zealand Office of Film and Literature classification described it as depicting gross, unrelenting, and gratuitous violence. Germany went even further, placing it on their list of media harmful to young people, making it illegal to advertise or display publicly. What's particularly interesting about Manhunt 2 is how it tries to justify its violence through its narrative. The game suggests that Leo might be a figment of Daniel's imagination, a Tyler Durden-esque projection of his darker impulses. The psychological angle could have been fascinating if it wasn't buried under 6 feet of gore. It's like trying to talk about mental health while someone screams obscenities right next to your ear. Tier 2. Deeper Disturbance. Hatred 2015. Testing Steam's limits. In 2015, Polish developer Destructive Creations decided to answer a question nobody was asking. What if we made a game where the only objective is to kill as many innocent people as possible? The result was Hatred, a game so deliberately provocative it seemed designed specifically to cause outrage rather than entertainment. And it delivered. The game casts you as the antagonist, a misanthropic mass murderer with long black hair and a coat that screams, "I have manifestos on my hard drive." His motivation? Pure nihilism. "My whole life is just cold, bitter hatred." He monologues in an opening sequence that makes edgy teenager poetry look well-adjusted by comparison. What follows is a mass violence simulator, where you roam suburban streets, office buildings, and other everyday locations, murdering civilians who beg for their lives. Police and SWAT teams try to stop you, but they're just more targets on your way to the ultimate goal, a violent suicide once you've killed enough people. Fun family entertainment, clearly. The marketing was equally subtle. The announcement trailer featured the tagline, "Hatred fills my heart with comfort," and shows the protagonist shooting a wounded woman at point-blank range. It was like the developers sat around brainstorming ways to guarantee headlines and went with all of them. The controversy reached its peak when Steam, the largest digital distribution platform for PC games, removed Hatred from its Greenlight program, where users vote on which games should be sold on the platform. This rare act of content policing by Steam seemed to confirm that the game had indeed crossed a line. But then things got interesting. Gabe Newell, who runs Valve, stepped in personally and brought the game back, telling the developers he was sorry. His take was basically, look, Steam is all about giving creators and players the tools to do their thing. The bottom line was clear. Valve wasn't saying the game was awesome, but they weren't gonna start playing content judge either. Critics universally panned Hatred, not just for its content, but for being a mediocre game. It has clunky controls, repetitive gameplay, and graphics that look like someone applied an edgy filter to a game from 2005. The game's only innovation was in the field of tastelessness. Yet despite, or perhaps because of the controversy, Hatred sold well. It topped the Steam bestseller list on release day, proving once again that there's no such thing as bad publicity. Or as the antagonist might say, the only thing worse than being hated is being ignored. Which is exactly what would have happened to this game without the controversy. Thrill Kill, 1998. The game so nasty was killed before birth. Imagine spending millions of dollars and thousands of hours creating a video game, only to have it completed, ready to ship, and then just buried. That's exactly what happened to Thrill Kill. The fighting game so controversial it was cancelled despite being 100% finished. Developed by Paradox Development for the original PlayStation, Thrill Kill was poised to push the envelope for violence and adult content in gaming. The premise? 8 condemned souls are sent to hell where they compete in a tournament for a chance at reincarnation. Each character was a walking ESRB warning label. There was Belladonna, a dominatrix in bondage gear. Dr. Faustus, a quadruple amputee in a straitjacket who fought with his mechanical limbs. And who could forget Tormentor, a gimp-suited man wielding a cattle prod. I'm guessing the character designer had some interesting browser history. The gameplay wasn't just about depleting your opponent's health bar. Instead, you filled a kill meter by inflicting damage, and once full, you could perform a thrill kill, the game's equivalent of a fatality. These included ripping opponents in half, stomping them into a bloody puddle, or forcing them to literally eat their own heart. All of this played out in cramped arenas designed to keep players in constant contact, creating what the developers called the first 3D adult-oriented fighter. I'm pretty sure that's not a title anyone was competing for. Thrill Kill was set to receive one of the first ever adults-only rating for a console game. Virgin Interactive, the publisher, was ready to accept the limited retail options that came with such a rating, believing the controversy would drive sales. Everything was on track for a Halloween 1998 release. Then Electronic Arts entered the picture like a disapproving parent. EA acquired Virgin Interactive, inheriting Thrill Kill in the process. After reviewing the game, they decided it didn't meet their publishing standards and canceled it weeks before release. In a statement that should be framed in the Museum of Corporate Understatement, EA explained, "It just wasn't appropriate for us to market." Translation, what were they thinking? But in the pre-digital age, a completed game couldn't just disappear. Paradox employees, bitter about their work being suppressed, leaked nearly complete copies onto the internet. Bootleg versions circulated on burned CDs, giving Thrill Kill a second life as forbidden contraband. The developers eventually recycled the game engine to create Wu-Tang, Shaolin style, a fighting game featuring the rap group, a poor consolation prize for what could have been gaming's most notorious title. The Guy Game, 2004. Spring Break meets legal problems. The early 2000s were a strange time. Jackass was mainstream entertainment. Girls Gone Wild infomercials played after midnight on basic cable. And somehow, someone thought combining trivia with footage of real college girls exposing themselves was a brilliant concept for a video game. That game was The Guy Game, and it's banned for reasons that should be obvious to anyone with a functioning moral compass. Released for PlayStation 2 and Xbox in 2004, The Guy Game featured footage of real young women exposing themselves during spring break in South Padre Island, Texas. The gameplay was simple. Answer trivia questions correctly, and you'd be rewarded with uncensored footage of intoxicated college students lifting their shirts. Answer incorrectly, and the good stuff stayed pixelated. It was like if Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was hosted by the creepiest guy you knew in college. The game's host, a sleazy character named Matt Sadler, would approach women on the beach, ply them with alcohol, and convince them to participate in a trivia contest, where wrong answers meant public exposure. The fact that this predatory behavior was the entire premise should have raised red flags. But somehow it cleared the censors and received an M rating. The early 2000s, everyone. But here's where things went from sleazy to illegal. One of the women featured in the game filed a lawsuit against the developers. Why? Because she was only 17 years old when she was filmed. That's right, the Guy game, a title marketed as adult entertainment, contained footage of a minor. You could practically hear the lawsuits coming up. A Texas court quickly issued an injunction prohibiting further sales of the game, making it officially banned. Copies were pulled from shelves, but not before thousands had already been sold. Because it included footage of a minor, owning or distributing certain copies could legally qualify as possession of CP in some countries, with serious consequences. Not exactly a collector's item you want to brag about. The Guy Games developers, top-heavy studios, never recovered from the lawsuit. They shut down shortly after, their legacy a cautionary tale about the dangers of building a business model around exploiting drunk college students. The game's publisher, Gathering of Developers, was absorbed by Take-Two Interactive, who presumably keep the skeleton buried deep in their corporate closet. What's particularly disturbing about the Guy game isn't just its content, but how many gatekeepers failed to stop it. Everyone, developers, publishers, platforms, even ratings board, looked at a game built around filming drunk women without proper consent and said, yeah, this seems fine. It's a reminder of how different attitudes were just a few console generations ago. Sometimes games are banned for political reasons or moral panic. Sometimes, as in this case, they're banned because they are literal crimes burned onto a disc. Rule of Rose, 2006. How to cancel a game with just rumors. Rule of Rose is the video game equivalent of being convicted in the court of public opinion for crimes you didn't actually commit. Released in Japan and North America in 2006, this psychological horror game never technically made it to Europe because of a controversy based almost entirely on misinformation and moral panic. Set in 1930s England, Rule of Rose follows Jennifer, a young woman trapped in a world controlled by a group of sadistic girls called the aristocracy of the red crayon. The game's aesthetic is reminiscent of a twisted fairy tale, with themes exploring the cruelty children can inflict on each other. Dark? Absolutely. But not in the way European politicians claimed. The trouble began when then-mayor of Rome, Walter Veltroni, denounced the game without having played it, based solely on trailers and secondhand descriptions. He claimed Rule of Rose depicted children being buried alive, newborns being killed, and a girl growing up in a coffin. None of these scenes actually exist in the game. No actual footage, missions, or mechanics supported any of these rumors. Not to be outdone, Franco Frattini, the European Justice Commissioner, wrote to all EU ministers demanding they ban this game he had also never played. He described it as promoting aberrant behaviors toward children, and even called for reforms to the entire European video game rating system, based on his imaginary version of Rule of Rose. Politicians and video games? Name a more iconic duo of mutual misunderstanding. The British tabloids, never one to let facts get in the way of a good moral panic, ran headlines like, "Sick bully computer game vanished," and "The video nasty that encourages children to be cruel." One MP called it a manual for pedophiles. The most ridiculous claim was that the game rewarded players for inappropriate actions involving children, which is completely false. There is no such content in the game at all. What makes this especially absurd is that the Rule of Rose is actually a thoughtful, if disturbing, exploration of childhood trauma. The game's true horror comes from psychological torment and bullying, not graphic violence or inappropriate content. The few violent scenes that do exist are mild compared to countless other games that face no controversy. Publishers Punchline and Sony eventually canceled the European release, not because the game was objectionable, but because defending against the tsunami of misinformation wasn't worth the battle. Rule of Rose became a sacrificial lamb to appease moral guardians who never bothered to check if their outrage was justified, while genuinely problematic games flew under the radar. Today, the game's rarity has made it a collector's item, with copies selling for hundreds of dollars. The irony is palpable. A game banned for its supposedly exploitative content has become valuable precisely because of that ban, ensuring more people seek it out than it would have if politicians had just left it alone. Custer's Revenge, 1982. The Atari's darkest hour. Long before Grand Theft Auto sparked congressional hearings or Mortal Kombat introduced the world to digital decapitations, there was Custer's Revenge, a game so fundamentally vile that it makes modern controversies look tame by comparison. Released for the Atari 2600 in 1982, it holds the dubious distinction of being one of the first video games to generate widespread moral outrage. And yeah, it earned every bit of that outrage. The gameplay, and I use that term loosely, involved controlling a pixelated, naked General Custer with visible arousal as he dodged arrows to reach a Native American woman tied to a post. Upon reaching her, the game rewarded players by allowing Custer to commit what can only be described as digital assault. That's it. That was the whole game. Move right, dodge arrows, commit something completely indefensible. The graphics were primitive even by 1982 standards, with the characters represented by crude stick figures, but the intent was unmistakable, and no amount of pixelation could obscure the depravity of the concept. The game's tagline was, "When you score, which manages to be both incredibly tasteless and painfully unclever. The marketing department really outdid themselves with that one. Custer's Revenge was marketed by Mystique, a company specializing in adult games under their Swedish erotica label. Calling this erotic is like calling a mugging romantic tension. It wasn't just explicit, it combined assault with racist caricatures of Native Americans in a way that seemed designed to offend as many people as possible. The backlash was as swift and severe as it should have been. Women's rights groups, Native American organizations, and anti-pornography activists united in their condemnation. The game was banned in several municipalities, with authorities in Oklahoma City seizing copies from stores. It's one of the first examples of video games being treated as potentially harmful contraband rather than mere entertainment. Atari, which had nothing to do with the game's creation, sued Mystique to distance themselves from the controversy. The company's official statement read in part, "The game is explicit, has no redeeming social value, and may well be illegal. When even the console maker wants nothing to do with your game, you've crossed the line." Several lines, actually. You've crossed so many lines you're basically playing hopscotch with moral boundaries. But once again, despite, or perhaps because of the controversy, Custer's Revenge reportedly sold between 20,000 and 80,000 copies at $50 each, which was overpriced as hell for that time, and disturbingly successful for a game that should have never existed in the first place. Mystique followed it with 2 more adult-themed games before the video game crash of 1983 put them out of business, proving that there is still some occasional justice in the world. Today, Custer's Revenge is remembered as a low point in video game history, a relic from a time when video games had zero ethical guardrails, and somehow even less shame. Tier 3, The Abyss, 177, 1986, Japan's notorious criminal simulator. In 1986, while Nintendo was bringing joy to American children with Super Mario Bros., Japanese developer DB Soft was creating something far darker for the PC 8801 computer. That game was 177, named after the article of Japan's penal code dealing with crimes we can't explicitly name on YouTube. If that doesn't immediately set off alarm bells, your alarm system might need maintenance. 177 was essentially a text-based adventure game where the goal was to stalk and commit unspeakable crimes against women. Players would follow potential victims, gather information about them, and then attack. The game even featured a planning phase where you would decide the best time and method for your assault. The graphics were primitive by today's standards, with basic 8-bit representations of the scenes described in text, but the content was so unmistakable that even horrible pixels couldn't mask it, making it all the more disturbing that this passed for entertainment. The game featured multiple women to target, each with different routines and characteristics, adding a strategic element that makes you want to throw up. What's particularly disturbing about 177 is that it wasn't created as some underground bootleg title. It was a commercially released product from an established company that also made normal games like baseball simulations. DB Soft even went on to create a sequel of sorts called 177 Part 2, doubling down on the concept. Apparently, one game promoting criminal behavior against women wasn't enough. The game generated significant controversy, even in 1980s Japan, a market generally more permissive of adult content in games. It never received an official Western release, which is probably for the best given the likely reaction. However, in the internet age, nothing truly disappears, and the game has become something of a dark legend in gaming history. JFK Reloaded, 2004. Assassination as Education. Released on November 22, 2004, the 41st anniversary of President Kennedy's assassination, JFK Reloaded might be the only game on this list that claimed to have educational value. The Scottish developers at Traffic Management Limited described it as a historical simulation that would help disprove conspiracy theories by showing the physics of how Lee Harvey Oswald, the shooter, could have acted alone. A noble goal, maybe, if your educational tool wasn't literally putting players in the role of a presidential assassin. That's like teaching fire safety by giving kids matches and gasoline. The gameplay was simple, but disturbing. Players took control of a rifle from the 6th floor of the Texas Schoolbook Depository, the position Oswald allegedly fired from. The goal? Recreate the 3 shots that killed the president as accurately as possible, matching the timing and trajectory of the bullets according to the Warren Commissioner's official report. Points were awarded for historical accuracy, with a perfect score of 1,000 theoretically possible if you precisely matched every detail of the assassination. And just when you thought it couldn't get more messed up, the developers decided to make things even more bizarre by throwing out a $10,000 prize for whoever could rack up the highest score. It was like they looked at this horrific tragedy and thought, what this really needs is a high score screen. The fact that this idea didn't get immediately thrown in the trash is mind-blowing. Seriously, who sits down and thinks, hey, let's turn this terrible moment into some kind of twisted game competition? The Kennedy family was, understandably, outraged. Senator Edward Kennedy called the game despicable. While the game was banned or heavily restricted in several countries, major retailers refused to carry it, forcing traffic to sell it exclusively through their website for $9.99. The developers defended the game with spectacular mental gymnastics. Kirk Ewing, the managing director, insisted we genuinely believe that the only thing we're exploiting is new technology. He compared it to controversial films like JFK or documentaries about the assassination. The critical difference, of course, is that those works didn't put viewers in the active role of assassin or reward them for accuracy. If the game can put us in the shoes of World War II soldiers or medieval knights, why does controlling Oswald feel so fundamentally wrong? The answer lies in recency, specificity, and respect for real tragedy. There's a big moral difference between generic war game and Kennedy headshot simulator. The game is now impossible to purchase legitimately, as Traffic shut down its servers years ago after the controversy proved too damaging. VTech Rampage, 2007, making tragedy a game. As if making a video game out of an assassination wasn't enough, someone thought it would be a good idea to make a video game out of a school tragedy, including kids. Some people really make you wonder if humanity was a mistake. Just 4 days after Sung Hui Cho killed 32 people at Virginia Tech in one of America's deadliest mass shootings, Australian programmer Ryan Lambourne released VTech Rampage, a flash game that let players reenact the tragedy. If you're wondering how someone could create something so insensitive in less than a week, you're asking the right question. The wrong question would be, how could this possibly get worse? Because trust me, it does. VTech Rampage wasn't just tasteless in concept, it was deliberately provocative in execution. Players controlled a character explicitly meant to represent the real shooter, moving through crude pixelated versions of the actual Virginia Tech buildings. The goal? Commit mass violence against as many students and faculty as possible before ending your own life, mirroring the real events in a way that feel like emotional vandalism. But Lambourne wasn't content with mere offense. When criticized, he doubled down, demanding $2,000 in donations to remove the game from his website, and another $1,000 for an apology. When that failed to materialize, he created a sequel called VTech Rampage 2, because apparently being reviled internationally once wasn't enough. The creator claimed the game was social commentary, designed to highlight America's lax gun laws. It seemed so weird to me that the people were being blamed for the shooting rather than the laws that allowed them to happen, he said in an interview. A valid political position, maybe, but one that loses all credibility when expressed through exploiting the deaths of actual people while their families were still in mourning. VTech Rampage was universally condemned and banned from every reputable platform. Even in the Wild West days of flash game hosting sites, this was too much. The Anti-Defamation League called it an extremely cruel exploitation of a tragedy, while tech journalist Andy Chalk wrote, "There's a line between commentary and exploitation, and this is way over it." Lambourne would later create similar games about other school tragedies, establishing himself as a one-trick pony. He allegedly received death threats for his creations, which he seemed to wear as badges of honor, rather than taking as signs that maybe, just maybe, he should reconsider his approach to game development. Super Columbine Massacre RPG, 2005. School shooting as social commentary. If I had a nickel for every time someone tried to cash in on tragedy in the name of social commentary or artistic expression, I'd have quite a few nickels. Because in 2005, game designer Danny Ladon released what might be the most academically defended, yet universally reviled game in history. Super Columbine Massacre RPG puts players in the roles of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, as they prepare and carry out the 1999 Columbine High School shooting that left 13 people dead before the shooters took their own lives. Created in RPG Maker, the game features crude 16-bit style graphics, reminiscent of Super Nintendo games, creating a jarring contrast with this horrific subject matter. Players begin in April 20, 1999, in Harris's room, gathering weapons and bombs before heading to the school. Dialogue in the game is taken directly from the shooter's journals and video recordings, lending it a disturbing authenticity despite the primitive presentation. LaDon, who was in high school himself when Columbine happened, claimed the game was meant as a serious examination of the factors that led to the tragedy. Games that genuinely challenge social taboos or confront real cultural issues are nearly non-existent, he wrote. So apparently, he decided the solution was to let players roleplay as mass murderers. What makes this game particularly unsettling is its attempt at psychological depth. Between acts of violence, the game includes flashbacks to the shooter's experiences of bullying and social isolation. After completing the massacre, players guide Harris and Klebold to hell, where they battle demons from the video game Doom, which the real Harris was known to play obsessively. The game was, of course, universally condemned by mainstream media and banned from countless platforms. LaDon received death threats, and a documentary about the game called Playing Columbine was created to explore the controversy. Perhaps most notably, the game was removed from the Slamdance Game Festival despite being a finalist, leading to several other developers withdrawing their games in protest of what they saw as censorship. Despite being officially banned or blocked almost everywhere, the game remains available through unofficial channels. LaDon eventually stopped distributing it himself, but hasn't taken action against those who continue to share it. The game exists in a digital limbo, neither fully erased nor legitimately available. Whether it's a thoughtful exploration of a national tragedy or exploitative trash depends largely on who you ask. But perhaps the most telling critique came from the father of one Columbine victim, who simply said, "It's wrong to market the murder of our children." Sometimes the simplest statements cut through all the academic justifications. Active Shooter, 2018. School tragedy as entertainment. When Russian developer Acid announced Active Shooter in May 2018, they claimed it was meant to be a SWAT simulator, where players could take on the role of either police responding to a school incident or the perpetrator themselves. The game, which was apparently meant to be a legitimate police training tool, let players commit digital violence against school children for entertainment. But it's not the first time, and most certainly not the last when something like this appeared in the gaming industry. The game's trailer didn't help its case, featuring footage of a player stalking school hallways. Attacking students and teachers as an on-screen counter tallied civilians killed and cops killed. Acid's developer, going by the name Revive Games, claimed the shooter role was added because it's just a game, not a simulation, inadvertently undermining their own SWAT simulator defense in record time. The backlash was swift and severe. Thankfully, parents of school shooting victims organized petitions gathering hundreds of thousands of signatures, demanding the game's removal from Steam, Valve's dominant PC gaming platform. Ryan Petty, who lost his daughter in the Parkland shooting just months earlier, called it despicable and horrific. Even Senator Bill Nelson of Florida took to the Senate floor to condemn the game, saying it's inexcusable that Valve Corporation is planning to release a video game that simulates an active shooter situation in a school. Politicians rarely agree on anything, but thankfully, maybe don't sell virtual school shooting simulators is one of those rarer issues. Valve, facing unprecedented pressure, removed the game from Steam before its scheduled June 6 release date. But here's where the story takes an interesting turn. In their investigation, Valve discovered that Revive Games was actually a pseudonym for a developer previously banned from the platform for copyright infringement and review manipulation. The school shooting content wasn't just in poor taste. It was part of a pattern of trolling and rule-breaking behavior. This revelation helped Valve frame their decision as one about developers' behavior rather than content censorship, a distinction that mattered to Valve, a company historically known for being reluctant to police content on their platform. In a statement, they called the developer a troll, with a history of customer abuse, publishing copyrighted material, and user review manipulation. Essentially saying, we're not banning it because of content, but because you're a jerk. Convenient, but effective. Active Shooter never officially released, though bootleg copies supposedly exist in dark corners of the internet. The developer attempted to release it on a website called Acid Publishing, but payment processors refused to work with them, effectively killing the project. The controversy sparked renewed debate about content moderation in gaming, with Valve eventually updating their policies to allow everything on Steam unless it was illegal or straight-up trolling. This peculiar standard created a situation where simulating a school shooting might be allowed if the developer had a clean history and claimed artistic intent, raising uncomfortable questions about the arbitrary nature of content policies. Muslim Massacre 2008. Hate as gameplay. In September 2008, a Flash game appeared online with the deliberately provocative title Muslim Massacre, the game of modern religious genocide. Created by a Brisbane-based programmer who calls himself Sigvater, the game's premise was as simple as it was hateful. Players controlled an American soldier parachuting into the Middle East with the explicit goal of killing all Muslims. The game's tagline read, "Take control of the American hero and wipe out the Muslim race with an arsenal of the world's most destructive weapons." If that sentence made you physically ill, congratulations on being a decent human being. If it didn't, please go outside, take a walk, and touch some grass. Then maybe talk to a therapist about why genocide simulators don't bother you. The creator later claimed it was satire intended to criticize American foreign policy, which is like claiming that setting a building on fire is just a metaphor for global warming. The developers of these games seem to have uncanny parallels of defending their sick creations through flipping the script on the very things they depict and encourage. The gameplay was as basic as the premise. Using a top-down perspective reminiscent of classic arcade shooters, players moved through desert environments, gunning down men in turbans and women in burqas, which are the signature pieces of religious clothing for Muslims. Power-ups included bacon and alcohol, chosen specifically because they are prohibited to eat and drink in Islam. Boss battles featured Osama bin Laden, the Islamic prophet, and ultimately, the Islamic God himself, designed specifically to provoke outrage. The game wasn't just Islamophobic, it was deliberately designed to be as offensive as possible to Muslims, incorporating outrageous blasphemy. The reaction was, of course, as furious as you'd imagine. Muslim organizations worldwide condemned the game, with the Muslim Council of Britain calling it glorified violence against Muslims. The Australian government investigated whether it violated hate speech laws, though they ultimately determined it didn't meet the threshold for prosecution, which says more about the limitations of those laws than the content of the game. What's particularly disturbing about Muslim Massacre is the timing of its release, coming just 7 years after 9/11, during a period of heightened Islamophobia and ongoing wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The game didn't exist in a vacuum. It dropped during a time when anti-Muslim hate crimes were spiking, and US foreign policy had already dehumanized entire populations, potentially normalizing and gamifying that hatred, providing a medium for bigots to polish their rage. The developer eventually issued a half-hearted apology and removed the game from his website, stating, "I apologize to those who were genuinely offended by the game, but there were assumptions made about my intentions that were not correct." He claimed he wasn't racist, but merely trying to create something absurd and extreme for the sake of comedy. The old "it's just a joke" defense applied to religious genocide. Hilarious. Muslim Massacre was banned in most regions with hate speech laws, but continued to circulate through file sharing and underground channels. While some defenders attempted to frame the controversy as censorship, the more relevant question might be whether interactive entertainment glorifying religious genocide deserves the protection of free expression in the first place. Demonophobia 2012. Torture as art. Created by a developer known only as Sabat Satori, this 2D horror game follows Sakuri, a 14-year-old girl trapped in a nightmarish hellscape filled with demons who want nothing more than to torture her in increasingly grotesque ways. What sets Demonophobia apart from other horror games isn't just its content, but its singular focus on the suffering of its protagonist. While games like Resident Evil or Silent Hill use death as punishment for player failure, Demonophobia seems to revel in it, featuring over 100 unique death animations that play out in excruciating detail through pixel art that somehow manages to be more disturbing than realistic graphics. These deaths aren't quick or merciful, no. They involve dismemberment, disembowelment, bone breaking, and other atrocities so disturbing YouTube would break out in hives if I described them in detail. All lovingly animated frame by frame. Imagine being that well-adjusted game developer who was somehow okay with spending months perfecting the physics of a teenage girl's suffering. Think about it. Someone placed every pixel on every one of those frames, never pausing even once for a moment of self-reflection and wondering, what the hell am I doing with my life? What makes this even more troubling is the game's underground distribution. Demonophobia was never submitted to any rating board or official platform. It circulated through file-sharing sites and obscure forums, existing in a regulatory blind spot where normal content standards couldn't touch it. The game's relative obscurity meant it never faced the scrutiny that might have led to formal bans, though it would certainly be refused classification in most countries if submitted. The few gaming outlets that acknowledged Demonophobia's existence described it as the most messed up game you'll ever play, or genuinely traumatizing. Even hardcore horror fans find it crosses a line from frightening to simply sadistic. The game seems designed not to scare, but to disturb and disgust, using extreme violence against a character as its primary selling point. Defenders of the game, what few exist, point to its surreal, nightmarish atmosphere and psychological horror elements as evidence of artistic intent. They argue its extreme content serves the game's themes about guilt, punishment, and religious horror, though no theme or message justifies such detailed depictions of torture, especially involving a little girl. Special Force, 2003. Terrorism as propaganda. In 2003, while American troops were fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, Hezbollah's Central Internet Bureau was putting the finishing touches on Special Force, a first-person shooter designed specifically as propaganda and recruitment material for the Lebanese militant group. Yes, you heard that correctly. A designated terrorist organization created its own video game for recruitment purposes, to glorify killing, to desensitize murder, to spark awe in a young audience who'd get inspired to experience the game in real life. You get the gist. Special Forces cast players as Hezbollah fighters, conducting operations against Israeli defense forces based on actual battles that took place during Israel's occupation of southern Lebanon. The game opens with a message stating its purpose is to display the defeat of the Israeli enemy and the victory of the resistance. Very subtle, right? The gameplay itself is primitive by 2003 standards, with crude graphics, clunky controls, and limited features. I mean, it was developed by a terrorist organization after all, what more to expect? But the content is unmistakably political. Players are rewarded for killing Israeli soldiers, with point values assigned to different targets. Between missions, players are treated to actual footage of Hezbollah operations and propaganda videos celebrating attacks on Israeli forces. What makes Special Force particularly disturbing is how it blurs the line between entertainment and indoctrination. The game was sold in Lebanon for about $10, primarily targeting children and teenagers. Mahmoud Raya, a member of Hezbollah who helped produce the game, explicitly stated, Special Force offers a mental and personal training for those who play it, so that they can be ready for defending their land. Special Force was banned in virtually every Western nation under anti-terrorism laws that prohibit distributing materials promoting terrorist organizations. In the United States, even possessing a copy could potentially violate laws against providing material support to designated terrorist groups, making it one of the few video games that might land you on a watch list. Despite these bans, the game sold an estimated 100,000 copies in Lebanon and throughout the Middle East, where it became something of a cultural phenomenon. Its success spawned a sequel in 2007, Special Force 2, which focused on the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war and featured even more explicit propaganda elements, like real-life footage captured during military operations. Yes, including the live deaths. While games like Call of Duty or Battlefield might be criticized for glorifying war or presenting simplified geopolitical narratives, they're ultimately designed as entertainment. Special Force was explicitly created as a tool for political radicalization and recruitment. Sad Satan, 2015, the deep web's most disturbing game. In June 2015, a YouTube channel called Obscure Horror Corner uploaded footage of what the host claimed was a mysterious game he'd found on the deep web, called Sad Satan. The video showed a first-person journey through dark, oppressive corridors filled with distorted imagery, unsettling sounds, and occasional glimpses of children. The atmosphere was suffocating, with the player often unable to see more than a few feet ahead in the murky darkness. According to the channel's host, the game had been downloaded from a hidden link on the deep web after being tipped off by a subscriber. The original version allegedly contained CP, which the host claimed to have edited out before posting his gameplay videos. This origin story, combined with the genuinely unsettling nature of the footage, quickly turned Sad Satan into an internet legend. The game spread through the online horror community like wildfire, Horror YouTubers analyze every frame of the footage, finding hidden meanings, obscure references to real-world killers like Charles Manson, and distorted audio clips, including speeches from figures like Jimmy Savile, a British celebrity posthumously revealed to be a predator who harmed children. The censored image supposedly included real-world victims and other disturbing material that shouldn't be in any game, let alone one claiming to be horror. What made Sad Satan particularly disturbing wasn't just its content, but the mystery surrounding it. No one knew who created it or why. Some thought it was a viral art project. Others believed it was a warning about exploitation rings operating on the deep web. Some even suggested it might contain subliminal messaging or hidden malware designed to harm viewers in some way. As the legend grew, someone claiming to have the original version uploaded it to file-sharing sites. Users who downloaded this version discovered it was filled with actual illegal images and contained malware that damaged their computers. This version was quickly identified as fake, created by trolls to capitalize on the game's notoriety. In a twist worthy of an internet mystery, further investigation revealed that the original Sad Satan itself was likely a hoax. Tech-savvy viewers pointed out inconsistencies in the obscure Horror Corner story, suggesting the game might have been created specifically for the channel, rather than found on the deep web. The channel eventually disappeared, leaving more questions than answers. Whether Sad Satan was real, partially fabricated, or entirely fake, its impact was very real. It spawned numerous clean versions created by fans who were intrigued by the concept, but wanted nothing to do with the illegal content allegedly contained in the original. These sanitized versions removed any potentially illegal imagery while preserving the game's oppressive atmosphere and creepy sound design. Sad Satan represents a new kind of banned game, one that exists on the boundaries between urban legend, viral marketing, and actual criminal content. Its distribution through unofficial channels and association with the deep web placed it beyond the reach of traditional regulation, creating a disturbing precedent for how truly harmful content might spread under the guise of horror gaming. But the real horror wasn't the game. It was how easily the internet turned a rumor into reality, complete with victims, clones, and collateral damage. R-Word Play, 2006, Japan's most notorious game. This game didn't just cross a line. It ignored the idea that one should exist at all. In 2006, Japanese developer Illusion released what would become one of the most universally condemned video games in history. The game's title literally tells you what it's about. A 3D simulation where players commit unspeakable acts against a mother and her two daughters. One still in junior high school. I'd spell it out, but then this video would vanish faster than my faith in humanity while researching this content. The gameplay, if we can call it that, begins with the main character targeting a woman on a train. After being caught and released due to the victim not pressing charges, he then exacts revenge by pursuing her family members. The game features a free roam mode, where players can continue their disgusting behavior in various locations and scenarios. It's as if someone looked at the worst aspects of humanity and thought, how can we make this as realistic as possible? What makes this title particularly disturbing isn't just its premise, but the level of detail invested in its mechanics. The game includes a schedule tracking system for following its victims, realistic physics for clothing, and various game over scenarios if the player fails to prevent victims from escaping or calling for help. It's clear that significant development resources went into creating what is essentially a crime simulator, minus the consequences. Initially, this game was only released in Japan, where adult game regulations were loose enough to let something like this sneak through. However, the internet being, well, the internet, the game eventually found its way to international audiences through imports and piracy. In 2009, it came to international attention when Amazon accidentally sold a few copies through its third-party marketplace before quickly removing it. The global outcry was as immediate as it was overwhelming. Women's rights groups, lawmakers, and media outlets around the world immediately condemned it, and rightfully so. Keith Voss, a British MP, raised the issue in Parliament, while CNN ran a feature story on the game's disturbing content. International pressure became so intense that it led to actual policy changes in Japan. The backlash was strong enough that Japan's Adult Game Rating Board rewrote its guidelines to restrict games depicting such violence. Illusion removed the game from their catalog, and it was effectively banned worldwide, including its country of origin. What's particularly troubling is that this wasn't created by some fringe underground developer, but by an established company with multiple commercial releases. Illusion had previously created relatively mainstream adult games, suggesting there was a market large enough to justify the considerable development costs of a 3D game with detailed physics systems. The game remains the most infamous example of a niche genre of Japanese adult games called eroge, that sometimes incorporate non-consensual themes. While most eroge games involve consensual relationships or fantasy scenarios, titles like this crossed a line that prompted international intervention and industry self-regulation. Battle R Worder, 2002, gamifying assault. Before that game shocked the world, there was an even earlier atrocity called Battle R-Word, a 2002 fighting game from, surprise, surprise, the same developer, Illusion. Apparently, they found their niche creating garbage that makes you want to power wash your brain. Their business model? Combining two things that should never share the same hard drive. The gameplay is split into two distinct phases. First, players engage in relatively standard one-on-one fights against female opponents using a simple combat system. After defeating an opponent, the game transitions to its second phase, euphemistically named Pleasure Mode, which somehow makes it worse, where the player can assault the now defenseless character. The game attempts to frame this as somehow consensual, despite the title and premise explicitly stating otherwise. What makes Battle R Worder particularly disturbing is how it repackages assault as a game mechanic, and then calls it a reward. The fighting portion is merely a pretext, a thin veneer of legitimate gameplay layered over the real purpose of the software. By structuring the assault as a reward for victory, the game frames it as something earned or deserved, a horrifying perspective by any standard. Battle R Worder never received official distribution outside Japan, effectively banned by the content standards of every major market. Even in Japan, it existed in a regulatory gray area, sold only in adult shops with age verification. However, bootleg copies obviously circulated internationally, and circulated on file-sharing networks, quietly reaching international players despite official restrictions. The game spawned a sequel in 2005, Battle R Worder 2, which attempted to soften its image by making the inappropriate content technically consensual, though the title and marketing still leaned hard into the exact themes they were supposedly walking back. The developers seemed to recognize they had crossed the line, but were unwilling to abandon the problematic branding that had garnered attention. Socialatron, 2005. When virtual assault becomes all too real. Just when you thought things couldn't get worse, someone booted up Socialatron. Brace yourselves as we plunge deeper into the abyss with a game that blurred the lines between virtual depravity and actual harm to real people. Most controversial games exist in a single-player bubble, where disturbing actions affect only digital characters with no real humans involved. Socialatron shattered that barrier by bringing deeply troubling content into a multiplayer environment, creating a virtual world where players could commit acts against other players without their consent. Yeah, the kind of acts we can't describe without getting banned. It wasn't just a game about inappropriate behavior. It enabled a form of digital violation. Launched in 2005 by independent developer Socialatronics LLC, Socialatron billed itself as an adult MMORPG with unprecedented freedom. While most MMOs restrict player behavior to maintain a pleasant environment, Socialatron went in the opposite direction, allowing almost any behavior, no matter how disturbing. Players could engage in virtual intimate activities, which alone wouldn't be controversial, but the game also permitted non-consensual interactions, including violations, torture, and slavery. What made this particularly problematic was the lack of meaningful consent mechanisms. In most adult multiplayer games, intimate interactions require all parties to agree. In Socialatron, players could force these interactions on unwilling participants through in-game mechanics like character restraints and combat. The victim player would be forced to watch their character being violated, with no way to disconnect or escape until the action was complete, taking the concept of harm to a whole never-before-seen level of psychological, rather than physical victimization. There's bleak, and then there's building mechanics to simulate this kind of thing. Even more disturbing were the permanent consequences. Characters subjected to violence in Socialatron could contract diseases, become pregnant, or suffer permanent injuries that affected their abilities. This meant that even after the immediate assault ended, victims would continue experiencing negative effects from something they never consented to, creating a form of ongoing virtual trauma. The game's creator, Thomas Menton, defended these mechanics as being about freedom and realism, arguing that players knew what they were getting into. That's like saying you should have known better, which ignores the entire concept of consent. There's a difference between choosing to explore dark themes and having them forced on you by another person in real time. So Charlatron was never officially banned by government action, but it faced a different kind of censorship. Payment processors refused to work with the game. Hosting companies terminated their services, and advertising platforms blocked their content. This commercial ostracism effectively relegated the game to the margins of the internet, where it maintained a small but dedicated player base. The game raised profound questions about the limits of consent in virtual spaces. If someone's digital avatar is violated without their permission, has a form of harm occurred? While obviously not equivalent to physical assault, the emotional impact could still be significant, especially in a game designed to be immersive and realistic. What makes Socialatron different from other games on this list is that the harm wasn't purely hypothetical or limited to desensitization concerns. Real players were forced to watch their avatars violated in ways they didn't consent to, forced to watch acts they found disturbing or traumatic. The game normalized and gamified violence not against NPCs, but against avatars controlled by actual humans, crossing a line that even most controversial games wouldn't approach. Socialatron eventually shut down after years of struggling to maintain servers and attract new players. Its demise hastened by its inability to secure mainstream business partnerships. Its legacy lives on primarily in academic discussions about ethics in virtual worlds and the evolving understanding of consent in digital spaces. White Law, 2003, the Nazi propaganda shooter. Released in 2003, White Law cast players as either a skinhead or a Klansman, on a mission to take back an American city from racial minorities and Jewish people. The premise centers around the white nationalist fantasy of white genocide, claiming that white people must use violence to prevent their replacement by other racial groups. It's not just a game with racist elements, it's a recruitment tool, designed to normalize and encourage real-world hate crimes. The gameplay itself is primitive. Imagine if Doom was made by someone whose brain was 90% hate speech and 10% programming knowledge. The graphics look like they were rendered on a toaster, and the devs had the ethics of a trash fire. But the content leaves no doubt about its intentions. Enemies are depicted as racial stereotypes of Black, Latino, and Jewish people, complete with exaggerated physical features straight out of Nazi propaganda posters. Ugly, deliberate, and designed to dehumanize. Wall graffitis and in-game messages contain explicit white supremacist slogans and calls for racial violence. Between levels, players get hit with educational speeches from actual neo-Nazis. These segments frame the game's violence as not just fun, but necessary for racial survival, attempting to radicalize players through a combination of gameplay rewards and propaganda. It's like a digital Klan rally disguised as a video game. White Law is illegal to distribute or possess in many countries with hate speech laws, including Germany, France, and Canada. In the United States, while not technically illegal under First Amendment protections, the game is classified as hate speech by most platforms and retailers, making it effectively banned from legitimate channels. What makes White Law particularly disturbing is its intended audience. While most edgy games claim to target adults, White Law was aimed directly at teens and young adults by white supremacist organizations as a recruitment tool. The National Alliance explicitly stated that gaming was a way to reach younger potential converts to their ideology. The game's developers weren't rogue programmers or edgy artists testing boundaries. They were members of an organization classified as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Anti-Defamation League. White Law is one of the clearest examples of a game that deserves to be banned, not because it's offensive or controversial, but because it exists specifically to encourage harm against real people based on their race, religion, or ethnicity. The game remains available only through white supremacist networks and file-sharing sites frequented by extremists. Its legacy is a disturbing reminder that interactive media can be weaponized for propaganda purposes, and that some content restrictions serve a legitimate purpose in preventing the spread of dangerous ideologies. Zog's Nightmare, 2006, anti-Semitic conspiracy game. Just when you'd thought we'd reached the bottom of the racist game barrel, we encounter Zog's Nightmare, a 2006 release that makes even White Law look subtle by comparison. Created by members of the neo-Nazi group National Alliance, this game takes its title from the anti-Semitic acronym ZOG, which stands for Zionist Occupied Government, a conspiracy theory claiming that Jewish people secretly control world governments. The game casts players as a skinhead fighting against a Jewish-controlled dystopia. The enemies include caricatures of Jewish people with exaggerated features that could have been lifted directly from 1930s Nazi propaganda, along with minorities and race traitors. The goal? To overthrow the supposed Jewish control of society through violence. What makes Zog's Nightmare particularly disturbing is its attempt to frame genocide as self-defense. Throughout the game, text and audio claim that white people are victims of a global conspiracy, and that violence against Jewish people and minorities is necessary for survival. This inverted victimhood narrative is a common recruitment tactic for hate groups, and Zog's Nightmare weaponizes it in interactive form. With an uncanny resemblance to White Law, the gameplay consists of basic first-person shooting with primitive graphics, suggesting that the developers were more concerned with spreading their message than creating an engaging experience. And just like in White Law, between levels, players are subjected to educational segments, featuring real speeches from prominent white supremacists and neo-Nazis, turning the game into a delivery system for extremist propaganda. Seems like one of the two games more certainly took inspiration from the other. Zog's Nightmare is illegal in many countries with hate speech laws. In Germany, where any expression of hatred against the Jewish people is already a sensitive issue because of the Holocaust, possession of the game could result in criminal charges. Even in the United States, with its broader free speech protections, the game is classified as hate speech by platforms and retailers, effectively banning it from legitimate distribution channels. National Alliance made no secret of their intentions with Zog's Nightmare. In internal documents later made public, they described games as a recruitment tool to reach young white men with racial truth in an engaging format. They saw gaming not as an art form or entertainment, but as a propaganda delivery system for their ideology, one that could bypass normal resistance to extremist messages. The game found distribution primarily through white nationalist websites and forums, creating a pipeline where curious players might download it for shock value or thrill, only to be exposed to escalating anti-Semitic and racist content. This approach to radicalization through entertainment represents one of the most cynical and dangerous uses of interactive media. Tier 4. The Darkest Depths. Ethnic Cleansing. 2002. Gaming's white supremacist nadir. You thought those Nazi propaganda games were bad? We're about to witness gaming's absolute moral rock bottom. In 2002, the neo-Nazi organization National Alliance released what might be the most unambiguously evil video game ever created. Ethnic Cleansing is exactly what its title suggests. A first-person shooter where players control a white supremacist character on a mission to murder Black, Hispanic, and Jewish people. The premise doesn't even try to hide it. It's basically White Law, but louder and more disgusting. The game uses racist caricatures of Black, Hispanic, and Jewish people with things like monkeys, slurs, and cartoonish stereotypes. What makes Ethnic Cleansing particularly disturbing is the timing of its release. It was deliberately launched on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, as a deliberate insult to the civil rights leader's legacy. This wasn't just a game with racist elements, it was explicitly designed as a digital hate crime, with the developers openly stating their white nationalist goals. And the group behind it wasn't just some internet trolls, it was the National Alliance, a legit white supremacist org with publishing arms and thousands of members. Their leader, William Luther Pierce, wrote The Turner Diaries, a novel that inspired multiple terrorist attacks, including the Oklahoma City bombing. Ethnic Cleansing was created as a recruitment tool for their ideology, targeting young men through gaming. The few people who have played it describe an experience that's as boring as it is hateful. The level design is basic, the mechanics clunky, and the entire experience lasts less than an hour, yet its impact far exceeds its quality. A reminder that interactive media can be weaponized for hatred just as easily as books or films. KZ Rattenjagd, 1990s. The Holocaust game. And if you've had enough of racist propaganda, I'll need to hold your hand as we descend even further. There's more coming. A lot more incoming. Deep in the darkest corner of gaming history lies KZ Rattenjagd, with Rattenjagd literally German for rat hunt. A title so vile that most gaming historians are reluctant to even acknowledge its existence. Created in the 90s by actual neo-Nazi groups in Germany, the title translates to Concentration Camp Rat Hunt, with rats being an anti-Semitic reference to Jewish people. The gameplay, if we can even call it that, involves controlling a Nazi officer hunting Jewish prisoners depicted as rats, with the setting unmistakably modeled after a concentration camp. Players are rewarded for killing as many rats as possible, with point multipliers for capturing them in groups. The game includes crude representations of gas chambers and other instruments of Holocaust atrocities. It wasn't just offensive, It was genocide, gamified. What makes KZ Rottenjagd particularly disturbing is its origin within Germany itself, a country that has worked diligently to confront and atone for its Nazi past. The game was created specifically to circumvent Germany's strict laws against Nazi symbolism and Holocaust denial, using the thin disguise of rats instead of human figures to technically skirt legal boundaries while still conveying its hateful message. KZ Rottenjagd is illegal in Germany, under laws prohibiting the glorification of Nazi crimes and incitement to hatred. Possession of the game can result in criminal charges and some well-deserved jail time. It's similarly outlawed in Austria, France, and of course Israel, and other countries with hate speech legislation. The game circulated primarily through neo-Nazi networks on early internet bulletin boards and floppy disks passed hand-to-hand at extremist gatherings. Its graphics were primitive, even by 1990 standards, because it was obviously created more as a propaganda tool and not a serious attempt at game development. The creators remained anonymous, likely aware of the criminal consequences they would face if identified, but without enough human decency to have realized the sheer weight of their doings. And no, this isn't as worse as it gets. KZ Manager, 1990s, the digital Holocaust simulator. You might think we've reached the absolute pit of human depravity, but apparently there's a sub-basement. Welcome to perhaps the most morally bankrupt software ever conceived. In the pantheon of reprehensible video games, KZ Manager stands alone as perhaps the most morally repugnant software ever created. Made by neo-Nazis in the 90s, because apparently one Holocaust game wasn't enough, this game cast players as the administrator of a Nazi concentration camp, with the explicit goal of killing as many Jewish prisoners as possible while maximizing profit. It's not just offensive, it's a deliberate attempt to gamify one of history's greatest atrocities. The title itself is a grotesque abbreviation, with KZ standing for Konzentrationslager, the German term for concentration camp. The gameplay requires players to purchase Jewish prisoners, assign them to work details, extract gold from their teeth, and eventually murder them in gas chambers. Players are rewarded for efficiency in extermination while balancing resource management. Someone literally looked at the Holocaust and thought, what if this was a business sim? What makes KZ Manager particularly disturbing is its presentation of genocide as not just acceptable, but profitable. The game frames the Holocaust not as a moral horror, but as a business venture, with Jewish lives valued only for the resources they can produce. The Turner Diaries game, unreleased, the terrorist training manual. In the early 2000s, the same neo-Nazi organization behind Ethnic Cleansing, White Law, and Zog's Nightmare announced plans to create perhaps their most dangerous title yet, a game based on the Turner Diaries, the notorious white supremacist novel that has inspired multiple terrorist attacks, including the Oklahoma City bombing that killed 168 people. For those lucky enough to have never heard of it, the Turner Diaries depicts a fictional race war that leads to a global genocide, with graphic scenes of mass violence against Jewish people, black people, and pretty much anyone the book deems a race traitor. Written by the National Alliance founder William Luther Pierce under the pseudonym Andrew MacDonald, it is both an apocalyptic fiction and an instruction manual for terrorism. Timothy McVeigh had pages from the book when he was arrested for the Oklahoma City bombing. The planned game would have allowed players to take the role of the book's protagonist, Earl Turner, as he carries out terrorist attacks against the system, including the bombing of FBI headquarters, a direct parallel to the Oklahoma City attack. Players would recruit followers, build bombs, and eventually participate in mass executions of minorities, all framed as steps towards building a so-called white homeland. While no complete version of the Turner Diaries game has ever been confirmed to exist, the National Alliance publicly announced their development plans, and evidence suggests that at least preliminary work began before the organization's collapse following Pierce's death in 2002. Some reports indicate that portions of the game may have been integrated into later titles like Zog's Nightmare. What makes the idea of this game uniquely dangerous is how it could have had not-so-nice real-life consequences. Unlike most violent games that feature fictional or historical scenarios, the Turner Diaries explicitly provides tactical information about terrorist techniques. A game adaptation would have turned these instructions into interactive tutorials, basically turning it into a terrorism tutorial disguised as a game. The planned game highlights a disturbing pattern in neo-Nazi game development. Each title became progressively more explicit in connecting virtual violence to real-world action. Ethnic Cleansing presented racist violence as entertainment. Whitelaw framed it as necessary self-defense. The Turner Diaries game would have closed the loop by turning ideology into step-by-step instructions. The Turner Diaries game represents perhaps the clearest case for content restrictions in interactive media. While debates about violence in mainstream games often center on fictional harm, this title was explicitly designed to encourage and facilitate real-world terrorism against specific groups. It crosses the line from controversial expression to incitement to violence. The fact that even the announcement of such a game generated little mainstream attention speaks to the isolated nature of extremist game development. Whether the game fell apart due to legal risk, technical hurdles, or just the collapse of the National Alliance remains unclear. But its very conception stands as a disturbing reminder of how interactive media can be perverted to serve hateful ideologies, and why certain content restrictions serve a legitimate purpose in preventing harm. 29 entries, 5 levels. From a secretive council that rules the world from the shadows, to anomalies that will hunt you down just for seeing their face, these are the most disturbing SCPs ever written. Level 1. Mildly unsettling or neutral. O5 Council. Let's start at the top. Literally. If you want to know who runs the SCP Foundation, it's the O5 Council. Officially, they're called Overwatch Command. Everyone else just says the O5s. They sit way above everybody else and nobody outranks them. So what's the big deal? Secrecy. Not just a little. Illuminati-level secrecy. Nobody's even sure how many O5s there are. Some files say 13. Others hint maybe it's more or less. Or that the number changes when nobody's looking. If you're not an O5, you're not supposed to know. Simple as that. Every O5 has level 5 clearance. That's top of the top. If it's too classified for regular agents, the O5s are probably making the call. But they don't micromanage. They only show up for the world-ending stuff, like catastrophic breaches or new anomalies that could snap reality in half. For most Foundation staff, the O5s are like ghosts. You follow orders, hope you never meet one. But here's where things get interesting. You'll see claims about O513 surviving full-on reality resets, walking away from disasters that should have erased them from existence. So, are they immortal? Are they even human? Nobody really knows. Maybe some of them are anomalies too, locked up and running the Foundation at the same time. But the funny thing, that's still mild compared to what we have down this iceberg. Bottom line, the O5s are untouchable. In one storyline, the Chaos Insurgency actually manages to assassinate almost all of them. But then you hear rumors that some O5s just can't be killed, or that replacements just slide right in. Nobody's ever sure. That's how deep it goes. In the end, think of the O5 Council as the world's shadowy board of paranormal directors. They control the cover-ups, the big decisions, sometimes even create anomalies if it fits the plan. And if you think these puppet masters are unsettling, just wait until you meet the administrator on level 2. Because even the O5s answer to someone, or something, higher. The administrator's identity is so classified, some say it might not even be human. SCP-914. The Clockworks. Technically, it's a giant antique machine packed with more gears, levers, and spinning parts than your grandma's sewing kit. But if you think you can control what comes out, you haven't spent enough time around the Foundation. Here's how it works. It has 2 booths, one for intake, one for output. That's when it gets bizarre. Set a wristwatch to rough and you get back a little pile of gears and dust. Pour in a glass of water and choose very fine, and suddenly it's glowing with an unknown liquid no one wants to taste. One test produced a sheet of metal that folds itself like it's alive. Another gave them a battery that never runs out but shocks anything that touches it. There's a reason test logs are miles long. Half of it sounds made up, and the other half feels like it came from a fever dream. And still, the scientists keep coming back, because occasionally this thing gives you something useful. A level 1 keycard becomes a level 5, just like that. But push your luck, and you might accidentally birth a whole new SCP. Nobody knows where it came from. It's not evil, it's not alive, it just doesn't care. Think of it like a vending machine for cursed upgrades. No refund button, no manual, and way more existential dread. While the Clockworks turns whatever you put in it into strange, twisted versions of itself, there's another machine that does something even weirder. Instead of changing things, it just makes it bigger and weirder. It's the reason for every endless hallway and infinite maze in the SCP universe. It's called SCP-184, and we'll get to that in level 2. SCP-999, the Tickle Monster. Not every SCP is scary or dangerous. Tickle Monster is living proof that some secrets are actually really sweet. Literally. He's a jiggly orange blob that smells like happiness and feels like warm peanut butter. It's about the size of a big dog, a little heavier than a toddler, and constantly bouncing with excitement. Its whole existence revolves around one mission: making people smile. It wiggles over to anyone nearby, wraps them in a squishy hug, and starts tickling them with soft jelly limbs. Doesn't matter who you are, sad, angry, cold-hearted, if you're near it, you feel better. It even releases your favorite smell, tailored just for you. Chocolate, flowers, old library books, whatever works. And the joy sticks around. People report lingering happiness hours after leaving. It's basically antidepressant slime, but way more adorable and without the side effects. Tickle Monster doesn't eat meat, doesn't attack, doesn't ask for much, just candy. M&Ms are his favorite. And if it ever accidentally hurts someone during play, it immediately deflates into a sad puddle until forgiven. The Foundation doesn't lock it up so much as give it a playroom. Staff are encouraged to visit for morale. There are full-on tickle fights, complete with mercy tap-outs and wrestling matches. But here's where things get crazy. Tickle Monster once met SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, which we will talk about later. Basically, the most violent, unkillable creature in the entire Foundation. The reptile tried to crush it, but Tickle Monster just hugged its foot. And then 682 started laughing. A deep, uncontrollable belly laugh that lasted 15 straight minutes. It even asked for more. Of course, once 999 left, 682 snapped and went on a rampage. But even then, 999 risked itself to pull injured staff to safety. What's wild is that 999 still wants to be friends. It tries again and again, and even though 682 swears and threatens it, something in that goo clearly gets through. Fans love Tickle Monster for another reason. There's a popular theory that it's the child of the Scarlet King, a super evil monster god, which again, we'll talk about it later in the last tier. In some stories, the king has 7 children, all evil, except the 7th. That one is pure good, maybe meant to save the world from its father. Fans point out that 999 is 666 upside down, the sign of evil turned into good. So while the Foundation is usually about locking up monsters, they treat 999 like a friend. It's a reminder that there's hope and joy, even in a world full of fear. Some even think 999 might one day save everyone. Level 2. Creepy or strange. The Administrator. Remember when I said the O5 Council answers to someone else? Yeah, this is that someone. The Administrator is the SCP Foundation's final mystery, the one figure even the O5s won't question. In some stories, they follow his orders without hesitation. In others, they don't even know who he is. That's the level we're dealing with. Here's what's on record. Sort of. Some documents say the Administrator has been around since the Foundation began, quietly guiding everything from the shadows. Others claim it's a rotating title, only activated when reality starts to collapse, which honestly feels like every other week these days. Whoever, or whatever they are, the Administrator sits at the absolute top. No face, no name, just the occasional memo signed the Administrator. No one knows where they're sent from, or how they override even level 5 clearance. They just appear. In-universe rumors go hard. Some say the Administrator is immortal, quietly aging while the world burns. Others describe their strange abilities, resistance to time warps, memory erasure, even reality glitches. A few internal notes mention anomalous traits consistent across every known Administrator, like slowed aging or immunity to timeline changes. So, naturally, there are theories spiraling from there. Maybe there's been a line of Administrators, each chosen when things get too dangerous for human hands. Or maybe it's a failsafe seat. If the O5s get wiped out, the next person who claims a title becomes god tier overnight. Then you get the wildcard theories. The Administrator isn't real, just a mask one of the O5s wears when they need deniability. Or he is real, but not human. More like a deity wearing a Foundation badge, nudging events from the start. Fans love calling him the man behind the curtain. But when it comes to official files, the line never changes. The true nature or identity of the Administrator remains unknown. And that's probably the most honest thing the Foundation's ever published. Pattern Screamers. It starts as a blank test page. Nothing but placeholder code on the Foundation's website. Meant for back-end testing. Never meant to be seen. Then one day, someone scrolls through it and finds a line buried in the text. But worst of all, you ignore us. We scream and you do nothing. And suddenly, this isn't just a test page anymore. People start noticing more lines of furious broken messages laced through the HTML. Not glitches, not spam. Just rage, desperation, grief. It feels like something is trapped inside the code and it's very aware we're watching. They're called pattern screamers. Not people, not creatures. More like sentient fragments like emotions, memories, and voices that somehow slipped through the cracks of reality and got lodged into data. They talk about being torn from their homes, flung into the blank space between stories. They accuse the Foundation of forgetting them. They blame us, the readers, for doing nothing. And they don't whisper. They scream. Look into our eyes, you miserable wretch. Are you still laughing? It's like the page itself is furious. Basically, a tech support ticket from hell. Or if you prefer, just another Tuesday on Twitter. In one of SCP-Wiki's story, a researcher named Rosen makes the test page, but he thinks the weird text is just a glitch or a bad joke. His boss, Director Winters, isn't amused. He wants Rosen to clean up the page, but while they argue, the pattern screamers keep yelling, mixing in their pain and anger with every new update. Some theories say pattern screamers are leftovers from destroyed universes, like scraps of forgotten timelines that somehow stayed conscious. Others think they're raw emotion that's metastasized into code. Either way, they don't want containment. They want to be heard. And you can't trap them. You can't see them. They live in the structure of the database itself. SCP-1529, King of the Mountain. Imagine this. You're climbing Mount Everest, and you've already passed the point where normal rules don't apply. Up here, the air's so thin your brain forgets how to brain. It's called the death zone for a reason. Most people who visit it don't stick around for long, but something or someone does. SCP-1529 is known as the King of the Mountain. Although King is maybe giving him too much credit. He's just a man, or at least that's what he looks like. Heavy parka, snow goggles, the kind of boots you'd expect on a serious mountaineer. Nothing too weird at first glance. But here's the thing, he only appears to climbers who are in real trouble. If you're exhausted, freezing, or half delirious, he's suddenly there, standing just close enough for you to notice. And instead of doing something terrifying, he saves people. Sometimes it's food. Sometimes it's a warm drink. Sometimes just a steady voice that reminds you not to give up. Some climbers swear he walked with them all the way down. Others don't remember the descent at all. They just wake up at base camp, alive. But not everyone. Sometimes he just watches climbers collapse right in front of him, and no one knows why. There's no clear pattern. He's helped solo climbers and left behind groups. He's saved experts and ignored rookies. People wonder, does he only help those who accept his presence? Is there some invisible test? Or does he already know who can make it and who won't? Try to take his pictures and you'll get camera glitch, vanished footage, GPS goes haywire. It's like the mountain itself wants to keep him a secret. The Sherpas have their own stories. Some say he's a lost climber who never left. Others speak about a guardian spirit watching over the mountain's dead. A few call him a hallucination, but the problem is he's too consistent to be fake, too weird to be real. The Foundation doesn't try to contain him. They just log sightings and monitor the area. So far, he hasn't broken any laws of physics too aggressively. No mind control, no teleportation, no dead rising from the snow. Just a man who appears when it matters most. But one thing's clear. He's not random. He's waiting for something. And until someone figures out what, the King of the Mountain remains exactly where he's always been. But here's the thing about wanting to save people. It can be a blessing or a curse. There's this anomaly who's also obsessed with saving humanity. But his saving means transforming you into something far, far worse. We'll talk more about it in Level 3. SCP-166, Teenage Succubus, Daughter of the Goddess. So, imagine being a teenage girl. Except your mom might be a fertility goddess, and every guy who comes near you turns into a total simp. That's life for SCP-166. The Foundation calls her the Teenage Succubus, but that sounds mean. She's not evil, she's just cursed. She grew up in a quiet convent, far from people, raised by nuns who hoped the peace and quiet would help. But it didn't, because her curse always finds a way. If a man spends time near her, it doesn't end well. They get obsessed fast. One guy nearly burned down the whole building trying to save her. Another had a full breakdown. Some won't even leave her room unless they're dragged out. Now the rules are strict. No male staff. No exceptions. But here's the thing. She's not trying to hurt anyone. She doesn't want this. She just wants a normal life. Go outside. Talk to someone without making them write weird love poems. The Foundation's tried stuff, like holy water, charms, therapists, but nothing works. So now they just keep her alone and hope for the best. If you ask her what she wants, she'll just say, I wish people would stop treating me like a curse. She's not a monster. She's just a girl who makes people lose their minds. SCP-4158, Big Charlie. Big Charlie looks like a giant cow, but not the kind you'd see on a farm. Charlie is skinny, pale, and you can see his bones and veins under his skin. He's taller than most cars and just keeps growing, no matter what anyone does. That's right, Charlie can't stop growing. His body makes more and more meat, bones, and even extra parts that shouldn't be there. So the people at the Foundation have to cut pieces off all the time, just to stop him from getting bigger. The weird thing is, The meat isn't magic or dangerous. It's just regular meat. But honestly, would you want to eat a steak that came off a never-ending monster cow? Probably not. How did Charlie start? Well, he didn't come from a normal birth. He literally exploded out of a pregnant cow at a slaughterhouse, which freaked everyone out. The workers tried to kill him, but it never worked. You can shoot him, cut him, burn him. He just healed right back. Instead of calling for help, the owner, Jeff Fine, tried to turn Charlie into a moneymaker. He even started a weird cult, treating Charlie like a god and doing creepy rituals to get more meat. Yeah, not a great business plan. Soon, things got too weird. Charlie escaped and the cult went crazy, and the Foundation had to step in. They cleaned up the mess, erased everyone's memories, and built a special pen to hold Charlie. Now, every week, the staff cut off the new meat and burn it all. They don't want anyone trying to eat it or sell it again. There's still a big question nobody can answer. Was Charlie a natural anomaly or a made one? The original pregnant cow was bought from someone mysterious. Nobody knows who. SCP-4001, Library of Alexandria. This isn't the library you heard about in school. SCP-4001 is way stranger. It's an endless library hidden under the sands of Egypt, where space and time don't really make sense anymore. It's massive. You could walk for days and end up back where you started. The place is stacked with shelves in every direction. If IKEA gives you a headache, this would make you cry. Here's the wild part. Every book in this library is a whole person's life. Anyone you can think of, and tons you can't. Some books are about people who lived 75,000 years ago, back when fire was the hottest new thing. A few are just labeled the baby, or some weird symbol. And here's where it gets creepy. Some books aren't history, they're the future. There are stories here that haven't even happened yet. If you could read your own story ahead of time, would you? Or would knowing your ending just prove everything is set in stone? That's the kind of thing that keeps Foundation researchers up at night. It gets even weirder. In one log, an agent meets an ancient watcher, or SCP-4001-1. He's guarded the place for so long, he's never even heard the Romans fell. He talks like a legend, frozen in time, just waiting for someone to show up and read. The Foundation treats this place like a live bomb. The entrance looks like a boring concrete bunker, but it's loaded with failsafes. Not that it matters. SCP-4001 mostly looks after itself. Maybe it's just waiting for the right reader, or the story's last page. And if you're wondering if the Foundation can read the future now, well, that's the big question, isn't it? Maybe they're running the show, or maybe they're just following a script. But if you think an endless library is strange, there's a rumor that the very fabric of space, every hallway, and every never-ending corridor might all trace back to a tiny object. Up next, SCP-184, the Architect, SCP-01 Theory. Earlier, when we talked about the clockworks twisting reality, I teased an object that might be the true source of every endless hallway and too big to be real anomaly. This is it. This is the thing that might be behind every endless hallway and maze the Foundation ever found. It looks like a weird little ball. Nothing fancy. But if you put it inside a building, everything goes crazy. At first, the rooms just get bigger. Leave it alone longer and new hallways pop up out of nowhere. Give it time and you'll start finding doors that go nowhere. Wooden microwaves or bookshelves with glass pages. The building turns into an endless, broken maze. Even if you take SCP-184 out, all those weird rooms stay. The Foundation learned this the hard way, so now they keep it outside, strapped to a giant magnet like a boring art piece. If a building even starts growing the wrong way, they don't mess around. Either they destroy it or lock it up. Now, for the wild theory, some fans and even Foundation staff think SCP-184 is actually the real SCP-01. Like, it's the original mistake. The thing that's been stretching the universe since day one. Maybe that's why our world is so full of weirdness. Endless halls, broken rooms, stuff that make no sense. Maybe our whole universe is just one giant SCP-184 accident. Always expanding. New rooms showing up with every glitch. Pocket dimensions and impossible spaces are maybe just more of the Architect's mess. There's even a story where Foundation explorers push past the edge of reality and find all kinds of broken worlds. Cities made of poker chips. Oceans of acid. Planets that look like machines. Everything's off. Like SCP-184 got loose and nobody hit stop. So yeah, if the world feels too weird sometimes, maybe it is. Maybe we're all stuck inside one never-ending SCP experiment, and nobody can fix it. Level 3. Noticeably disturbing. SCP-173. The Sculpture. SCP-173 is literally the granddaddy of the SCP universe. It's the very first SCP. It's the original. The one that set the mood for everything else on the site. At first, it just looks like a chunky concrete statue covered in spray paint, standing in a locked cell. But the weirdness starts as soon as you try to leave it alone. Here's the rule. If nobody's watching, it moves fast. Look away for even a second and it rushes across the room. Its specialty is snapping necks. That's why the Foundation sends in teams, so someone's always watching while the other blinks. Slip up and you're gone. What really messes with people is how little we know. There's no history, no backstory, no hints about where it came from. The official file just says how to keep it contained, and even that feels like it's barely enough. Fans call it the Peanut, because yeah, it sort of looks like one. Not too scary until you're in the same room. If you've played SCP Containment Breach, you know about the blink mechanic. You have to manage your blinks, like you're playing a dangerous staring contest with something that really wants you dead. Let me clarify though, the original image used for 173 was an actual sculpture by a Japanese artist. When the site got hit with copyright claims, they took the image down. Fans joke that 173 changed its appearance after a breach. You know, just to keep things extra uncomfortable. By the way, the sculpture isn't the only one that loves a good chase. There's another entity, one with a very different motivation in level 4. Imagine a tall, pale figure who will track you down anywhere in the world, all because you made a mistake of looking at his face. They call him the Shy Guy. He doesn't care how far you run. He will come for you, and you'll hear his scream long before he reaches you. SCP-49, the Plague Doctor. Earlier, we met the King of the Mountain, who helps climbers near death. SCP-49, the Plague Doctor, also believes he's helping, but his methods are terrifying. Imagine an old-timey doctor in black robes with a creepy bird mask wandering around talking about the pestilence. He's polite, even gentle. He'll greet you, ask how you're feeling, maybe even apologize, but get in his way or question his cure, and things get ugly fast. Here's the problem. The Plague Doctor's cure is fatal. One touch and you're done. He claims you're infected, even if you're in perfect health, and then proceeds with his version of surgery. To clarify, this is not the sort of home remedy your grandma would recommend. The Plague Doctor isn't a monster who rages. He's calm. He'll talk for hours about his mission, how important it is, and how nobody understands him. Sometimes you can almost feel sorry for him. He seems sad about what he does, but that never stops him. Every time there's a breach, another unlucky staff member gets cured. And the craziest part? No one knows what the pestilence is. Maybe it's a disease only he sees. Maybe it's all in his head after centuries locked away. The Foundation keeps testing, keeps listening, but the answers never come. Just more empty bodies and sad apologies. But there's a place even the doctor wouldn't dare to visit. A forest where the wrong word can twist reality and your fate. Where every sentence could be your last. That's what we talk about next. SCP-4000. Taboo. The Nameless Forest. Remember when your parents said there were words you just shouldn't say? In SCP-4000, keeping quiet isn't just good manners. It's survival. This is the Nameless Forest. The Foundation calls it taboo, but that barely covers it. Its name changes every time you talk about it. Actually, everything changes. Names, objects, even your memories. Researchers follow strict rules in this forest. Never use your real name. Never call things what they are. Always talk around it. If you see a tree, you say the tall thing with branches. It sounds ridiculous, but if someone slips up, the result is, well, let's just say the debriefing forums are mostly classified. But there are rumors. People who break the rules come back wrong. They forget their names, or worse, start swapping identities with things in the forest. Some others vanish completely, either absorbed by the woods or by whatever listens when you say the wrong thing. Here's the creepiest part. There's a story about a researcher who tried to call out to a lost friend by name. The forest made two versions of his friend. One turned into a tree and one wasn't. Nobody could agree which was real, and soon, nobody knew who anyone was. Even so, the Foundation keeps sending people in. Sometimes to rescue lost staff. Sometimes to trade with the forest's strange residents. But the problem is, every visit changes you a bit. Some people say the only way out is to forget who you were. Others say you never really leave at all. SCP-407, the Song of Genesis. Remember the succubus, whose very presence could change someone's mind? The Song of Genesis does the same, but for every living cell. Some music helps you relax. Other songs get stuck in your head. But SCP-407 isn't just a song. It's something much stranger, and a whole lot more dangerous. The Foundation calls it the Song of Genesis. Nobody knows who made it, but everybody who hears it learns very quickly that it can't be put in Spotify. SCP-407 is an audio file. It's about 20 minutes long, and at first, it sounds peaceful. People who listen say it reminds them of soft chanting, and a little bit of flute or bird song in the background. But here's the thing. If you play the song anywhere near living things like plants, animals, and people, they start to grow. fast. At first, this sounds like a miracle. Their wounds heal, sick people get better, even dead grass springs back to life. But it doesn't stop there. If the song keeps playing, the growth doesn't stop either. The cells split and multiply out of control. Plants get huge and start twisting around the room. People who listen too long aren't just healed. They start turning into biological projects. Their bodies become something else. A mess of new tissues, fungus, roots, and strange lumps that used to be arms and legs. It gets worse. In foundation tests, a simple room with plants, moss, or even a person inside can turn into a thick jungle in just a few minutes if the song is playing. The listeners can't move or talk once the song really gets going. Instead, they just get swallowed up by the wild growth. The Foundation found SCP-407 by accident. Some old files say it was part of a bigger project, but most of the history is classified. Now the file is kept locked away. The only way to play it is with permission, and even then, only in special rooms where nothing living can hear it. That includes plants and tiny bugs, anything with cells that can grow. The staff even wears special suits just to be safe. Nobody knows where the song came from or what language it's in. Some people think it's ancient, or maybe even something not from this world. The words don't match any known language, and even computers can't figure it out. The only thing that's certain is that this is not a song you ever want to play by mistake. SCP-579, the Nameless Horror. Nobody really knows what SCP-579 is. The Foundation doesn't even try to pretend. If you open its file, you get no photos, no details, black bars, blank spaces, and warnings that basically scream, "Don't ask." Here's what they let slip. SCP-579 is locked away in a secret room. And nobody, seriously, nobody knows what's actually in there. Even high-level staff avoid the area. The rules? Don't open the door, don't peek inside, don't even try to find out more. But if you get close, weird things will happen to you. Some people report headaches, dizziness, and sudden panic, like their brain wants out before they see something they can't handle. Even the toughest Foundation agents make excuses to stay far away. The Foundation does random checks on the chamber, but the main job is just to make sure nobody tampers with it. Basically, the safest plan is to leave it alone and not ask questions. And if someone really tries to dig for answers, that's when things get dangerous. There are cases where staff just vanish, or start acting like they've seen something that shouldn't exist. Most people figure 579 isn't just some monster or strange object. Some say it's worse, a thing that can't be explained, a weapon gone wrong, or maybe a mistake that should have stayed buried. The only rule that matters, don't look for answers you can't handle. And if you do, the Foundation won't save you. They'll pretend they never knew your name. Level 4. Very disturbing. SCP-343. God. Some anomalies are famous for their danger, but SCP-343 stands out for the exact opposite reason. He just seems pleasant. In fact, the first thing the Foundation noticed is that he walked into containment on his own, smiled at security, and introduced himself as God. No dramatic entrance, no lightning. Just a calm, older man who's happy to answer questions. If it wasn't for the paperwork, most staff would probably just call him Grandpa. Here's where it gets interesting. The Foundation has tested him in every way they know. He passes through walls, opens locked doors, and can appear anywhere he wants and at any time. Sometimes he disappears for days, only to reappear in his cell with a news story about visiting old friends or seeing the world. The security footage never catches him leaving, but he's just gone. The Foundation's interview logs are a goldmine of existential crises. 343 will talk about history, science, and philosophy, often referencing events that nobody else could possibly know. Sometimes he gives answers that sound profound. Other times he's just delightfully vague. For example, when asked about his powers, he usually just shrugs and says, "Well, I am who I am." SCP-343 never seems interested in using his abilities to hurt anyone. He's polite to a fault, never raises his voice, and always asks if staff want to join him for tea. Some researchers actually look forward to interviewing him, because he's the only anomaly who won't ruin your week or try to break containment. There are even rumors that he knows all the Foundation's secrets, but he keeps quiet. Of course, there's always the possibility that it's all an act. Maybe 343 just enjoys messing with people. Or maybe he really is God, and he's just waiting for the right moment to press reset. The Foundation's official stance is observe, don't provoke, which, considering their track record, is probably wise. But while 343 prefers philosophical debates and cookies to chaos, the Foundation can never quite relax around him. After all, if you had God sitting in a cell down the hall, wouldn't you check the security cameras twice? SCP-939. With many voices. SCP-939 is exactly the reason some people never answer calls from unknown numbers, or why some of us never leave the lights off. Imagine a huge, red, dog-shaped lizard with no eyes, no fur, and a mouth that could give you nightmares for a week. It doesn't hunt by sight. It hunts by sound, which means you could be hiding under a desk, holding your breath, and if you so much as sneeze, you're probably on the menu. But that's not even the worst part, because here's where things get weird. SCP-939 can mimic human speech, not just words, but entire conversations. It remembers voices and repeats things it's heard before. It could call for help, beg for mercy, or repeat the last words of its previous victims. You see, when you're alone in the dark and you hear your best friend's voice asking for help, you want to believe it's real. But that's exactly how 939 gets you. Foundation logs show that these things love to play with their food. For example, they'll use phrases like, "I need help," or "come closer," or, for maximum nightmare fuel, your own name. The first time a containment breach happened, security found a whole team chasing what they thought was a missing guard. Turns out it was just 939 baiting them in. 939 isn't evil in the mustache-twirling villain sense. It's just a predator, one that's evolved, or maybe was designed to turn trust into a death sentence. The staff are told not to respond to anything they hear in the dark. There are even reports that 939 can imitate specific people, down to favorite catchphrases or inside jokes, which means if it ever learns to say it's just a prank, bro, you're probably not getting out. But there's another monster that doesn't even need tricks. It slips silently through walls, grabs its victims, and drags them screaming into a dark, rotting dimension where no one ever escapes. SCP-106, the Old Man. They call him the Old Man. And if you're picturing some kindly grandpa, you're way off. Imagine the world's most decrepit corpse, soaked in tar, wearing the world's worst grin. 106 can pass through solid walls, corrode metal with a touch, and disappear into thin air whenever he feels like it. But the worst part isn't the smell, the slime, or the bone-chilling silence he leaves behind. It's what he does to his victims. If he gets you, you're not just dead. He'll drag you into his pocket dimension, a nightmare world of rust, shadows, and endless agony. Foundation staff have a saying: if 106 breaches containment, run. Don't be a hero, just run. But here's the interesting part. Nobody really knows why he does this. He doesn't talk, doesn't bargain, doesn't even seem angry. He's just there, waiting. 106 wasn't always a monster. Before he was the Old Man, he was just a soldier, a young, stubborn guy imprisoned in a prisoner of war camp like Gulag. The guards tried everything to break him: starvation, torture, psychological games. For a while, it looked like they might win, but the kid just wouldn't die. Every day, he held on, outlasting everyone else who gave up. Eventually, he slowly snapped. He stopped speaking, stopped eating. He just endured, like he was waiting for the world to catch up with his misery. And when the guards finally checked his cell, he was gone. All that remained was a sense of rot and decay, the kind that seeps into the walls and never really washes out. The Foundation's best guess is that something about that suffering twisted him, transforming the young man into the predator known as SCP-106. SCP-96, the Shy Guy. Remember the sculpture's deadly game of tag? The Shy Guy takes the concept even further. With him, it isn't just about not blinking. It's about never, ever seeing what you shouldn't. If you're even a little curious with this guy, you're already in danger. There are stories in the Foundation files about entire teams getting wiped out because someone, somewhere, accidentally captured his face with satellite. SCP-96, better known as the Shy Guy. He's famous for one rule, and it's brutally simple. Never look at his face. Not in person, not in a photo, not even on a blurry security cam. Because the second you do, that's it. Game over. Here's the basic rundown. 96 is a tall, unnaturally thin humanoid, pale as a ghost and twice as unsettling. You might think he'd be easy to ignore, but unfortunately, you don't have to meet him to have a problem. All it takes is catching a glimpse of his face, anywhere, anytime. Once that happens, he goes from sobbing in his cell to sprinting toward you at breakneck speed. Distance doesn't matter. He'll find you. Like a certain snail, except this time, the thing chasing you isn't slow, and you're definitely not laughing. You could be on another continent, hiding in a submarine, or chilling at Comic-Con dressed as Batman. He will get to you. Now here's where things get truly disturbing. Before he catches up to you, 96 lets out an unholy scream, then launches into a rage so intense he'll rip through doors, armored vehicles, and, most importantly, any hope Foundation cleanup crews had for an easy work week. Once he arrives, the results are always the same. Total, gruesome annihilation of the person who saw his face. Afterward, 96 sits down, gets quiet again, and waits for the next unlucky soul. You might be thinking, why not just keep him in the dark? The Foundation tried that. They keep him in a sealed, windowless box with constant surveillance and every photo or video file under lock and key. But accidents happen. Files get mixed up. Someone opens the wrong email. Suddenly, you're on the clock. There are theories, of course. Maybe he was made this way. Maybe he's the universe's worst answer to what if Medusa was just really, really sad. But ultimately, 96 is a walking, screaming reminder that sometimes curiosity really does kill the cat. And no amount of satisfaction is going to bring it back. SCP-682. Hard to destroy reptile. This guy isn't shy like the previous guy. He's dangerous because he hates you. Actually, he hates everyone and everything, including the furniture. The Foundation calls him the hard to destroy reptile. It's a massive, vaguely crocodilian creature covered in thick, armored scales and radiating the kind of aggression you'd expect from a lizard that never got its morning coffee. But here's the thing. 682 is smart. He learns, he adapts, and he never stops looking for a way out. Over the years, the Foundation has tried everything short of dropping him into the sun. Acid baths, incinerators, high explosives, biological weapons, you name it. They've wasted the budget on it. Yet every time 682 survives. Sometimes he even grows stronger or comes back with a new trick, just to keep the staff on their toes. There's an infamous experiment log where the Foundation, in a moment of either desperation, tried to pit 682 against other anomalies. Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't. SCP-173, the moving statue, didn't even faze him. When they pit him against a shy guy, that was a disaster for both parties. And now there's a whole section of the building that's just off limits. Now, if you remember the tickle monster, you know the story. They put 999, the happiest blob in the world, in with 682. And it actually worked. For a few minutes, 682 laughed. He rolled around, played, acted like a giant, happy puppy. Then, just like that, he went right back to hating everything. Even pure happiness couldn't last long. Only 682 could turn a playdate with living joy into a tantrum. You might be wondering why the Foundation doesn't just let him go. The answer is simple. He doesn't want freedom. He wants to wipe out everything. Nobody really knows what made him this angry, but he takes it out on anything that moves. What really keeps people up at night is that 682 seems to hold a grudge. He remembers faces, patterns, and even Foundation staff. There are rumors he communicates with other anomalies, or at least understands them on some level. One handler once joked that 682 was like a Reddit user with scales. Petty, vindictive, and always holding on to receipts. So, in short, if you want to see the SCP Foundation at their most desperate, check the logs for 682. You'll find a lot of failed ideas, destroyed labs, and the quiet sense that nobody really knows what to do, except keep buying more acid. SCP-1. Major proposals. The Gate Guardian, the factory, etc. SCP-1 isn't one object or creature. It's the biggest mystery in the Foundation by design. The top bosses didn't want anyone, even their own agents, to know the real story. So they made a bunch of possible files, called the 001 proposals, each claiming to be the truth behind SCP-1. If you go looking, you'll find a giant warning at the top saying you could die just from reading about it. It's all about keeping everyone in the dark. So what is SCP-1 really? Nobody knows for sure. The proposals all tell a different story. One of the most famous is the factory. This file says the Foundation was born in a monstrous factory in the 1800s. The place was run by a man named Mr. Anderson, who used dark rituals and brutal magic to make supernatural things. Workers were sacrificed to keep the magic running. Eventually, the people who would later become the Foundation stormed the place, cut a deal with the living heart of the factory, and agreed to keep feeding it bodies. Hence why D-class prisoners still get sent into danger. They saved the world, but the cost was a guilty, bloody secret at the Foundation's core. Another big proposal is Gate Guardian. In this story, SCP-1 is a massive sword-wielding angel standing guard near the Tigris-Euphrates. The angel burns anything that gets too close, and can't be stopped by any weapon. Some think it's the biblical Guardian of Eden, keeping something much worse locked away. The only word it's ever spoken is "forgive me," which just makes the whole thing even more haunting. There's also When the Day Breaks. In this scenario, SCP-1 is the end of the world itself. The sun changes, and anyone touched by sunlight melts into living sludge. Creatures that just want to drag others into their nightmare. There's no fixing this one, just surviving as long as you can. Other proposals throw out even wilder ideas. Some say SCP-1 is a machine god, or a reality-bending database, or a demon king called the Scarlet King. Every theory is different. and nobody can say for sure which, if any, were true. Maybe that's the point. The Foundation would rather drown us in secrets and lies than let anyone figure out what's really behind SCP-1. And in a world this strange, maybe it's safer that way. SCP-3000, Anantashesha. Imagine a sea monster so big, nobody even knows how long it really is. That's SCP-3000. People call it Anantashesha, after the endless serpent from Hindu legends. But in the SCP world, it's a massive eel hiding deep in the Bay of Bengal, maybe hundreds of kilometers long. The Foundation has seen parts of it, sometimes a head, sometimes a long body, but nobody's seen all of it at once. SCP-3000 barely moves. Most of the time, it just lies in the dark ocean, almost like it's sleeping. But the scary part isn't what it does with its body. It's what it does to your mind. Anybody who gets close to the eel, like divers or submarine crews, starts to feel really strange. First, it's fear, then panic, then confusion, and then you start forgetting things. Some people even start seeing things that aren't there. Some fall into a trance and stop answering their radios. In the worst case, SCP-3000 will suddenly lunge forward and eat someone whole. Sometimes the person keeps transmitting for a few moments after getting swallowed. That part is truly disturbing. But here's why the Foundation puts up with it. SCP-3000 makes a special gray slime called Y909. This slime is really important because it's the main ingredient for the Foundation's best memory-erasing drugs, called amnestics. These drugs are what the Foundation uses to make people forget about monsters, ghosts, and other SCPs. Amnestics made with Y909 are much safer and last longer than the old versions. They're so good that people almost never remember what happened, even years later. But there's a problem. SCP-3000 only makes this slime after it eats a person, usually a D-class, which means a prisoner. After SCP-3000 feeds, it goes quiet for a couple of hours. During that time, special dive teams rush to its head and collect the Y909 before the eel wakes up again. It's very dangerous. Divers can lose their minds or get eaten too if they aren't careful. Still, the Foundation keeps doing it because they need Y909 to keep the world safe from secrets. Some scientists in the Foundation wonder if SCP-3000 is eating more than just flesh. Maybe it's feeding on people's minds or even their souls. That would explain why people nearby feel so confused or forgetful. There's something sad and scary about it. The same eel that eats your memories is helping the Foundation make others forget, too. SCP-3000 is special because the Foundation isn't just locking it away. They're actually using it. Officially, it's called Thaumiel class, which means it helps the Foundation, even if it's a nightmare. Level 5. God forgive me. SCP-2845. The Deer. If you ever wondered what would happen if a cosmic horror wore antlers, look no further. SCP-2845, better known as the Deer, is the kind of anomaly that makes everyone in the Foundation's ritual department sweat through their lab coats. Forget Rudolph, this one doesn't just guide slays. It could rewrite reality with a look. Let's start with the basics. SCP-2845 looks like a massive 6-horned deer, but that's where the nature documentary stuff ends. It suddenly appeared in Greenland, destroyed a coal mine, and then transforming people and objects into chemically complex objects, causing weather anomalies and making the town nearby a focal point for international media before the Foundation intervened. Nobody knows where it came from. Maybe another dimension, or maybe a failed science project. What's special about the deer isn't just its appearance. It warps reality around itself, and the only thing keeping it from breaking loose is a containment ritual so complicated it would make a Catholic priest give up. We're talking candles, salt circles, chanting, costumes, the whole 9 yards. And if the ritual slips even once, 2845 starts transforming everything nearby into strange, impossible shapes. Concrete becomes citrus fruit. People become cubes of frozen gas. And occasionally, the color orange decides to just not mean orange anymore. So what's the Foundation's solution? Build an entire facility around 2845, staffed with people who do nothing but memorize and perform rituals day and night. If someone misses a step, even by a second, all bets are off. Some poor interns have nightmares about dropping the wrong colored candle. To put it simply, nobody wants to be the reason the world ends because we messed up the deer dance. If that sounds excessive, keep in mind that every previous attempt to kill or move 2845 has failed spectacularly. Missiles, poison, even nuclear weapons, but nothing leaves a scratch. In fact, trying to harm it usually makes the rituals harder, or just causes more chaos. Some Foundation staff whisper that 2845 is a god, or maybe an exile from somewhere far worse. Others think it's proof that the universe really is run by a committee, one with a twisted sense of humor and a fondness for antlers. But the truth doesn't really matter, as long as everyone keeps lighting the candles and praying nothing goes wrong. SCP-2317, a door to another world. Some SCPs are scary because of what they do. SCP-2317 is scary because of what might happen if anyone makes a mistake. At first, it just looks like an old wooden door in the middle of an empty room. But this door is actually the one thing standing between us and something so big and dangerous it could end everything. Behind the door is a place the Foundation calls another world, but nobody's really sure what it really is. All they know is that it's home to something they call the Devourer of Worlds, a huge being that's chained up and kept out of our world by a handful of weak links and a bunch of strange rituals. Every day, Foundation staff perform the same routine, lighting candles, drawing chalk circles, reading from old books, and repeating steps exactly as written. They don't really know why it works. They just know that if they stop, the chains get weaker. And here's the thing, the chains are already breaking. According to the Foundation's own files, the rituals are less and less effective every year. The door is starting to crack. Sometimes staff hear rumbling, voices, or even the floor shake. There's a feeling of pressure, like the world itself is holding its breath. The Foundation tries to keep everyone calm. The official story is that everything is under control, and as long as the rules are followed, we'll all be fine. But if you read between the lines, it's clear the Foundation is just hoping for the best. If the last chain breaks and the Devourer gets out, it's over. Not just for the Foundation, but for the world. Nobody knows where the Devourer came from. Some people think it's a punishment for something humanity did a long time ago. Others say it's just a monster that got trapped here by accident. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that every day, staff show up and do the rituals and hope they're not too late. But imagine an anomaly that doesn't just threaten the world. It threatens reality itself. It knows it's inside a story and can rewrite anything, even your memories, with just a thought. SCP-3812, a voice behind me. If you ever wondered how weird SCPs can get, SCP-3812 is as deep as it goes. Once, 3812 was just a regular guy named Sam Howell. He died in 1996 and was buried, but that wasn't the end. Sam came back to life, but not as a normal human. He changed. He became something the Foundation could barely understand. Now, SCP-3812 doesn't really have a true form. Sometimes it looks like a person, but that changes all the time. What 3812 actually does is even stranger. It can change reality itself, whenever and however it wants. If it doesn't want the Foundation to find it, it can simply erase the people who were searching for it, or even erase the whole search ever happening. Most people don't even notice reality has shifted. Sometimes people just vanish, and nobody even remembers them. The Foundation can't contain SCP-3812. The best they can do is watch from far away and try to keep people from getting too close. There's a group assigned to follow its movements, but the truth is, 3812 can go anywhere, at any time. Its powers go way beyond what anyone can handle. But here's where it gets really wild. SCP-3812 doesn't just change the world, it's starting to realize it's a character in a story, like someone in a comic book who knows they're being drawn. And it's not just one layer. It realizes there's a story about the story, and a story about that story, going up forever. Each time 3812 ascends, it understands a little more, but also loses its grip on what's real. For 3812, every step up is like going from a 2D cartoon into 3D, then into 4D, and so on. The higher it goes, the less it understands, and the more it hears the voices of authors and narrators above him. That's where the name comes from, a voice behind me. When Sam Howell was alive, he had schizophrenia and heard voices. Now, those voices are real. He actually hears voices from higher realities, maybe even from whoever's out there writing his story right now. The story turns deeply sad and unsettling. 3812 is losing his mind as he climbs reality's ladder, and he can never stop. Sometimes he tries to help people by erasing their suffering, but really he just deletes them from existence. In the file, there's a moment when a Foundation scientist, Dr. Yamamara, realizes even he might be a story. At the end, Yamamara writes in terror, "It's seen us." The idea is that 3812 may one day reach our level, and if he does, he could rewrite or erase our world without us ever knowing. SCP-231, The Seven Brides. The Seven Brides is one of the most infamous and debated stories in the Foundation. People still argue about it on forums, and honestly, for good reason. It starts with 7 girls, each kidnapped by a doomsday cult called the Children of the Scarlet King. This isn't just any cult. but one that worships a cosmic horror, a being so dangerous the Foundation treats it like a walking apocalypse, which we will talk about in more detail in the next entry. The plan was simple, but horrifying. Use the girls as vessels to bring the Scarlet King's monstrous children into our world. By the time the Foundation arrived, most of the damage had already been done. After they were brought in, the brides started dying one by one. The first was killed during the Foundation's initial attempt to recover the group. She gave birth to something unnatural and didn't survive. The second died on an operating table when Foundation doctors tried to remove her fetus, but the procedure triggered a disaster. The third couldn't take the psychological strain anymore and ended her own life in containment. The fourth died after Foundation staff tried to expel her fetus using an SCP pill, SCP-500, but the remains caused another deadly reaction, killing her and others. The fifth died after the Foundation's daily ritual failed. She gave birth just an hour later. The resulting birth unleashed another apocalyptic event. What kind, the Foundation doesn't say, but records showed that reality itself seemed to bend. Some researchers were never found, and the incident log only lists them as lost to the anomaly. The sixth was killed during an escape attempt. Foundation staff tried to save her, but both she and the agent died, unleashing yet another catastrophe. So now, only one, SCP-231-7, is left. The Foundation's solution is brutal. She's kept chained to a hospital bed in a soundproof cell, never sedated, never left alone. Her food and fluids come by IV, and there's only one thing that keeps the world safe, a daily event called Procedure 110, Montauk. Nobody outside the highest ranks knows exactly what this ritual involves. All the details are redacted, and every staff member who's ever been involved is under strict orders not to speak about it. The official file admits, Procedure 110 Montauk is as horrible as you've heard. That's about as close as the Foundation gets to a confession. What is actually happening in there? The Foundation rotates in 6 Class D personnel every day. These aren't just any prisoners. These are people picked for obedience, who've been through psychological screening and have explosive collars on just in case. If a D-class doesn't come back from the procedure, their collar detonates. There's no anesthesia, no mercy. The staff aren't even allowed to comfort her, and any sympathy is grounds for immediate removal, or worse. The entry doesn't spell out the details. Most readers and fans believe the ritual involves extreme sensitive violence, but others have written fan stories where it's just psychological torment, or some kind of supernatural fear ritual. Still, the Foundation is clear about one thing. Whatever they're doing, it's the only thing standing between our world and total annihilation. Let's talk about the Scarlet King. The Scarlet King. If the SCP universe has a final boss, this is it. So, who or what is the Scarlet King? He's not just a monster. He's more like a dark god, or a force of pure evil that exists outside our world. People see him as a huge, terrifying king wearing red, crowned with flames, surrounded by chaos. Sometimes he shows up as a monster with red tentacles, horns, or just as a huge shadow of hate. He doesn't really have one body. Instead, he's like a storm of bad energy that wants to break through into our world. In the stories, the Scarlet King lives in his own nightmarish dimension, always looking for a way in. If he ever breaks through, that's the end of our world. People talk about CK or XK class events, which just means goodbye world. He is the enemy of order, reality, and hope. Let's pick up where we left off from the 7 brides. That's where the king first showed up. Each bride was forced to carry the Scarlet King's child, and you already know how that goes. But the last bride is still alive, locked away under the Foundation's harshest containment. Every single day, they perform a ritual on her that's so brutal, no one even dares write down what actually happens. The reason? If the ritual ever stops, the last child might be born, and the king could finally break through. But here's the twist. Some Foundation leaders later wondered if all that pain and fear was actually making the king stronger. When they finally stopped the rituals and just treated 2317 with kindness, nothing bad happened. That made people wonder, maybe the king feeds on suffering, and by being cruel, the Foundation was helping him all along. The Scarlet King isn't just a story. He has cults, fanatics who want to bring him here. The Foundation has fought them for years, sometimes wiping out entire groups. There are hints that other SCPs are his children or his servants, like SCP-682, the unkillable reptile we talked about before. Some say he's the king's 4th son, full of pure hate. And then there's SCP-999, the tickle monster, which we already met. Lots of fans think 999 is the king's 7th child, but this one turned out pure good, a blob of hope who might one day stand against his father. That's the wild part. 999's number is literally 666 flipped. Hope against hate. The Foundation is so scared of the Scarlet King, they try to cover him up. Sometimes they even spread fake rumors, like saying SCP-2317 is the real big bad, just to keep people from learning the truth. The King is self-containing, stuck in his own dimension, for now, but the fear is always there. One day, he might break free. In fan art, he's shown as a huge demon with crowns, surrounded by blood and nightmares. Every story about ritual blood, sacrifice, or unstoppable evil points back to him. He is chaos itself, the thing behind the curtain, the reason the Foundation never truly relaxes. So, in summary, the Scarlet King is the shadow over everything in SCP. He's not in a cell, he's in the dark, waiting. And maybe, just maybe, if you think back to the Tickle Monster, you'll remember that in a universe built on darkness, even the smallest bit of joy might matter more than anyone realizes. Humanity's going to hell. This isn't one single SCP or secret file. It's the gut punch you get from the darkest corners of the Foundation. The sense that, no matter what, humanity's fate is just pain and misery. Sometimes it's literal. Here's how it plays out. In some stories, the world ends with a bang. In others, everything just breaks down slowly. But the real nightmare comes when the Foundation learns something so horrible, so hopeless, that the only mercy left is ending it all. Take SCP-5000. This story is famous for flipping the whole SCP universe on its head. One day, the very people meant to protect us, the Foundation, just start killing everyone. The crazy part is nobody knows what secret broke them. There's only hints, coded messages telling staff to harden your hearts, and secret files that shut people up for good. What did they find out? Most people think the answer is simple and chilling. God hates us. The universe itself wants us to suffer. Maybe the afterlife is just a torture chamber. Or maybe the Scarlet King already won and every soul is just fuel for his nightmare. It gets worse. In Dead Men, an SCP-1 story, death itself stops working. People can't die, even if their bodies rot and fall apart. Earth turns into a living hell, packed with people trapped in suffering. Maybe the afterlife is full, or maybe it's locked up, so souls just pile up with nowhere to go. Other SCPs gives us glimpses of what comes after death, and it's never good news. SCP-2718 drops the bomb that your mind might stay awake inside your corpse, stuck in endless decay forever. That's as bad as it gets, and the Foundation fights hard to keep it secret. Then there's SCP-7179. Every time someone dies, their mind is shipped off to some weird endless prison. Call it hell, call it whatever you want. It's just more proof that there's no escape. But sometimes, humanity's going to hell isn't about fire and devils. It's just about everything getting worse, with nobody able to stop it. Maybe the Scarlet King finally drags every soul into his nightmare world. Maybe the universe just grinds down to emptiness, and everyone knows what's coming. In SCP-5000, they leave it vague on purpose. Maybe the O5s learned the ugliest truth of all. God hates us, reality is wired to hurt us, and nothing good sticks around. So they decide to end everything themselves. Because in the SCP universe, extinction is the last mercy anyone's got. The true SCP-1. You've reached the very bottom of the iceberg, so here it is. The real answer to everything. Ready? The true SCP-1 is the comments section. Yeah, the true SCP-1 are the friends we made along the way. After digging through all the cosmic horror, lost gods, and Foundation secrets, what's left? Just people sharing the stories and arguing about canon at 3 a.m. 26 entries, 5 tiers. From the FBI running a CP site for days, to a site terrorists use to post real-life executions, these are some of the most disturbing websites on the internet. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Tier 1. Playpen. Playpen was one of the darkest corners of the darknet, and that's saying something. Launched in August 2014, it operated on the Tor network, where anonymity is the default, and morality often goes to die. The site's creator was Stephen W. Chase, a 58-year-old from Florida who made it his mission to build a digital playground for predators. In just 6 months, Playpen exploded. By the time authorities caught up, it had over 215,000 registered users and hosted more than 23,000 images and videos of child mistreatment, some involving toddlers. Users didn't just lurk, they posted, commented, encouraged each other, and shared content. Every upload meant more abuse, and the community kept growing. The only reason the site got busted was because Chase slipped up. Despite all the layers of encryption and anonymity Tor is known for, he accidentally exposed his IP address. That gave the FBI just enough to track him down and seize the site's servers. But that's where the story gets even darker. Instead of immediately shutting Playpen down, the FBI made the controversial call to keep it running for exactly 13 more days. Under Operation Pacifier, they took over the site, kept all the material live, and reportedly even improved its performance. Yes, the FBI made a site hosting child exploitation material load faster, but they say it was for a good cause. I'll leave that to you to decide. During those 13 days, the Bureau used a piece of malware called a network investigative technique to identify users. It bypassed Tor's anonymity, infected their systems, and logged their real IP addresses. That sting operation led to more than 900 arrests across the globe. Chase got 30 years in prison. His two top admins got 20 each, but the fallout didn't end there. Critics, including the Electronic Frontier Foundation, blasted the operation for essentially distributing CP to catch people looking at CP. The warrant that allowed the malware was supposed to cover suspects in Virginia, but it ended up infecting users worldwide. In one case, the FBI even dropped charges because revealing how the malware worked would have compromised their methods. What started as a victory against one of the internet's worst websites turned into a legal and ethical minefield. Operation Pacifier forced the world to ask a really deep question. If you fight monsters by becoming one, did you really win? Silk Road. Before the darknet became a household boogeyman, Silk Road had already built itself into a full-blown black market empire. Launched in 2011 by Ross Ulbricht, better known online as Dread Pirate Roberts, the site lived on the Tor network, where identities were hidden and Bitcoin was king. On the surface, it looked like a simple forum complete with product listings, vendor ratings, and user reviews. But underneath, it was basically the Amazon of illegal drugs. Within months, you could buy anything from LSD and heroin to Adderall and synthetic cannabinoids. There were forged IDs, fake passports, and even pirated erotica for sale. Everything came with customer service. Users left reviews like they were on Yelp, and even posted shipping photos and commentary like fast delivery, clean high, would trip again. Silk Road didn't allow weapons or CP, but let's be real, that wasn't about morals. The site ran on the belief that people should be free to consume whatever they wanted. Laws be damned. That libertarian dream quickly turned into a calculated business. Ulbricht, despite his idealist branding, took more and more control as things grew. He started obsessing over uptime, order flow, and user trust to the point that the site started using automated escrow to hold payments until delivery was confirmed. At its peak in 2013, Silk Road had facilitated over $1.2 billion in transactions. It had its own economy, its own rules, and a massive target on its back. When the FBI finally caught up to Ulbricht, they arrested him in a San Francisco library while his laptop was still open. We're talking Silk Road admin panel loaded, messages in progress, transaction files, chat logs, and his plans to allegedly have several people killed open. None of those murder-for-hire plots went through, but prosecutors ran with it anyway because it showed how deep the rabbit hole went. The site was shut down later that year. Ulbricht was sentenced to 2 life terms without parole, and over 170,000 bitcoins were seized. It was worth millions back then, and billions now. Silk Road 2.0 popped up shortly after, but it didn't last. Others came and went, but none matched the original's legacy. Silk Road wasn't just a marketplace. It was proof that the internet could, and eventually would, sell you absolutely anything. Also, believe it or not, there's a site deeper down this iceberg that claimed you could grow a kitten in a jar. And some people actually believed it. Shocking, I know. In fact, it's almost as bad as what's coming next. Rotten.com. At first glance, Rotten.com looked boring. Just a plain white background, blue links, no images, and no flashy graphics. It kind of looked like someone's high school project that got left behind in the 90s. But that bland front page was a trap, because behind it was one of the darkest rabbit holes the internet ever coughed up. Launched in 1996, back when the internet was still the digital Wild West and content moderation was a myth, Rotten.com became the unofficial museum of the grotesque. If it was violent, disturbing, or straight-up nightmare material, it probably lived on Rotten. Dead bodies? Check. Crime scene photos? Check. Autopsies, car crashes, suicides, decapitations? All of the above. Oh, and there were no trigger warnings and no context. Just click and cry or violently throw up. And the worst part is you never know what you were about to see. You'd click a link called something vague like accident, and 3 seconds later you'd be face to face with a photo of a bloated corpse pulled from a river, or what's left of someone's skull after a high-speed motorcycle crash, or maybe a shotgun blast. No one really checked. Some of the photos were real, pulled from morgues, forensic files, or sent in by users who thought emailing graphic images to a stranger was normal behavior. Others were completely mislabeled or fake, but that didn't really matter. Accuracy wasn't the point. Shock value was. If the site could trick you into clicking something that made you physically recoil, that was a win. Even royalty wasn't off limits. A grainy image claiming to show Princess Diana's corpse was uploaded despite being proven fake, because Rotten knew people would still click. It didn't matter if it was true or not, because as the saying goes, curiosity always wins. But nothing crossed the line quite like what happened after 9/11. While most of the world was mourning, Rotten uploaded photos of people falling from the Twin Towers and titled the section Swan Dive. That wasn't just tasteless, it was intentionally cruel. Of course, there were also videos on the website, and somehow those were a lot worse. Pulled from cell phones, CCTV, medical footage, and the far corners of early internet forums. You can find everything from people being burned alive to full-on autopsies. Real ones. You might watch a body get dissected before your brain even processes what's happening. Naturally, families were furious. Lawsuits rolled in, takedown requests, threats, investigations, you name it, all came pouring down on the site. But Rotten didn't budge. For years, it held the line and was well on the way to becoming one of the most hated websites online. Eventually, though, the internet evolved. Social media took over. Laws got tighter, and the culture shifted. Rotten quietly disappeared sometime in the 2010s with no announcement or apology. It was just gone. But the damage was already done. By the time it vanished, Rotten had inspired an entire genre of shock sites and introduced an entire generation to the idea that the internet could show you things you really weren't supposed to see. This was bad, but there's another site coming that didn't just show pictures, it showed everything. LiveLeak. LiveLeak launched in 2006, and it was built by the same people behind Ogrish.com, an uncensored site known for posting graphic photos and videos of just about every kind of violence imaginable. We'll get to that in Tier 4. For now, just know that LiveLeak was their attempt to clean things up a little. The idea was to make it feel more like raw journalism or citizen reporting, like a place where the real, unfiltered world could be seen without media spin. But let's be real, most people remember LiveLeak for one thing: death on camera. While platforms like YouTube were tightening the rules and scrubbing away anything graphic, LiveLeak became one of the last stops for the stuff that got banned everywhere else. Executions, Warzone clips, street fights, car crashes, that type of stuff. If it was intense and disturbing, it would probably be on LiveLeak. One of the first videos that blew the site up was Saddam Hussein's execution. It was shaky, grainy phone footage of him on the gallows, hearing his sentence, and then dropping through the floor. Mainstream news wouldn't touch it, but on LiveLeak, it was front and center. Years later, when ISIS began uploading those infamous beheading videos, most of the internet panicked, and rightly so. YouTube and Facebook took them down almost instantly. LiveLeak, on the other hand, briefly allowed them. Eventually, they started trimming the actual executions, but still posted the aftermath. In one video, you could see the corpse of journalist James Foley laid out in the desert after he had been killed. Then, in 2021, it was suddenly gone with no tangible explanation. If you tried visiting the site, it quietly redirected you to a new platform called ItemFix that specifically banned extreme violence. Instead of the gore you came for, you would find clips of weird stunts, fails, and odd news stories. But the people who watched? Yeah, they remember. The SCP Foundation. SCP Wiki. The SCP Wiki website is, for all intents and purposes, the internet's creepiest filing cabinet. It's filled with thousands of stories about a fictional organization called the SCP Foundation. And their job is pretty straightforward. Find the weird stuff, lock it up, and never ever let the public find out it exists. SCP stands for Secure, Contain, Protect, which is both the group's motto and their main strategy. The Foundation tracks down things that defy science or reality, like haunted objects, immortal creatures, glitchy space-time pockets, and shoves them into secret bunkers where, hopefully, they don't kill anyone. Emphasis on hopefully. They operate totally off the grid, but be rest assured that if something supernatural or dangerous pops up, they will be waiting to send in heavily armed squads called mobile task forces who are like paranormal SWAT teams. Either the weird thing gets captured and stored, or the whole event gets wiped from the public's memory. It's like Men in Black, if Men in Black had a much higher body count. And speaking of body count, the Foundation isn't exactly ethical. They use disposable human test subjects called D-class personnel, who are usually death row inmates or people the world won't miss. These people get tossed into experiments with things like man-eating shadows or cursed elevators, and they rarely make it out alive. It's all done in the name of protecting humanity. But yeah, it's messed up. Some of the SCPs are straight out of nightmares, like SCP-087, which is a stairwell that goes down forever and might have a ghost face lurking in it. Or SCP-096, a pale humanoid that becomes unstoppable and homicidal the second anyone sees its face, even in a photo. But the fan favorite was SCP-173, a creepy statue that doesn't move unless you blink. Blink once and it snaps your neck. If that sounds like the weeping angels from Doctor Who, you're not alone. All the stories are written in this cold, clinical tone, like official government reports, complete with redacted info and warning labels. That's what makes it so spooky. It feels real. The deeper you go into the wiki, the more it starts to feel like you're not reading fiction anymore. Instead, you're reading leaked files from some sketchy organization that keeps the universe from unraveling, but at a pretty steep cost. So yeah, the SCP Foundation isn't just about monsters and anomalies. It's also a look at what happens when people think the ends justify the means and how terrifying that can be. Creepypasta.com. Creepypasta.com looks harmless at first. Just a bunch of user-submitted horror stories, right? But dig a little deeper and it becomes clear that this site didn't just help build modern internet horror, it helped shape it. Some stories were short and spooky. Others stretch into entire universes with haunted video games, cursed cartoons, and rituals that make you wonder if trying them, just for fun, was a really good idea. And then there was Slender Man. Tall, faceless, and weirdly stylish in a suit. He became one of the site's biggest legends. The problem was that somewhere along the line, some people forgot it was all made up. In 2014, two 12-year-old girls stabbed their friend, saying they did it for Slender Man. They wanted to impress him because they thought he was real. That incident turned the site into headline news. Moderators quickly put out statements reminding everyone that the stories were fictional. But by then, the damage was done. Fiction had leaked into the real world, and not in a fun ghost story around the campfire kind of way. The most disturbing part is how realistic the stories often felt. They'd throw in real towns, news reports, or just enough boring detail to make you second guess whether it really was just fiction. The line between what's made up and what might be possible started to blur, on purpose. It didn't help that some of the most popular themes were pretty dark. Lost TV episodes that end in suicide, cursed websites that drive people insane, or video games that kill the player in real life. It was like childhood nostalgia and existential dread got mashed into one creepy internet casserole. Sure, most people read the stories and moved on, but when a kid stabs her friend because she thinks a tall, faceless, imaginary man told her to do it, yeah, that's when things really start to get out of hand. Tier 2. The Pirate Bay. Back in 2003, a group of Swedes with way too much time and zero fear of lawsuits launched something called the Pirate Bay. And despite sounding like a Disneyland ride for daredevil teens, it was actually a digital treasure map that pointed you towards all kinds of illegal goodies. Instead of gold coins, you got pirated movies, cracked software, obscure albums, and enough corn to fry a hard drive. The site didn't actually host any of the files. It just handed you magnet links, which worked like digital breadcrumbs leading you to the stuff you wanted, or in many cases, really didn't want. With one click, you could download an entire season of Friends, or accidentally infect your computer with malware so bad, it starts sending spam emails in Russian. It was that kind of place. And the deeper you went, the darker it got. Hidden in folders labeled anime or HD videos were videos so graphic that they'd get banned from even the sketchiest mainstream corn sites. Revenge.com? Check. Deepfake celebrity stuff? Check. Home videos that clearly weren't meant to be public? Also available. The Pirate Bay knew it was sketchy, and honestly, kinda leaned into it. They'd slap lawsuit threats right on the homepage like trophies next to provocative imagery mocking Hollywood and the MPAA. The site was pretty much a digital middle finger to copyright law, run by people who were clearly having way too much fun. Naturally, the cops weren't amused. There were raids, server seizures, and even prison sentences. In 2009, the founders got jail time, but every time the Pirate Bay got shut down, it popped up somewhere else. You couldn't kill it. The wildest part is that anyone could upload torrents. So while some folk were just sharing bootleg DVDs, others were sneaking in straight-up snuff films disguised as cat videos or sharing hacked surveillance footage like it was a regular Tuesday. 4chan.org. At first glance, 4chan looks like a messy old forum from the early 2000s that somehow never died. It's anonymous, chaotic, and kind of ugly, which is exactly how its users like it. Originally launched by a 15-year-old anime fan from New York, the site started out as a place to share Japanese cartoons. That's it, just anime pictures, nothing too deep. But then came B, the random board that had no topic and no rules, just pure digital anarchy. B became the heart of 4chan's culture, if you can even call it that. Here, users posted whatever they wanted, without usernames, filters, or moderation. And when you let people be anonymous in a space where there are no consequences, things go downhill fast. Pretty soon, 4chan wasn't just about anime. It was the birthplace of memes like Rickrolling, lolcats, and even Anonymous, a group of hackers and netizens known for protesting against censorship and corruption. But behind the goofy memes and pranks were something darker. Users pushed boundaries not for fun, but to see what they could get away with. The shock factor became the whole point. So things like graphic adult films, gore, racism, and animal abuse, B had it all. The line between edgy humor and actual sociopathy wasn't just blurred, it was erased. The culture became proudly heartless, and doxing people was practically a sport. Victims were laughed at, and empathy was treated like weakness. And then came Paul, which was short for politically incorrect. If B was chaotic evil, Paul was calculated. This board turned into a magnet for white supremacists, conspiracy theorists, and extremists who hid their hate behind layers of irony and memes. They'd post Nazi propaganda, dehumanizing jokes, and violent fantasies, then hide behind irony. But the damage was real. Mass murderers were memed into celebrity status, and the line between trolling and radicalizing was pretty much destroyed. Sure, 4chan occasionally scrubs illegal content, but for the most part, the only rule is don't get caught. It's barely moderated by conventional standards. What started as a place for anime fans somehow devolved into a case study on what happens when the internet grows without a conscience. But if you think 4chan's bad, you should know that this iceberg will get much worse. There's a site coming that didn't just post people, they ruined lives for fun. But first, let's talk about 4chan's evil sibling, 8chan, or 8kun. 8chan started off as a messy little rebellion project, a place where anyone could create their own message board with basically no rules. It pitched itself as a free speech alternative to 4chan, but what that really meant was zero moderation and zero accountability. Predictably, the worst parts of the internet saw it as an open invitation. It didn't take long for to hit the fan. Boards dedicated to hate speech, violent extremism, and predatory content became some of its busiest hubs. People banned from everywhere else like Reddit, Twitter, and even 4chan dragged their filth over the 8chan. And while the site claimed it didn't allow illegal content, the enforcement was a joke. Some boards openly discussed minors inappropriately, and others shared links to child mistreatment material that was hosted elsewhere. In 2015, even Google blacklisted the entire site for suspected child exploitation. And then came the violence. During Gamergate, a campaign that began over gaming journalism but later turned into targeted harassment, 8chan became the new headquarters for coordinated attacks after 4chan tried to shut things down. But it didn't stop there. In 2019 alone, 3 separate mass shooters used 8chan to post manifestos before carrying out their attacks. Before killing 51 people in Christchurch, New Zealand, the shooter, Brenton Harris Tarrant, uploaded a manifesto to 8chan. The Poway synagogue shooter did the same. And hours before the El Paso massacre, a document filled with racist hate and justification for violence appeared on the site. Each time, users rallied behind the perpetrators, celebrating them and encouraging others to follow their example. After El Paso, the backlash finally hit. Infrastructure companies like Cloudflare dropped them. Web hosts bailed, and the site was basically forced offline. But, as always, it came back. In late 2019, it rebranded as 8kun, and quietly slipped back online with help from Russian hosts known for handling cybercrime. It limped along from server to server, never fully stable, but just alive enough to keep its most loyal users going, especially the QAnon crowd, who had basically turned 8chan into their church. QAnon is a conspiracy cult that believes a secret group of satanic, cannibalistic elites controls the world, and that an anonymous figure known as Q is leaking cryptic clues to expose and defeat them. They believe a bunch of other questionable stuff, but that's the meat of the matter. At its core, 8chan, and now 8kun, become proof that free speech can be twisted into a cover for radicalization, kid exploitation, and glorified violence. WikiFeet. At first glance, WikiFeet looks almost wholesome. It's got a simple layout, nothing flashy, and it doesn't scream disturbing internet hole the way other sites on this list do. It's also pretty straightforward. You type in a celebrity's name, and boom, rows of clean, well-lit photos of their feet pop up. Red carpet strappy heels, barefoot beach walks, blurry screenshots from interviews where someone's shoes were off for half a second. That's it. Totally normal, right? Then you scroll a little further and you notice there's a rating system, a 5-star scale. Users upvoting and downvoting toes like it's Yelp for ankles. People leave detailed comments not about the outfits or achievements, but about arch structure, heel smoothness, and toe symmetry. There are actual arguments in the forums about which celebrity has the most overrated pinky toe. You'll see terms like foot tier list, instep envy, and bunion truthers. It stops being quirky fast. And then it gets worse because it's not just actresses and models. Female politicians, news anchors, and public figures probably didn't expect to have their feet logged, analyzed, and archived by strangers also show up on the site. But since the photos are technically public, obtained from paparazzi shots, red carpet stills, and social media posts, the site doesn't need permission. It just scrapes everything and builds what usually ends up being a surprisingly detailed catalog. And sometimes, that catalog actually helps solve real-world mysteries. In 2019, someone tried to leak a blurry bathtub foot photo claiming it was U.S. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but WikiFeet users weren't convinced. They broke out the zoom tools, compared toe length, bone angles, and foot veins to verified photos in the archive, and reached a verdict. It wasn't her. But they didn't just stop at debunking the claim, they correctly identified the foot as belonging to Sydney Leathers. Yes, really. That's when it stopped being a weird foot gallery and became something more unsettling. A forensic, crowdsourced, toe-obsessed task force. Behind it all is Eli Ozer, a former animator who now runs WikiFeet full-time. He says the site gets over 3 million views a month. There's also a sister site, WikiFeet X, for adult film stars. For a few years, copyright laws in the EU blocked access to high-res images, but that barely slowed it down. The archive just kept growing, fed by a silent army of foot connoisseurs who are, for some reason, determined to catalog the internet one soul at a time. And the creepiest part is, it's all still perfectly legal. And as disturbing as it sounds, feet are just the start. There's a site coming where people are into way weirder stuff, like cartoon wolves doing adult stuff. Before that, let's talk a little about a site people use to ruin others' lives. It's pretty sad. Kiwi Farms. On the surface, Kiwi Farms looks like just another internet forum complete with outdated layout, inside jokes, and a lot of weird usernames. But that's just the skin. Underneath, it's one of the darkest rabbit holes the web has to offer. What started as a niche space to mock one person turned into a forum where organized harassment is, well, the whole point. The site was founded by Joshua Connor Moon, a former 8chan mod, and it didn't take long for things to escalate. Kiwi Farms users pride themselves on hunting down what they call lol cows. And by that, they mean people they believe are so cringeworthy or mentally ill that they deserve endless public humiliation. These targets are often trans folks, neurodivergent people, people with mental health struggles, or just anyone a little too online for Kiwi Farms' taste. And this isn't just name-calling in a thread. It's a full-time hobby for some of them. Threads stretch on for hundreds of pages with screenshots, mock diagnoses, edited photos, and wild conspiracy-level speculation. But then it leaves the screen, and that's when things really start to get dangerous. Users dig up real names, addresses, and family members of their victims. They call in fake reports to the cops. They call that swatting. Or sending pizza deliveries using trans victims' dead names just to stir the pot. Some of them call employers, and others send threats. The site is basically a tutorial in digital stalking. And the game never ends, because victims can't just log off. One of the most disturbing examples was Clara Sorrenti, a transgender activist who was doxxed and swatted by Kiwi Farms users. After she fled her home and checked into a hotel, she made the mistake of posting a photo of her cat on the bed. That's all it took. From the bed sheets, users figured out where she was staying. Then they sent pizzas under her dead name to prove they were still watching. It sounds like a horror movie, but it's real, and it doesn't always end with pizza. Several of the forum's targets have taken their own lives after years of harassment. In 2016, Julie Terryberry died by suicide following a Kiwi Farms harassment campaign. In 2018, Chloe Segal set herself on fire in public. In 2021, Near, a well-known developer in the retro gaming community, posted a final message blaming Kiwi Farms for turning years of bullying into something they couldn't survive. The site's users often justify this by calling it free speech or archiving. But that's like calling a hit list a diary. Tier 3, E621.net. When you first log in, E621 might look like just another image board, but give it 10 seconds, and you'll realize you've wandered into one of the internet's most infamous hubs for furry porn that's graphic, hyper-specific, and aggressively niche. Launched in 2007, E621 functions like a massive digital art gallery, where users upload illustrations and tag them with disturbing accuracy. Tags range from the species of the character to the exact act being shown. And while there is technically some safe-for-work content, that's not why anyone's here. The bulk of its nearly 4 million posts is explicit. Like, very explicit. And dives headfirst into every fetish imaginable, often involving anthropomorphic animals, monsters, and characters from shows originally meant for kids. You'll find graphic art of Pokemon, Sonic, or My Little Pony characters in X-rated situations and positions that'll ruin all your favorite childhood memories in seconds. Within the furry fandom, this kind of content is called YIF. But what makes E621 controversial isn't just the cartoon critters, it's how far the content goes. Some images involve violent or non-consensual themes. Others explore body horror, transformation fetishes, or things that look an awful lot like bestiality but get a pass because the characters are fictional. The site's tagging system is both disturbingly detailed and incredibly efficient, because it lets users filter for just about anything, from bodily fluids to acts that probably shouldn't be searchable. While E621 claims to prohibit illegal content, the abstract nature of most of its art makes enforcement fuzzy at best. Combine that with a sheer volume of submissions, and moderation becomes more like a suggestion than a system. The site is owned by Jan Varka Mulders, who also runs Bad Dragon, a company that makes fantasy-themed adult toys modeled after animals and mythical creatures, many of which are inspired directly by art from E621. So yeah, there's a feedback loop between what gets drawn online and what ends up being sold in silicone. Fantasy meets fetish, and both sides profit. More recently, E621 has run into real-world trouble. In early 2024, it blocked access in North Carolina after the state passed an age verification law for adult sites. Arizona followed in May 2025 with a similar bill, threatening the site's home base. It's now facing a choice: comply, shut down, or vanish. But even if the domain disappears, E621 isn't going anywhere. Its content has already been downloaded, mirrored, and etched into the stranger corners of the internet. Drawings are one thing, but it doesn't stop there. In the next tier, we have a site where people took things way further with their own bodies. Encyclopedia Dramatica. Encyclopedia Dramatica was like if Wikipedia snorted bath salts and decided empathy was for losers. It launched in 2004 as a place to document live-journal drama. Yes, live journal. But it quickly evolved into a no-holds-barred cesspool of internet cruelty, where nothing was off limits and everything was fair game, especially if it made someone miserable. Styled like a wiki but written like a middle school burn book possessed by a demon, the site specialized in mockery, doxing, and absolute chaos. It didn't matter if you were a public figure or just some random person who got caught saying something cringe on the internet. If you made waves, even small ones, you could wake up to an article trashing your name, plastered with your photos, your address, and probably something photoshopped involving a goat. The site thrived on cruelty for entertainment. Mocking disabled people? It was hilarious to them. Glorifying school shooters? That was their jam. And uploading real footage of people self-killing? That was considered top-tier content. The more disturbing it was, the more it was celebrated. Articles were crammed with offensive slurs, shock horn, gore, and enough hate speech to make even 4chan blink. And if the words didn't sting enough, contributors coordinated attacks offline too, by sending hookers, threats, or unwanted pizza to people's homes. At its peak, ED became a hub for trolls and wannabe edgelords, especially those coming from B, 4chan's infamous Anything Goes board. They'd plan raids together, targeting websites, online communities, or individuals just to stir chaos. The only requirement for being a target was existing. Even the site's founder, Shara DeGrippo, eventually tapped out. She shut it down, saying it had spiraled into something she couldn't or didn't want to control anymore. She also mentioned pressure from law enforcement, which probably kicked things into gear. But like most things on the internet, ED refused to die. Mirrors popped up, and clones kept it alive. In the end, Encyclopedia Dramatica was never really about documenting drama. It was about being the drama. BestGore.com. BestGore.com was not for the faint-hearted, so some of the site's contents came with disclaimers, but they didn't offer much context. From the second you landed on the homepage, the site basically screamed, "If you're squeamish, turn around." If for any reason you chose not to pay attention to the disclaimers and decided to stick around, you would immediately come face to face with brutal content that looked like it had been ripped straight out of a horror movie. Only worse, because most of it was real. Launched in 2008, Best Gore had one job: to show you the worst humanity had to offer. Car crashes, cartel executions, suicides, war zone footage, surgical procedures with zero anesthesia, you name it. If it was graphic and gory, it was on there. And usually with some edgy title and commentary that sounded less like a news report and more like someone daring you to keep scrolling. The guy behind it, Mark Merrick, claimed he had a noble goal. He said the gore was supposed to teach people lessons. Things like don't speed, don't mess with drugs, don't romanticize war, and definitely don't take life for granted. In his mind, this was tough love activism. But let's be honest, people didn't visit Best Gore to learn life lessons. They came for the horror. And then, in 2012, the site crossed a line even other shock sites didn't dare to touch. That year, Best Gore posted a video called One Lunatic, One Ice Pick. And it was exactly what it sounded like. A real murder caught on camera. Luca Magnotta tortured and killed a man named Jun Lin, cut up his body, and filmed the whole thing. Then someone uploaded it to Best Gore, and for a while it stayed up. Merrick didn't immediately remove it. He said it was educational. As you'd expect, the internet and law enforcement didn't agree. The video went viral in the worst way possible. Police opened an investigation, and Merrick was eventually arrested in Canada for corrupting morals under an obscenity law that almost never gets used. He said the video was taken down before the cops even asked, but it didn't matter. That one post dragged Best Gore from the shadows and put it on international headlines. But here's the thing, that wasn't a one-time mistake. Best Gore had always walked a thin line between showing reality and just feeding a morbid audience. Some users really believed it opened their eyes. Others were there for the adrenaline rush that comes with watching something you know you shouldn't. Merrick insisted he was doing the world a favor. He said the site exposed media manipulation and government lies in addition to teaching life lessons. To support this claim, he'd post raw war footage that challenged propaganda or debunk fake viral videos. And maybe he had a point sometimes. But that didn't change the fact that most of the site's appeal came from how much it hurt to look at just about anything on there. Eventually, in 2020, Best Gore vanished. Again, there was no dramatic exit or apology. It was just gone. This place was chaotic, yeah, but there's a site coming that no one can explain. We're not even sure if it was real. Goregrish.com. Goregrish.com isn't the kind of site you accidentally stumble on. If you're there, you're meant to be there, or at least you made a conscious decision to go looking for it. It started back in 2008 under the name pornographic.net. Yeah, real classy, I know. But rebranded a couple years later into something more blunt, Goregrish. By 2010, it had found its place as the next stop on the shock content timeline. It basically picked up where older forums like Ogrish and Uncover Reality left off. But while those sites either cleaned up or disappeared altogether, Goregrish didn't budge. It doubled down. The site is basically a giant archive of, you guessed it, human suffering. It was carefully categorized like a library, but for death, mutilation, and every horrible thing you can think of. The homepage is filled with forums and threads where users casually browse and comment on videos of self-unaliving, car wrecks, torture, beheadings, war crimes, and yes, sometimes even necrophilia. You heard that right. Needless to say, you'll find some of the most infamous shock clips in internet history on there. Luke Magnotta's murder video? Check. Cartel hits? Prison stabbings? Soldiers being executed on camera? Yep, it's all in rotation, with comment section to match. One of the lowest points came when the site posted autopsy photos of a 3-year-old named Ngatikaura Ngati. The images caused immediate outrage, especially from child protection groupers who couldn't believe someone thought it was okay to upload that kind of thing. But on Goregrish, everything is content. What really makes the site stand out or stand apart is the tone. It's not just the videos, it's the way people talk about them. The community runs like any other message board. There are regulars, inside jokes, and post counts. Only instead of chatting about football or movies, they're rating decapitations and swapping self-killing methods. It's surreal. Like most of the other sites that hosted extremely graphic content, the creators of Goregrish.com have spent years defending it, claiming they just want to show people the reality the world ignores. And maybe that's true, but it still doesn't explain the weirdly casual fascination. Sure, there were disclaimers, but there was no real attempt to educate or inform people. It was just raw, relentless, and honestly, that seems to be the entire point. Over the years, Gorgrish has taken hits from hackers, takedown complaints, and has even gotten delisted from Google in places like Germany. In 2023, it went offline for weeks, supposedly from another round of attacks. But like the horror movie villain it kind of is, the site always comes back. And maybe the most disturbing thing isn't what's on Gorgrish. It's how many people keep showing up to watch. Mortis.com. Mortis.com loads to a plain black screen with just one word in white text. Mortis. Click anywhere and a single login box appears with no images and no links. The site has been live since 1997. It didn't crash, didn't change much, and was active for years before going offline. People have poked at it for years, including hackers, cryptographers, and conspiracy theorists. They've all tried to get past the login screen, and none of them have succeeded. Naturally, the silence has birthed some pretty wild theories. Because if there's one thing people love to do, it's come up with imaginary explanations for things they don't understand. Some believe it's a CIA or NSA dead drop, a place for agents to access highly classified content through a remote and untraceable portal. Others think it's part of an elite hacker network, or worse, a gateway to some older occult knowledge or esoteric systems buried in modern code. And then there are those who see it as a ghost, not in the supernatural sense, but as a forgotten relic from an internet that's long since moved on. What really haunts people, though, is the feeling that someone was maintaining it for quite some time. The site went down sometimes, but it always came back. Its SSL certificates got renewed, and on top of that, some people claimed that there were subtle tweaks in the background that you'd miss if you weren't watching closely. Why would someone keep something like this running for so long without ever saying a word? To this day, there's no definitive proof about what Mortis.com actually was. You can read theories and dig through forums for as long as you'd like, but you'll find nothing certain. Incel.is. At first glance, Incel.is looks like a support forum. If you don't look closely enough, you might even mistake it for just another online space where lonely people gather to talk about rejection, frustration, and isolation. The word incel, after all, originally stood for involuntarily celibate, and the early communities for them were more sad than scary. People then were looking for advice, empathy, or even just someone to listen. But Incel.is isn't that. It's not even close. Founded in 2017 by members of the Reddit Incels community after the original Reddit Incel subreddit got banned for inciting violence, this site quickly turned into one of the darkest corners of the internet. So what's it about? Healing? Definitely not. Growth? You wish. The whole website runs on resentment and blame, and its purpose is to convince thousands of men that the world is broken because women have the audacity to say no. The forum openly bans women and LGBTQ users, and calls itself a safe space for straight men, which in this case just means a place where no one interrupts the hate speech. The central belief here is that the modern world is a rigged marketplace, where women only want chads, aka the genetically blessed, socially dominant men, and everyone else is doomed. Not unlucky, not struggling, doomed. And the posts reflect that. Some talk about self-unaliving with disturbing regularity. Others share graphic details of their violent fantasies, express their misogyny, and engage in idol worship of real-life mass murderers like Elliot Rodger and Alec Manassian. What's even more disturbing is how performative the hatred becomes. It's not enough to be miserable. You have to be the most miserable, the most hopeless, and of course, the most violently bitter. Threads sometimes turn into competitions to see who can describe their hatred of women or fantasies of revenge in the most disturbing way. And it doesn't stop at words. Some users share real experiences and stories of stalking women, watching them from their windows, and even dreams about forcing them into submission. Others flood the forum with memes that make jokes out of violation, child mistreatment, and domestic violence. And of course, no one stops it. In fact, the moderators seem to encourage this spiral. Over the years, the site has been booted from several domains for hate speech, only to pop up again somewhere else. In 2022, investigative reporters linked Incel.is to a network of self-killing forums, where users were actively being coached through self-harm. That overlap isn't exactly a coincidence, because on this site, death isn't feared. It's marketed, especially if it involves someone else dying too. Incel.is doesn't just let people vent. It radicalizes them. It's a pressure cooker, and the longer someone stays, the more likely they are to explode. If you think the anger here was bad, wait till we hit the site in the next tier, where hate was the whole point. Tier 4. Ogrish.com. Ogrish.com said it was an uncensored news platform, but let's be honest. It was more like digital carnage on demand. The site was all about raw violence. Executions, accidents, war zone footage, Pretty much all the stomach-churning stuff known to mankind. Nothing was blurred, nothing was softened, and the tone was completely numb. Like the site wasn't even pretending to care. Back in the early 2000s, this kind of thing stood out. While most websites still had some limits, Ogrish leaned all the way into shock. Its slogan literally asked, "Can you handle life?" and then hit you with videos most people probably couldn't handle at all. It didn't shy away from the dark stuff, and that's putting it lightly. When footage of people jumping from the Twin Towers on 9/11 started circulating, most sites avoided it. Ogrish didn't. It uploaded the videos and photos with zero warning, no permissions, and definitely no filter. Same thing happened in 2004 when Kim Sun-il, a South Korean man, was executed by militants. The video went up almost immediately, and so did the outrage. South Korean hackers tried to take the whole site down. Governments in Europe started pushing back. In Germany, authorities demanded that Ogrish verify its users' ages or face a ban. The site refused. And because a lot of Europe's internet traffic ran through Frankfurt at the time, when one provider blacklisted Ogrish, the block affected access across parts of Europe. Still, Ogrish came back at one point in 2006. They tried to rebrand. They swapped out the dark, edgy layout for something cleaner, added podcasts and forums, and introduced a section called Underground Media, which was what you could call a digital enter if you dare sign. It looked a little more polished, but nothing underneath really changed. The videos were still brutal, the commentary was still jaded, and people still came for the same reason, the shock. They even made an effort to clean up the forums a bit by cutting down on hate speech and banning trolls, but it didn't last. The site always snapped back to what it really was, a place for content so extreme no mainstream platform would touch it. Eventually, in late 2006, Ogrish shut down and started redirecting users to a new platform called LiveLeak. But by then, the damage was already done. BME. Before TikTok made extreme body modifications something you could casually scroll past on your feed, there was BME Zine, which was pretty much the OG headquarters for people who were really into that type of stuff. Launched in 1994 by Shannon Larrett, it was the first site fully dedicated to body modification. And not the kind you show to your grandma. We're talking deep cuts, literally. BME didn't stop at tattoos and nose rings. This place dove headfirst into the deep end with things like subdermal implants, scarification, suspension, genital beading, voluntary amputations, and, yep, even people castrating themselves. Voluntarily, on camera, while smiling, or at least trying to. It was like a DIY horror show curated by people with terrifying pain tolerance and zero concern for conventional anatomy. The images and videos were unfiltered, uncensored, and unapologetically graphic. All you had to do was click one link and boom, someone's peeling off their own skin or hanging from hooks in a blood-slicked bathroom. The worst part wasn't even the gore. It was realizing that it was all real. Not props, not makeup. Just regular folks doing irreversible things to themselves. Eventually, BME evolved into a full-on subculture. It added a video archive, then launched its own blog meets social network called I Am BME Zine, where users casually documented healing scars, botched attempts, and in some cases, even self-castrations. There were even meetups, and by that, I mean actual real-world gatherings like BME Fest, where people grilled burgers, dangled from meat hooks, and popped fireworks. Some people came to get their tongue split for the first time, and others brought their kids. While they thought it was a lot of fun, the rest of the world wasn't on board. Germany restricted access to the site, calling it dangerous for youth. Google blacklisted it. Office firewalls flagged it for torture and nudity. And governments asked Shannon to censor the content, but he just shrugged and moved the servers offshore. Shannon Larrett died in 2013, but his legacy lives on as part digital archive and part urban legend, scattered across corners of the internet that still haven't been scrubbed. That made your skin crawl? This is a warning that there's a site coming that was so disturbing, it came with actual health warnings for people with epilepsy. Before we get there, let's talk about the site that fooled people into thinking kittens could be grown in jars. Bonsai Kitten. The Bonsai Kitten website was like something out of a twisted science experiment. It claimed to teach people how to grow a kitten inside a glass jar. The idea, according to the site, was that by placing a young kitten in a jar and sealing it, its bones would slowly mold to the shape of the container as it grew. Just like a bonsai tree is shaped by years of pruning and wire. The page used clinical-sounding instructions and fake scientific jargon, paired with images of kittens appearing to be trapped in glass containers, which gave the impression that this horrifying practice was not only real, but also effective. As you can imagine, the site wasn't a real guy. It was made by an MIT student as a kind of dark satire, meant to highlight how humans treat nature as something to manipulate for aesthetics or amusement. But the problem was that nobody was laughing. They didn't even know it was a joke to begin with. People who stumbled across it didn't always understand the satire, and were disturbed by the idea that anyone would torture animals this way. The photos, while staged, were convincing enough that the outrage spread quickly. Animal rights organizations like the Humane Society and the Animal Welfare Institute received thousands of complaints. Some people demanded the creator to be arrested, while others started online petitions, believing this was a real form of abuse happening in someone's basement. The FBI investigated the website under a federal law signed in 1999 that criminalized the distribution of depictions of animal cruelty for commercial gain. Though the authorities eventually confirmed it was a hoax and that no kittens were harmed, the backlash didn't go away. The website was pulled from its original MIT server, only to reappear on other domains like Rotten.com. Even after official statements confirmed that the entire thing was fake, mirror versions of the site kept showing up, and so did the complaints, often from people in other countries where the story continued to circulate without context. Ted the Caver. When you first get in, Ted the Caver looks like nothing special. Just an old Angel Fire site with a black background and old HTML, and a few grainy photos. But once you start reading, it pulls you in. Written like a personal blog, the story follows a guy named Ted and his friend, B, as they explore a mysterious passage inside a cave system. It starts out normal enough. Dust, rocks, claustrophobic tunnels, just two guys slowly chiseling their way through a tight opening they've nicknamed Floyd's Tomb. But as they dig deeper, the tone shifts. The air pressure changes for no reason. They hear wind blowing through completely sealed tunnels. Strange symbols appear carved into the walls, and just like that, the cave stops being a cave. Ted documents everything, like a diary, using a plain, logical, and matter-of-fact writing style. And somehow, that just makes the descent into the weird even more disturbing. He talks about hearing voices, experiencing sleep paralysis, and having violent nightmares. He starts sensing something watching him, not just inside the cave, but back at home. But no matter how bad it gets, he keeps going back. With each update, the sense of dread builds. And because the blog was uploaded over time, it felt like it was unfolding in real life. By the final post, Ted mentions he's bringing a gun. He says they're going back in one last time because they have to know what's waiting. And then, nothing. There's no goodbye post and no report about what happened next. The blog just stops. For years, people thought it was real. The photos were too specific, too dirty, and cramped to be faked easily. Some caving enthusiasts even pinpointed which cave they thought it was based on Ted's descriptions and tried to find it themselves. Turns out it was fiction all along. It was written by a guy named Ted Hegeman, based on real caving trips, but with a lot of creative freedom. By the time it was confirmed, it didn't matter. The internet had already decided that Ted the Caver was a legend. This was fake, thankfully. But what people saw when they visited goatsea.cx, yeah, that was real alright. We'll get to that soon. In the meantime, let's talk about a British magazine website that doesn't seem like much until you go down the rabbit hole. 40 Times. 40 Times isn't a gore site. It's not even trying to scare you. Or at least not in the way you'd expect. It's a British magazine that reports the world's strangest phenomena. Like it's reading out the weather. You open it expecting quirky stories about Bigfoot, or maybe a haunted toaster. And at first, that's exactly what you get. UFO sightings, ghost encounters, the occasional Victorian sea monster. But then it doesn't stop. Soon, you're reading about spontaneous human combustion. By that, I mean actual documented cases of people bursting into flames with no heat source and no warning. Just ashes where a person used to be. By now, your curiosity's awake, and the 40 Times keeps feeding it with things like reports of animals raining down from the sky, and invisible forces knocking people off their feet. No one's claiming it's aliens or demons or interdimensional glitches. They're just saying, here's what happened. Make of it what you will. And that's the creepy genius of it. 40 Times doesn't try to explain anything. It collects weirdness like it's building a library. It cross-references sightings, revisits cases from decades ago, and makes the truly bizarre feel like just another news item. And that's when it starts to sink in. If even one of these stories is real, then what else might be? You start with a chuckle at a blurry photo of a lake monster, and before you know it, you're reading about entire flocks of birds dropping dead mid-flight, or people who vanish in front of witnesses. Tier 5. Goatsea.cx. If you were online in the early 2000s, chances are you got hit with something that scarred your eyeballs, and Goatsea.cx was the king of that ambush. The site greeted you with a minimal homepage, and before you knew what was happening, you would come face-to-face, or in this case, face-to-screen, with a very disturbing image of a naked man. crouched forward, using both hands to hold open the one place the sun don't shine. That image, infamously titled hello.jpg, was a raw display of something no one ever asked to see. And yet, it became one of the internet's most legendary traps. The photo itself surfaced in the late 90s and was passed around on corn-heavy Usenet forums. But it wasn't until a group of prank-loving hackers called the Hick Crew got involved that Goatse became a phenomenon. They thought it'd be hilarious to drop the image into Christian chat rooms. Later, one of them registered the domain goatse.cx to streamline the chaos, and the rest, they say, is gross internet history. Goatse was weaponized for shock value. People would mask the link with innocent bait like free iPods or puppy pics, then sit back and enjoy the scream. Soon, the image leaked into places that it had no business being. It got spammed into forums, shared on Oprah's message boards, snuck into BBC broadcasts, and even got used as revenge for hot-linking someone's images without credit. Entire sites were defaced with it. When Slashdot had to change its entire comment system just to stop people from sneaking in on Goatse links, you knew this thing had become internet folklore. The original domain was taken down in 2004 for violating domain policies, but that didn't stop anything. Mirrors popped up everywhere. Try as they might, the people of the internet just couldn't rid themselves of that very haunting image. Meatspin. When you visit this site, the first thing you notice is the loud, upbeat music that some people say is annoyingly catchy. It plays on a loop like you just walked into a bad 80s dance party. Then your eyes slowly catch up to what's on screen. A low-res, looping clip of two people right in the middle of a very personal activity, while the receiving partner's family jewels spin in perfect circles right in time with the beat. And that's why it was called Meatspin. Launched in 2005, Meatspin wasn't just a video. It was a trap. A digital prank from the Wild West days of the internet, back when shock sites were practically a rite of passage, and drama was measured in seconds watched. In the corner of the screen was a spin counter that somehow dared you to keep going. 10 spins? Amateur. 50? You're getting somewhere. 100? You're never sleeping again. The footage was long believed to come from gay corn, but it was later traced back to a transgender adult film. Not that the internet cared. The point wasn't what it was what it did. Meatspin links were used exactly the same way people use goatse.cx links. They were weaponized for maximum embarrassment. People disguised it as job applications, funny memes, or news articles. Others snuck it onto public computers, college lecture screens, or worse, changed it to autoplay as someone's browser homepage. You didn't visit Meatspin willingly. You got meatspun. It didn't take long for the site's chaos to bleed into the real world. In 2013, a student at Florida State hacked campus Wi-Fi, so everyone got redirected to the spinning horror. 2 years later, the video played in a family restaurant. Yes, in front of children. And in 2016, someone hijacked a digital billboard in Sweden. Meatspin lit up the sky while drivers gawked and pedestrians questioned all their life choices. Long story short, never click a mystery link, because you might end up seeing some spinning. StaggeringBeauty.com. Staggering Beauty starts off harmless. When you first land on the site, it's just a white screen with a strange worm-like figure standing in the middle. It has big, white cartoon eyes and a soft, rounded body that sways with every move of your mouse. It feels silly, maybe even cute, like something pulled from an old-school game. You move your mouse a little and it dances. You move it faster and it starts flailing around like it's trying to keep up. But then something changes. Text appears that says, "Shake vigorously." And once you do, everything spirals out of control. The screen explodes into a mess of strobing lights, loud chaotic music, and colors that blast your eyes in every direction. There's no transition or build-up. It all just happens in a flash. 1 second you're laughing at the dancing worm, the next you're trapped in what feels like a psychedelic nightmare. The music is distorted and aggressive. The shapes come fast and the colors are blinding. There's no way to stop it except by closing the tab or clicking away as fast as you can. Even then, your vision might still feel warped for a few seconds. If you're light sensitive or prone to seizures, the experience can be physically dangerous. The site even gives a warning at the bottom for people who are prone to epilepsy. But it's small and easy to ignore. And the moment you follow the simple instruction to shake the mouse, it punishes your curiosity with sensory overload. For this one, there's no deeper message or hidden meaning. It was created in 2012 by a developer named George Michael Brower, who just wanted to play with JavaScript and animation tools like Paper.js and Trayer.js. Stormfront. Stormfront is what happens when old-school racism gets a makeover and finds Wi-Fi. Launched in 1996 by Don Black, a former Ku Klux Klan leader who apparently decided burning crosses just wasn't doing it for him anymore. It was the internet's first major organized hate forum, And it didn't just survive the early web chaos, it thrived. The site was sleek by 90s standards, structured like a real forum, and almost professional in its mission, which was to unite white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and Holocaust deniers under one digital roof. And it didn't hide what it was. The messaging was loud and clear. Whiteness must be protected. Diversity is a threat. And racism is just racial realism. It branded itself as a place for pride and heritage. But really, it was a recruiting ground. A place to turn passive bigots into full-on extremists through threads about race science, homeschooling your white children, and where to find a nice racist date. Stormfront had rules. No illegal stuff. No slurs in headlines. That type of stuff. But it was all BS. The real purpose was subtler and more dangerous. To radicalize slowly. Users weren't screamed at. They were groomed with pseudo-intellectual debates and fake historical facts until hate felt like common sense. And the damage wasn't limited to online nonsense. A disturbing number of its members went on to commit real-world acts of terror. Anders Breivik, who murdered 77 people in Norway, Stormfront user. Richard Poplowski, who shot 3 cops in Pittsburgh, also a user. The site wasn't just hosting racists, it was cultivating killers. In 2017, Stormfront got knocked offline for a bit. Not because they had changed their minds, but because web services finally felt enough public pressure to pull the plug. But of course, it didn't last. The site resurfaced, began jumping between servers, and tweaking its language just enough to avoid another takedown. Thisman.org. The face on thisman.org is a grainy and plain sketch, like something pulled from an old police report. It's a man with a wide forehead, thick eyebrows, and small eyes that just seem a little too close together. He's not monstrous or grotesque, just uncanny. But once you've seen him, it's hard to forget the way his expression seems frozen somewhere between a smirk and a grimace. And that's when the site tells you that this man has appeared in the dreams of thousands of people all over the world, none of whom know who he is. The website claims it started in 2006, when a patient described a man she kept seeing in her dreams. Her psychiatrist sketched the face, and another patient recognized him. From there, more and more people reported dreaming about the same man, often under strange or threatening circumstances. Some say he gives advice. Others say he just stands there, watching. A few say he hurts them. The creators say over 2,000 people have submitted sightings of this face in their sleep, across different countries, cultures, and languages. But the truth behind the site is even stranger. It's not entirely real. The man, the dream reports, even the worldwide phenomenon, was created as part of a viral marketing experiment by Italian sociologist Andrea Natella. He's the founder of Guerrilla Marketing, a group known for mixing art with psychological pranks. And according to multiple investigations, the whole site is a manufactured myth. There's no database of real dreamers, no psychiatrist, and no original sketch from a real patient. But somehow, knowing it's fake only makes it more disturbing. Because despite being fiction, people started dreaming about him anyway. After the site spread, users on sites like Reddit and 4chan started claiming they'd seen him too. Some drew their own versions, and others insisted they'd seen him before the site even existed.